Councilmember Robbins?
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Before we call the meeting to order, we'll hear Spanish interpretation.
Welcome everyone. The message will repeat in Spanish. We are offering live interpretation into Spanish via our Zoom platform. To access our Spanish channel, press the interpretation button at the bottom of your screen where you will see a globe icon. Choose Spanish. If you're joining via Zoom smartphone app, select your language by clicking More or the three dots at the bottom of your screen. Select Language Interpretation and choose Spanish. Bienvenidos, estamos ofreciendo interpretación en español en vivo y en directo durante nuestra sesión en la plataforma Zoom. Para tener acceso a interpretación, oprima el icono del globo terráqueo al pie de su pantalla y seleccione Spanish o español. Si está uniéndose vía Zoom en su teléfono inteligente, seleccione los tres puntitos al pie de su pantalla. Elija Interpretación de idiomas y pulse Spanish o español para activar su canal. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Mayor. Back to you.
Thank you. Our land acknowledgement, the City of South Lake Tahoe acknowledges the lands we occupy today are the lands and the home of the Washishu, the people from here known today as the Washoe tribe of Nevada and California, a sovereign nation. Since the beginning of time and for thousands of years before the arrival of any other people, the Washoe lived here and cared for this place with values and intention that we can all learn from. On behalf of the City Council, I would like to acknowledge, thank, and honor the indigenous Washoe tribal communities that are the past, present, and future stewards of the Lake Tahoe Basin. Call the meeting to order, and if everybody could join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Ms. Blankenship, could you please do a roll call?
Councilmember Roberts?
Present.
Councilmember Jenkins?
Here.
Councilmember Robbins?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Bass?
Here.
Mayor Wallace?
Here.
All present.
Thank you. Ms. Stroud, do we have a closed session report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We had one item on closed session today, conference with legal counsel on existing litigation in the case of South Lake Tahoe Property Owners Group versus City of South Lake Tahoe, and there is no reportable action. And I did also want to report out a settlement agreement that has now been fully executed in the case of State Farm versus Jesus Zepeda et al. That involved a snowplow versus car accident, and we have reached a settlement in the amount of $5,987.60 for property damage.
Thank you, Ms. Stroud. Okay, we have a proclamation this morning. If Carly Murphy could join me, please. Actually, I'm going to grab that one. So we have a proclamation for recognizing June 2025 as Lake Tahoe Bike Month. So I'm going to read the proclamation. Whereas the bicycle is an economical, healthy, convenient, and environmentally sound form of transportation and an excellent tool for recreation and enjoyment of the City of South Lake Tahoe's scenic beauty. And whereas Tahoe celebrates Bike Month in June to avoid oftentimes inclement weather in May. And whereas, as one way to celebrate Bike Month in Tahoe, the 20th annual Lake Tahoe Bike Challenge is held June 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2025. And the residents of the City of South Lake Tahoe and its visitors will experience the joys of bicycling by getting out and going for a ride. And whereas the City of South Lake Tahoe's road and trail system attracts bicyclists each year, providing economic health, transportation, tourism, and scenic benefits. And whereas the City of South Lake Tahoe is a bicycling-friendly community and receives the benefits of biking, such as improving citizens' health, well-being, and quality of life, growing the economy of the City of South Lake Tahoe, attracting tourism dollars, improving traffic safety, supporting student learning outcomes, and reducing pollution, congestion, and wear and tear on our streets and roads, as well as improving Lake Tahoe water clarity. And whereas the Lake Tahoe Bicycle Coalition and the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency groups sponsor the annual Bike Month while also working with the city year-round to promote projects and programs that improve safety and accessibility for everyone on the road. Now therefore, the City of South Lake Tahoe City Council hereby proclaim the month of June as the official bike month and the City of South Lake Tahoe, in the City of South Lake Tahoe, and urge all residents to join me in this special observance. So, thank you very much. Would you like to say anything? I will let you come to that one.
And turn sideways, I suppose.
Yeah, you can address council.
Yes, of course. Hello. Good morning. I'm Carly Murphy. I'm on our board of directors for the Lake Tahoe Bicycle Coalition. I am so happy to receive this proclamation. As you know, it's really important for bicyclists to be safe and have a moment in Tahoe and a month to celebrate. And so we really appreciate all of the work council has done to support making Tahoe more bicycle friendly. And I urge all residents and of course our council to sign up for Bike Month and join us in some of the festivities. So thank you so much. We appreciate your support.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Okay, moving on. Thank you. Moving on to public communication, this is the public's opportunity to speak on any topic not listed on this agenda. Comment shall be limited to 4 minutes. In accordance with the Brown Act, the City Council cannot deliberate or vote on any matter raised under public communications, but may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed. Is there anyone in the room that would like to make public comment on an item not listed on the agenda? Please come to the podium.
Do I need to
Nope, it's all
do
set.
anything? Okay. Good morning, Mayor, council members. I'm Alan Miller, Civil and Environmental Engineer. I'm here on behalf of our magnificent lake and in support of my extensive written comments to the council concerning an appeal I filed against the Planning Commission decision, approval of a multifamily housing development in April. And that approval, that was something that I appealed as my right under city code and was denied on the basis of an illegal agreement with TRPA called an Memorandum of Agreement. And that was a major reason I filed the appeal in the first place. And it was to bring to your attention major violations of law that I allege under the MOU, numerous violations that are ongoing by the city employees, very serious violations of law, including misuse of taxpayer funds and city resources, illegal city approvals of TRPA permits, illegal approvals of planning commission actions, city submission to directives and audits by TRPA, illegal TRPA regulatory programs by city under color of law, failure to follow city code, violations of protected constitutional citizen rights, such as mine that were violated, public records mismanagement, misuse of taxpayer funds and city resources for legal defense of illegal TRPA regulatory programs. And I know what I'm talking about. I've been at this for years. Whew, it's a bad setup for the city and a lot to take in, I know. I mean, it's probably new for most of you, if not all of you. Now, with the illegal appeal denial, it appears I've exhausted all my remedies but to sue the city. And that be over the MOU. And the project, there's a very simple way that can be avoided, very simple solution to all of this. To the complex legal mess the MOU has created for the city and its employees, the city must do the work of the city and let TRPA do the work of TRPA. It's basic. The defective MOU is not needed and must be terminated. I don't believe Nevada uses these for their locals. Anyway, with the termination, that way the whole legal tangle is avoided and all can move forward without litigation on behalf of TRPA, a guaranteed outrage before the voters. I sense trouble ahead unless the city can agree to do the work of the city and let TRPA do the work of TRPA. That doesn't seem like too much to ask. There really is no other legal choice for the city to do its work and have TRPA do its work and get out of the MOU. The city should also grant my appeal. An agenda item before the voters to discuss the memorandum or the agreements with TRPA, that whole program, 10 years on, seems appropriate now to bring before the voters. Put it on the agenda. Tell them how the city funds are being used to subsidize TRPA and discuss other things in my written comments. I'm almost done. I really would like to relieve my city of these burdens. And the only thing needed to terminate the MOU, the legal work agreement with TRPA and the legal project approvals, just give them notice.
Okay, thank you,
That's the
Mr.
easy
Miller.
way out. I gift you that. Let TRPA do its own
Thank
work.
you. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak on an item not on the agenda? Please come forward.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. My name is Judy Goddard. I am the Operations Manager for Lakeside Park Association. Lakeside Beach does not currently have a legitimate ADA parking area. The association installed ADA parking signage in the parking area closest to the entrance of the beach to create ADA parking. However, after speaking to code enforcement, we were told that although we had marked the area, there was no code to enforce. Totally understandable. In 2024, during a site visit of the parking in the neighborhood and beach with the Director of Public Works and Code Enforcement for the RPPP request LPA had submitted, we were told great news. The city's budget would allow for the installation of ADA parking at Lakeside Beach. During a follow-up email in February 2025, we were told by the Director of Public Works, quote, "We have funding and plan to design and build it." And Steve Anderjack is the project manager. Steve confirmed, yes, we have obtained surveying for the project area, and I have received a proposal from a design consultant that is in my court for review. We are currently aiming for late summer construction implementation since this project will be a short duration. There's only 2 spots. It's very small. This was great news because we were also taking steps to replace the playground set. And when the permit process began, we were informed by Dave Chapman, Principal Building Inspector, that because Lakeside Beach allowed public access in the eyes of the city of South Lake Tahoe, it was considered a public facility and CASP certification would be required. At the time, we were not certain if parking would be part of the certification. However, it was something we needed regardless. Lakeside Beach has an accessible pathway to our ADA compliant restrooms, and we have a beach wheelchair that anybody can use for free if they need it. Having a CASP certified playground and ADA legitimate parking would add to our efforts to accommodate anybody with a disability wanting to go to the beach. May 7th, Steve Anderjack advised that, quote, "We were directed to make an ADA upgrade priority list for the city as a whole. Unfortunately, due to Lakeside Beach being a private beach, this project will most likely drop in the priority list. Once we reevaluate our priority list, I can give you an update on where this project stands." In reviewing Resolution 2024-032, adopted by the City of South Lake Tahoe City Council on March 12, 2024, adopting the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA Self-Evaluation and Transition Plan, 2024 update, background subtitle B references public facilities. Although technically Lakeside Beach is a private beach, we do allow public access all year round. And we were required to follow guidelines set by the city as a public facility. Item 4, Purpose and Scope, Section 4.1, requirements for self-evaluation and transition plan, it states, quote, "As part of the City of South Lake Tahoe's efforts to comply with Title II of the Americans with Disabilities Act, has performed a comprehensive citywide self-evaluation and developed an ADA transition plan that included programs, policies, procedures, public buildings and parks, and public right-of-way facilities." If LPA was not included, it should have been, because it is a public right-of-way facility. To access Lakeside Beach, you must pass through city property. With all this in mind, I respectfully ask, on behalf of Lakeside Park Association, that because Lakeside Beach is a public right-of-way facility and the ADA parking project has already been budgeted for, surveyed, designed, and determined to be a short-duration project,
Do you have
that
something in writing, miss? Because you can give it to our city clerk. Your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to make public comment? Mr. Mosier?
Keep it brief. Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Since this is honored as Tahoe Bike Month, the suggestion that I've made previously is that you start a program and money that we give to through the TBID, $3 million or so every year to LTVA to market us, to start a BYB program and advertise it. Bring your own bike. We can get rid of the Lime and bird scooters and make it a lot more hospitable town for everyone to travel and walk and bike around. And you know, there are a lot of the motels now are actually supplying bicycles for guests, which is great. It's a great program. And you know, could have more, you know, just and put, you know, bike corrals. You know, Lime actually started out as bike rental. And then they realized, hey, you know, these scooters cost a heck of a lot less to make, and we can make a lot more money on them. And people are going to want to ride them more than bikes. So, you know, that's what it started at as, and bike rental places in the city complained that it was in competition with them and blah, blah, blah. So, you know, that's why I said is use the money, use the marketing money from LTVA that we give them, and start a bring your own bike campaign. I actually had 2 pickups pull up in front of my house there in Lakeside Park last summer. Older people, they were probably like 40, 48, 50 and on up. And they pulled like 7 or 8 bikes out of the back of their pickups and took off and came back about 3 or 4 hours later and went out and congratulated them. You know, and I said, spread the word, please. If you have any friends that come up and do this, because this is an extreme rarity. So, you know, I would start and get after LTVA and use our money, you know, judiciously. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to make public comment on an item not on the agenda? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Blankenship, do we have anybody on Zoom?
There are no hands raised on Zoom, Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Najad, I have a question for you regarding the comments about Lakeside Park Association and the beach. The public access to a beach, it costs, there's a fee involved, correct?
Yes.
So it's public access with a fee?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to city commission reports. Is there any city commissioner in the audience that would like to make a report to council? Anybody on Zoom?
No, Mayor.
Okay. We'll go to our first item, California Climate Action Corps Fellows Service Presentation. Miss Letton.
No problem.
It's one of those days.
Good morning, Mayor, council members, fellow staff. Sarah Letton, Sustainability Coordinator for the city. Pardon me. The city, with myself and South Tahoe Refuse and Catherine Howells, who's joining in the audience today, co-hosted 2 California Climate Action Fellows in the Organic Waste and Edible Food Recovery Program for the last 2 years. And the city's fire rescue has hosted 2 fellows in the Wildfire Resilience Program under Fire Marshal Kim George. The service of these fellows was accepted as a donation by the city in August 2024 for their 11-month term. Their service terms were affected by funding cuts to the federal AmeriCorps program. And we are grateful they were able to come here today to report back to you on their successes and overall value to the city. So please welcome California Climate Action Corps Fellows Katie Sloan, Lily Somerville, Cricket Baldwin, and Indigo Albani Bombard. And I want to thank them all for their service and turn over the clicker for their presentation today.
All right, good morning, Council. Thank you so much for allowing us to present today. My name is Katie, and I'm here with my colleagues Lily, Cricket, and Indigo. And all together, we're going to be presenting our project success report in our time in this program. So there are multiple different partners and stakeholders involved with California Climate Action Corps on the local, state, and federal level. Locally, the city of South Lake Tahoe is our host site, but the majority of the support from our program is from the state level, specifically under California Volunteers in the Office of the Governor. And as Sarah Letton mentioned, up until recently, this was an AmeriCorps program, which means that funding and other administrative support came from the federal government, and the future of that is unknown. So Lily and I are former California Climate Action Corps Fellows, and Cricket and Indigo are finishing up their fellowship under an alternative fellowship guideline put on by the local and state parties involved. So with all the uncertainty and the unprecedented changes, we are really proud of our work, and we're very fortunate to present to you all today.
All right, so these are just some photos of us, Katie and I, during our first term, as well as all of us during the second term. So doing lots of different projects in the community and engaging all different ages and members of the public. So what is California Climate Action Corps? So our mission is to empower Californians to take meaningful action and help protect them against the harshest effects of climate change. And this program is operated under California Volunteers, as Katie said. So it's aimed at fighting the climate crisis in our state. And they do that through 3 different focus areas, which are urban greening, organic waste diversion, and wildfire resiliency. And also throughout our work, we've been able to help achieve and work on 3 different city strategic priorities, including promote reductions in organic waste and landfill diversion, as well as implement waste and climate change education programs, and manage vegetation and reduce wildfire risk to promote sequestration. All right, so Katie and I worked in organic waste diversion. So we focused a lot of our projects on residential and commercial food waste diversion to compost rather than to landfill. And this also included yard waste recycling, especially with South Tahoe Refuse's new 3-cart system, which has helped to increase yard waste diversion. And Katie and I also led edible food recovery efforts in the community and led volunteer engagement with that to help feed those that are food insecure in our community. And all of this is aimed at reducing methane emissions, because when organic material winds up in the landfill, it creates those harmful greenhouse gases. So by diverting it to compost instead, we are actively mitigating those emissions. And I'll pass it off.
Cricket and I were and are wildfire resiliency fellows. And as such, we increase capacity in defensive-based and home hardening outreach throughout the community. We increase community participation in wildfire prevention programs. And we also educate the community members on forest health practices, including prescribed and mechanical thinning.
All right, so we're going to dive a little bit deeper into what we were actually working on a day-to-day basis. So again, Lily and I, even though we're hosted by the city of South Lake Tahoe, we worked with South Tahoe Refuse every single day because we were implementing those yard waste and food waste diversion programs. One of the largest projects that we worked on was reintroducing the food waste separation program back to our local 4 elementary schools in LTUSD. So it was a major project in our first term, so 23-24 school year. We created and taught lessons on food waste and climate change to every single elementary student. It's about 1,500 elementary students. And then we would introduce the food waste bins into the cafeteria and personally monitor those to ensure that students were using them correctly. And then this year, we stepped it up and we went into the middle school. And by the end of this school year, their 6th grade lunch is successfully diverting food waste there. Community education is also a major aspect of our program. Lily and I tabled at over 25 community events, such as farmers markets, and we co-led the South Tahoe Earth Day Festival this year. And we played a heavy role in the outreach for that 3-cart system. So we've had lots of conversations with folks about how to use their carts correctly, specifically that yard waste cart. And again, all 4 of us have been involved with youth education. We are all involved in STEEC, the South Tahoe Environmental Education Coalition in town, which is a cross-community collaboration between different agencies and businesses, nonprofits such as the Forest Service and SDPUD. So we played a role in teaching at environmental education field trips for our students from TK to 12th grade. And then here are just a couple more photos of Lily and I serving throughout last term and this term. One of the highlights of our program is that we had the opportunity to present on the food waste program to the LTUSD Board of Education at the end of last school year.
All right, and as Indigo has mentioned, we are Wildfire Resiliency Fellows at South Lake Tahoe Fire Rescue. The 2 of us are uniquely positioned in the program because we're the only 2 fellows to be hosted directly by a fire department. So that's given us some great opportunities to collaborate with the different agencies and organizations that work to improve wildfire resilience in the Tahoe Basin. Specifically, we work really closely with the Tahoe Resource Conservation District to support their network of fire-adapted communities. This is their community wildfire prevention program. And through targeted outreach and tabling events, Indigo and I have encouraged 3 new fire-adapted communities within city limits to start the application process, and more are on the way. So these communities are working on their defensible space, their home hardening, and are creating those community connections that are really important when it comes to evacuations and emergencies. Additionally, we helped organize Wildfire Preparedness Week, which was a basin-wide week of events with the Tahoe Resource Conservation District. Indigo and I oversaw the 8 events in the South Shore, tabling at some of the coffee shops, libraries, breweries to get the word out about wildfire preparedness, defensible space, and the home hardening efforts that community members can make in South Lake Tahoe. Additionally, Indigo and I have created different community outreach campaigns to push out prescribed burn notifications, defensible space information in the fire-adapted communities, of course. And we push these out through social media posts, live TV interviews with the local news stations, press releases, and news articles in the local newspapers. And our goal is to, reach not only our full-time residents in South Lake Tahoe, but also our second homeowners and the tourist populations. And finally, like Katie's mentioned, we are also a part of STEEC, the South Tahoe Environmental Education Coalition. So we've delivered defensible space and wildfire prevention education to 1,200 students this academic year, and have been able to collaborate with those local agencies and organizations to ensure great environmental education for our students. And then this is a collection of photos from our fellowship, from some of the school programs we've ran, to being able to take photos of the prescribed burn that was here at the airport back in December.
All right, so there's lots of different benefits to hosting fellows within your city, whether it's this program or a different sort of program. First being the cost savings for the city, because the city did not have to pay for us, basically. So when you do the math, actually, it's around $300,000 for Katie and I in a first term, and all 4 of us in this second term, for the city not having to pay our salary or our benefits, which is a pretty cool thing. Also, the main thing is that this just provides boots on the ground working in your city. So all of us are doing lots of different projects in all different parts of our community and interfacing with all different members of the public, which is really beneficial. Also, as fellows, we're able to tap into a statewide network. So our program had around 400 fellows across the whole state that are working on similar projects in similar areas. So whenever we needed to tap ideas, we could lend and depend on that network, which is really great. Also, these programs are great at providing entry-level opportunities because a lot of it is focused on professional development, especially in the environmental and the green job sector. And it's been very beneficial for all four of us, actually. For example, Katie and I were able to work with a local nonprofit during our term, the Marcella Foundation, which has now turned into a full-time position for me as the new Feed Tahoe coordinator. So I'm very grateful to still be working in this space and in this area. Katie?
And I've also stepped into a full-time permanent role in town. I'm now with South Tahoe Refuse in a brand new role that they created called the Recycling Outreach Coordinator. So I'm working under Catherine Howells, who's here today, the Environmental Compliance Manager. So I'm fortunate to be continuing to work on the projects that Lily and I have started, as well as helping out with other recycling and general garbage projects. So I'm feeling very, very fortunate to stay and work in this beautiful place.
And I will be staying in South Lake Tahoe, continuing to bolster the wildfire resilience efforts with South Lake Tahoe Fire Rescue and the Tahoe Resource Conservation District.
And I am fortunate enough to be attending UCLA Law this coming fall, in no small part due to my participation in this fellowship. And I'm excited to use some of the skills that I've learned during my time here in my future career as an attorney. And another major benefit of hosting fellows has been engaging the youth and public on important information to enhance safety and resilience. We've done this through going into many of the schools, getting information out to children, hopefully getting that information back to their parents. And then, I'm sure as many of you know, and we've mentioned already, federal funding to AmeriCorps programs and many other programs throughout the state has been unfortunately eliminated. So new revenue is desperately needed to support these future fellowship programs.
Despite that, California Climate Action Corps has been able to support and fund us through the end of our term come August, and they are actively recruiting for more fellows for the 2025 to 2026 term, which includes 2 wildfire resiliency fellows at South Lake Tahoe Fire Rescue for a second year to continue the work that Indigo and I have started. So thank you so much for listening to our progress success report, and we really appreciate your support. And if you have any follow-up questions in the future, we have our emails on the presentation.
Thank you. Wait 1 moment. I think council might have comments or questions for you. Anybody?
I just want to thank you.
Microphone.
I just want to thank, is it on?
Yeah, it's on.
I just want to thank you for your service and your efforts to make our community more sustainable, safe, and it's real credit to you, and I know all of us appreciate you.
Thank you. Anything else, council?
Yeah, I as well. I think this is just awesome to see the evolution also of this program over the last 6 years that I've been on council. It seems like it's really evolved into something so great. And so yes, thank you so much for your service. You also give me a lot of hope for the youth in our future. So thank you so much for being here today.
I want to thank you as well, and I'm looking forward to working with Katie because on the Clean Tahoe board, and she's attending. So we got to spend Mr. Roberts and I got to spend a little time with Katie at Clean Tahoe, and I hope that continues. It's a great board. So thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Is there any public comment on that presentation? Any on Zoom, Ms. Blankenship?
No, Mayor.
Okay, we'll move on to our consent agenda. Items 3 through 10. Council, do you have anything on the consent agenda? Any recusals?
I don't have a recusal. I'd like to pull item 10 for a full presentation.
Okay.
Some discussion.
Mayor, I'd like to pull items 9 and 10.
Okay.
I didn't hear that. What was it?
9 and 10.
9 and 10.
Anything else? Okay, so now the consent agenda is just items 3 through 8. Staff, do you have anything? No. Okay, I will open it for public comment for the consent agenda, items 3 through 8. Okay, seeing none. Anybody on Zoom, Ms. Blankenship?
No hands raised, Mayor.
Okay, moving back to council for a motion or discussion.
Sure, I'll put forward a motion for items number 3 through 8 on the consent agenda.
A second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Everybody please vote.
That motion unanimously carries.
Okay, moving on to item number 9. Mr. Jenkins, did you want an entire presentation or do you just have questions?
I have a microphone that works now. I've discussed with the city manager, and I applaud him for seeking funds to initiate what I hope is a comprehensive business retention, expansion, new business development program. And I also, though, I will support this, but I think we have many qualified staff, existing staff, very knowledgeable staff, very skilled staff, who could sooner than later proceed to implement business retention, outreach, expansion, new business development in our community, and I think this is hopefully a good start, and I've been assured that that effort to outreach to our business community to ensure that they're successful and that they can hire people and keep them retained and they can afford housing is all something that's going to be coming in the near term. So am I correct in that?
Yes, Councilmember Jenkins, your overview of our conversation and your thoughts that you shared with me on this are correct. I have every intention on working with our assistant city manager to develop a business retention expansion program. Well, that is also true. It is also true that we're in the process of building our budget, and that involves me having to look at what monies we have, what programs this city council has in place, and how I align our current staff with those programs. So to your point, I am currently evaluating current staffing and what staff are available to support that program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin. Do you have anything else, Mr. Jenkins? Council, anything on this item? Yes, you do?
No.
Okay.
I just push buttons here.
Yeah, all the buttons are being pushed. Okay, I will open this up for public comment on item number 9. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on item number 9? Is there anyone on our Zoom?
No, Mayor.
Okay, I'll bring it back to council for further discussion or a motion.
I move on item 9 to, let's see, I got to read the motion, to authorize the application for, oh, you're so good, Mayor.
I am good.
To pass a resolution authorizing an application for the International City County Management Association, ICMA, Economic Mobility and Opportunity Special Assistance Grant, and, if selected, authorize the city manager to negotiate a grant agreement with ICMA subject to city council approval.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Everybody please vote.
That motion unanimously carries.
Okay, moving on to item number 10. Mr. Robbins, did you say that you would like a full presentation?
Yes.
Okay, I believe that is Ms. Zuniga. We will, it's the quarterly update on affordable housing waitlist and programs. Welcome to the podium, Ms. Zuniga.
Good morning, City Mayor Wallace and City Council members. My name is Lydia Zuniga with Development Services Department. Before you this morning is a quick report on the housing waitlist. Also included in this report is an update on the Lease to Locals program and the rental assistance program. For the end of the first quarter for 2025, and as of the date of this report, the current list shows 855 people on the wait list. The most recent numbers show a small decrease from 939 to 855 on the list. The one-bedroom has 403 people on the list. The two-bedroom has about 236, and the three-bedroom list has about 216 people. The Lease to Locals program was initiated in 2021 and is currently in the first 90 days of the fourth year. Under the current guidelines, the leases are either 6-month or 12-month leases. On April 30th, 2025, PlaceMate informed staff that there had been a dramatic drop in new leads after Measure T was overturned. As of the date of this report, the stats for the Lease to Locals program are shown on the table below, listed on your report. Staff has reviewed and approved 2 grants since February 1st and housed 4 people. Next is the Rental Assistance Program update. On March 12, 2024, City Council approved the Rental Assistance Program, also known as the RAP program, and directed staff to allocate $200,000 in the mid-year budget review process from the Surplus Cannabis Revenue Fund. The Rental Assistance Program assists tenants with the security deposit loans and/or rental application fees. The Rental Assistance Program was implemented about 9 months ago, and as of right now, it has proven to be successful. On October 18th, 2024, staff officially hosted a webinar with agencies to introduce the program, application process, and guidelines. As of May 15th, staff has approved 13 security deposit applications, and 11 application fee recipients have also been approved. The security deposit loans vary between $500 and $2,000, where the application fee amounts have been between $30 and $70. Staff is currently tracking data on applicants for the RAP program. A total of 100% of the approved applicants either live, work, or grew up in Lake Tahoe. 72% are families. A majority of the applicants are currently employed, while about a third of the applicants are either retired or receive other forms of assistance. The stats are showing that the program is meeting the targeted need and population as of right now. This concludes my report. Thank you for your time, and staff is happy to answer any questions. And I believe our representative from Placemate is attending via Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zuniga. Mr. Robbins, you have questions?
Yes, I have questions, and then I guess we'll do public comments, and then after that, I have a discussion item for us to consider. So I just want to circle back to the point where we've heard many times from VHR proponents that this doesn't impact people who would otherwise rent, right? Because people who would rent long-term are, the VHRs aren't going to be the same as long-term renters. But you're saying that Placemate had specifically noticed that following the overturning of Measure T and the expected return of VHRs, because they haven't even been permanent. It's just the anticipation of VHRs returning, that they've noticed a massive decrease in interest in the leasing for long-term. And this is even with the 6-month option that is now in place, correct?
Thank you, Scott Robbins, council member. Yes, that is correct.
Okay. I have more for discussions. That's the top of my list for questions. I'll have more for you that are more discussion oriented after we do comments.
Mr. Jenkins?
Thank you, Ms. Zuniga. It's always nice to see you. Thank you for the work you do also for many years. I don't know if I heard you say on the waiting list that exists for housing, how many people are existing locals in need versus people that are non-existing locals, would you say? Do you have that number?
The majority are.
What does the majority mean?
I would say about 95%.
95%. That's a great percentage. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions, council? Okay. Of course. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Zuniga. If you'll just stand by. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on item number 10? Seeing none, we'll move to Zoom.
Yes, we have a comment from Chase Janfren. He's with Lease to Locals.
Hi, thank you. This is Chase Janfren, General Manager of Placemate. I'd like to add some context to the current state of Lease to Locals program. So staff is absolutely correct in sharing our feedback that new leads have decreased since the overturning of Measure T in the middle of March. However, in response to council increasing the incentive amounts on February 1, we had a noticeable increase in interest and new leads generated. And as I mentioned before in the past, there's a several-month sales cycle to onboarding property owners who who wish to participate in Lease to Locals. And the pipeline that was created as a result of those February changes is coming to fruition now. So we have 6 properties in application review, which is the final stage before we submit them to the city. So we anticipate the remaining roughly $60,000 in incentive budget to be fully allocated sometime in July with those 6 properties. I'll add that in addition to those 6 properties that are almost ready to submit to the city, we have 8 more who are actively looking for tenants that will likely be ready to submit in the coming months. We have our regularly scheduled monthly meeting with staff later this week on Thursday, and we'll be working with them to bring some potential funding scenarios to you soon. So thank you.
Thank you. No additional hands raised, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. Ms. Zuniga, could you come back to the podium, please? I believe Mr. Robbins has some questions for you with regards to his discussion.
Questions with discussion. So.
That's fine.
Thank you very much for the report. We, when we had our strategic plan meeting all those years ago, feels like years ago, we put the number 1 priority item is that everyone who works here should be able to live here, and that is our top. That was our top priority. Towards that end, I would like to suggest only right now that we receive these quarterly updates as a proper agenda item rather than just a consent item and have a full presentation for each one. I think that this is sufficiently important that it shouldn't be sort of put off to the side. If there's consensus on that, I would like to provide direction to staff to bring future quarterly reports on as agenda items. Is there consensus for that?
So actually, because it is a receive and file, any member of, in my opinion, any member of council can pull it off, but because it's receive and file, it generally fits better on consent.
Yeah, but I think this is something that should be automatically pulled forward and be subject to public visibility and subject to automatic discussion.
The consent agenda is subject to visibility.
Is there 3 supports? I've got David, Cody.
I would just defer. I hear what you're saying, but I would really look to Heather. Excuse me, I'm not speaking with the microphone on. I would just look to them to say, is that what's proper? Because I hear what the mayor's saying too, is like we can always pull it. I just want to make sure that the staff is okay with it.
We can do what council wants with that. I mean, it's really council's discretion if you want it on new business or on consent.
If the majority of council right now tells me to put it on new business, we will. Otherwise, consent is where it's been.
Okay. Yeah, I have no problem with that. I do so think that, yeah, we always have so much on our agendas, so that's another thing, is that at a point that we don't, I guess we can always move it back if we need to move it back.
And this is, yeah, and this is this goes right to the heart of our top priority item. So the other thing I would like to request from staff for future reports, the data you've included here is great. What I would like to request from staff, if there's also consensus, is to include a regression history of how the trend line of how the wait list has evolved over time. This is an excellent snapshot at present, but particularly if we're going to be doing now this on the new business, I would like to be able to see in the report and in the discussion how the wait list has evolved over time. How we have, for example, the data on Lease to Locals over time, but just not the wait list over time. So I'd like to see all the data sets here provided as a history as well. It would be nice to have it as a chart, especially. I don't know if we need a majority for that, if that's something you can just do for the.
Well, that's helpful feedback. We can work to accommodate
that's just feedback and saying because we have the 855 is the current wait list, but that's standing in isolation, and it would be good to see, rather than looking back in old agendas, and hunting for it, it'd be good to see what is this trend over we've now had enough of these meetings to have some trend data on them as well. And I think to that as well, do we have data on the wait list as to whether or not the peoples on the wait list are what their addresses are currently, or is that data done as an intermittent survey? Is that what's provided for each quarter?
That data is collected by the on-site managers.
So each quarter, we know that just picking one at random here, the 47 waiting for Tahoe Valley townhomes, we know the addresses for those 47 people
Yes.
with each quarter. Then I would like to suggest that in addition to history data, we also include as part of the report the numbers of people who are local versus out of city, or out of basin. Let's just, I think if they're in Myers, that's fine. I don't think we need to be that persnickety. Or sphere of influence, yeah. So choose some region that's appropriate, and I'll leave that to your discretion. You know, if they're in Ohio, that doesn't count, you know.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Jenkins?
I have two questions. Are locals applicants given by placemate, are local applicants given an update on where they are on the process? Because I have heard differently from people in the community. In fact, I was just recently approached. So that's the first question. The second question might be a broader question that I repeatedly say, that repeatedly ask is, we are doing a lot, council, and to your congratulations to you and previous councils. But I don't see much being done by the region, by El Dorado County, Placer County, Douglas County, Washoe County. And it's not the job is it our job to provide affordable housing for the region? And maybe that's the broader question that I think might even be being looked at right now, but I'd like to kind of bring that forward.
Yeah, just to answer that question, I've reached out to the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency to get a report showing what number of deed restricted units have been built in all the jurisdictions around the basin. They've sent me an initial report, but me and Mr. Thomas and our housing manager will be meeting to ask some questions for clarification purposes, and then I'll share that with the council. You're welcome.
And would you like to answer the first question, please?
Yes. Thank you, Councilmember Jenkins. I believe Placemate has a very good communication with every applicant, but if Chase Chamberlain, if Placemate representative is still online, maybe he can answer. But I believe they do have a very good communication with each and every applicant to answer your question in regards to where they're at on the list.
I would really like to hear them say that. Not that I believe you believe,
Yes.
and because I know you well. I'm ready for
We
you.
have Mr. Janvrin on to respond.
Please.
Thank you.
Please let me finish. Please. So thank you.
Hi, Councilman Jenkins. Yeah, this is Chase Janvrin again, General Manager of Placemate. We ensure that we stay in touch with both the property owners and the tenants throughout the application process. But I will also make it clear that the Placemate programs, lease to locals, does not have a wait list per se. It starts, we never select the tenants on the property owner's behalf. It's always up to the property owners to select the tenants and decide who's going to live in their home. So it's up to them ultimately to select the tenants, and then once they have selected the tenants and the application process begins, we work very closely with both sides to ensure we have all of the documents. I hope that answers your question. If I can clarify, let me know.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Zuniga or?
Yeah, well, actually not a question for you, but just a thought, just in line with what Mr. Jenkins is saying around, maybe the data sets, instead of just having the sphere of influence and outside of the sphere of influence, it might be nice to have residents of City of South Lake Tahoe, folks that are outside but still in the sphere of influence, so they're Douglas County residents, they're El Dorado, they're Placer, and then the third one would be completely out of the sphere of influence. And that way you can kind of see, okay, this is the amount of residents out of that 855, and here's the amount of people applying that are in Douglas and El Dorado. Just gives a little bit of a breakdown to kind of how many people on this wait list are actually our residents to how many are coming out of Douglas County.
Okay. Any other conversation or questions, council? Then, thank you, Ms. Zuniga.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would entertain, oh no, it's just receive and file. So if we're done, we will move on to item number 11 in our public hearing. Annual public hearing for continued snow removal equipment purchase funded through the existing county service area number 3 parcel assessment. Mr. Najad.
Good morning, Mayor Wallace and members of the City Council. For the record, my name is Anush Najad, Director of Public Works. The item before you is the annual public hearing to continue snow removal equipment purchases through the existing county service area parcel assessment. On September 20th, 1989, a joint powers agreement between the City of South Lake Tahoe and El Dorado County was executed, which allowed the county to form a zone of benefit within the county service area number 3 in the City of South Lake Tahoe. This agreement allows the county to levy a charge of $20 for improved parcels. County remits funds collected to the city less than 1% for administrative costs. The funds are dedicated to purchasing new snow equipment and other items which are part of that equipment. Pursuant to this agreement, the city must hold at least one public hearing annually regarding the levy. Following the public hearing, the city is required to forward to the county the recommendation and any substance of any testimony for county review. Since the inception of JPA, the city has purchased 17 snow graders and plows, 1 snow blower, loader combination, and 2 snow blowers. An itemized list is included in the staff report. For the 2024-2025, the total revenue which is anticipated to be received from El Dorado County is $234,000. This concludes my presentation, and you can open this to the public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Najad. Mr. Robbins, did you have questions for Mr. Najad?
Yeah, I just want to clarify from the staff report, it's the charge is $20. Was that the amount that was set in 1989?
Correct.
So it's been $20 since 1989?
Yes.
But I was doing the math in my head as I was speaking there.
If you account for
without-
inflation, that's about $80 in today's dollar.
Okay, so we've lost a quarter, sorry, 3/4 of the real value of the snow removal funding has evaporated because of inflation, because this hasn't kept up. Okay, thank you.
And I guess just a question, and maybe this is for Mr. Stroud, how can that get amended? It would have to go with, simultaneous with the Board of Supervisors in Placerville, or how?
So this is a county tax, parcel tax, so the county would need to put it on the ballot to increase it.
I have a follow-up question.
Go ahead.
One of these kinds of taxes, as I understand them, and maybe I'm wrong, but as I understand them, these types of taxes can be done either by parcel, or they can be done by by number of linear feet of road frontage, right? Because that's an appropriate metric for that kind of fee for that. Is that correct?
This is set up as a parcel tax. If you were going to do it, I think you're talking about like an assessment.
Yeah.
That could be done based on frontage, perhaps, yeah.
Would it be possibly more fair then if this were done, right? Because the cost of plowing, the real cost of plowing is about road miles plowed, not about the area or the number of parcels, right? We have a pretty wide distribution of, is it correct that we have a pretty wide distribution of parcel road frontage lengths, and that the cost of snow removal is proportionate to that length?
Yes, but there will be a cost to collect all of that data and then form the assessment, benefit assessment.
So there's a question of like, it would be more fair, but it might not be worth being that much more minutely fair, would be sort of the trade-off that you're talking about.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Jenkins?
Thank you, Mr. Najad. My only comment is that I'm proud of the work that the council has done, this council in the past, and your department, in acquiring new equipment for an annual task. And I'm also very proud of the work that our department does in removing snow and keeping our streets safe. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Robbins, you have further questions?
Yeah, I'm just going through a little more detail here. The assessment is there's a 1% service, I mean, this is getting into the weeds, I guess, but there's a 1% overhead fee charged by the county. And all of the funding is just remitted to the city. So the actual execution of the funding, the spending and everything else is done by the city. So what do they do for their 1% fee?
Collect the fee.
Right, but that's not 1%, that's a lot of money, to be honest, it's a fair bit of money for doing a whole lot of not much.
It's a very similar fee that the city charges to the South Tahoe Tourism Improvement District for the collection of TID room night fees. We keep 1% administrative fee and remit the remainder to the TID board.
Yeah, and as much as I am not that interested in the TID, there's a good question to be had is that actually fair? Is that actually is that kind of thing reflective of the actual administrative costs? In this case, we're not talking about that because that's not on the agenda, but that's not an unfair point. So is 1%, right? Because if they already have, it's a parcel assessment system. They do this for a gazillion other types of taxation. So does it really cost them 1% to administer a parcel fee like this?
Well, it's only legal for them to have cost recovery, right? So they've either analyzed it, or if they haven't, if it does come back to be over cost recovery, they'd have to reimburse us. I would think so.
That makes sense.
But nonetheless, with the I suppose the bigger problem is that with the total revenue being $234,060, we're only talking about like $2,000 to begin with. So I would frankly be more frustrated if this funding were more commensurate with the actual cost that it's supposed to recover.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Najar. Open this for public comment. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this item number 11? Yes?
Hi, Laura Koski. I represent the 4th District. I was appointed by President Trump, so it's good to be here to meet you folks. I'm a little concerned with the plowing and the potholes and the budget. TRPA has $3 billion. They were allocated another $400 million with Kevin Kiley's office down in Rockland, as well as another $80 million from Nevada side, being a bipartisan state through the bonds, and then another $40 million in grant money. And I do not see this amount of money being substantiated. Just recently, we had 5 vehicles with blowouts on Highway 50 just coming into town. And during the winter, it was just astronomical how many wrecks there were, 5 in one night. I think some of the crews need to have reinforcements. I asked the Caltrans gentleman, the boss, after taking some folks home after an accident, to tell folks to downshift and to watch their spacing, and maybe even have a divider up on Echo and Summit. And he just laughed at me and said, I don't have to tell him how to drive. And I said, okay, I don't need the president to come out, President Trump again, and fire people. But if that's what I have to do, I will write him another letter. This cannot continue. And so I just think that siphoning the taxpayers' dollars every time we turn around, there's another increase. And with the Caldor fire, they intentionally firebombed us, and Newsom's up for a lot of criminal charges. Kevin Kiley has brought that to the Speaker of the House, and I have a lot of documentation with the MOU that he signed to intentionally firebomb us out to widen the road, and that's what they want to do on Highway 50. They're not allowing the residents there to rebuild. I have some really concerns of where all of our money's going. Obviously, DOJ is coming forward and cut a lot of I don't want to go into the EPA and the rest until those subjects come up. And as well as the $400 million, the TRPA finally went ahead and allocated that to the Forest Service. Everybody was blaming basically the Republicans for not helping out, but we did. There was no reason to give more money, and I'm at a point where maybe we need to freeze accounts until there's a fair system in play here. So that's all I have to say right now on this topic.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the audience that would like to speak on this item? Ms. Blankenship, is there anybody on Zoom?
No, Mayor.
Thank you. Bring it back to council. Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, I just want to clarify, Mr. Najad, can you please clarify that Echo Summit is not in the city of South Lake Tahoe?
No, it's not.
Okay, and Highway 50 and 89, both outside and through town, are not plowed by the city?
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
And that the funding here that we're talking about is for local streets and does not support the plowing of Highway 50?
Correct.
Okay.
Local street equipment purchases.
Local street equipment, yeah. So the city is also, just want to clarify for people who might be confused, the city's not allowed to plow Highway 50 or 89, is that correct?
Well, we can if we have an agreement with Caltrans, but we haven't been requesting that kind of an agreement.
So we don't have an agreement, and we don't have money from Caltrans to do it. It's their responsibility to plow and maintain and manage. I just want to clarify that, because I do get this, not just now, but I do get this from a lot of people in the community that are like, I hate the snow plowing's not good, why isn't Highway 50 cleared? I'm like, that's not a city road. We're not responsible for that.
It is not.
Okay.
And I should add that.
I know
in the
we all
last-
know this. I'm making this clear for the public.
I just want to add that last 2 years, Caltrans has been doing a much, much better job in terms of snow plowing.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. This is a tax that has had 75% of its value evaporated in over 30 years of not being reassessed. And I know nobody likes paying for things, but, at some point, a dime doesn't buy what it used to when I was a kid. So, God, that's an old thing for me to say. But I think this is something we should look at in the coming months to reevaluate whether or not we want to circle back to having this snowplow assessment, which is one of the reasons the city was fundamentally established, to properly reflect. Even in the 1980s, the real value of this funding was a lot more than it is now. And so, $20 ain't what it used to be. So I think that's something we should be reconsidering. I would like to see it be done on a frontage basis, but Anusha's right. I don't know how clutch that is. But I would like to see this come back as something that we discuss for an update.
Thank you, Mr.
For some
Robbins.
actions.
Mr. Jenkins, can you allow me 1 second? Ms. Stroud, didn't the county put an increase in this, maybe not within the city limits, but it was out in the Myers area a few years back, and they tried to raise it from 20 to 50 at that time, correct?
Yeah, I don't remember the exact amount they were trying to increase it. It was not in our service
It's
area
not in
here,
ours.
but that tax increase did not pass. The voters rejected it.
What was the outcome?
Pretty significantly voted down, if I remember correctly.
As I agree with you that the 36 years, it's a long time and it possibly could be increased, I don't think there's an appetite for anybody to pay any more taxes on anything at this point until we get to a better place. I mean, I think the voters kind of spoke clear to that the last time we went.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, Mr. Bass.
My only comment, while there's always areas for improvement, I'm always very happy that Caltrans does the work it does to keep our streets open, to keep our highways open. If the city had to maintain Highway 50 and other areas within the city that are state roads, it'd be very expensive. And without money, they generally do a good job. And I agree with Mr. Najad that over time, they are generally responsive to issues, especially when the yellow stripes move around the road that they have to cover up again. But there's always room for improvement. I agree.
Mr. Roberts?
Yeah, I'm looking at this annual report. There's some 11,000 charges in there, and Mr. Anush, if you could respond, because it looks like the West Shore, they're charged $50 instead of $20. Can you just explain a little bit of that?
That could be it, but for this city, That's not correct?
So I can clarify on the $50 in Tahoma. They have a special assessment because they have a snowplow that lives there, and that's paying for their specific snow removal in that area, and they voted for that many, many years ago. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just have that history. So based on that, I actually have a question, Ms. Stroud. It's a county parcel tax, but if we wanted to do something in the city, would it be in addition to or in lieu of? And would that have to come from the county, or could we instigate it?
Unless this county tax is terminated, I believe it's in perpetuity. It doesn't have a sunset date. The city could adopt its own tax in addition to, if that was desired, it would need to be put on the ballot.
And Cody, to your point, I would point out that in the last election, the community did vote to raise their taxes to support the school, right? That did pass, and that is a parcel tax, or that is functionally a parcel tax. So
I just
I don't think that statement doesn't universally hold when the benefit is clear. There's there's oftentimes good support for it. We passed a sales tax only a few years ago by saying it would go to police, fire, and roads.
Right.
And
but that was before COVID and before increases on every single thing in life, including all your utility bills. I mean, the cost of living from then to now has increased. So it'd be hard for me to vote for any more cost of living at any level at this point. But that's just my opinion.
There's no way to get around, to channel a former city council member, right? Everybody likes talking about how we're spending money. Nobody likes talking about how we're raising the money. Right, you can't plow roads for free. You can't buy snow plows for free. You can't repair snow plows for free. You can't buy, sidewalk snow plow sweepers for free. You can't, and if it doesn't come out of a parcel tax, it's going to come out of general funds, which means it's not going to go to other things.
You grow the economy. That's what California has generally failed to do, because it looks at taxes rather than growing the economy, make it easier for business to survive while being environmentally sound. And that locally is what something I know we're going to be looking at, is growing our economy, keeping our people working. That's just.
I have bad news though, right? Like ultimately we are an unstable, we have focused so much and so relentlessly and so exclusively on tourism for our economy that we have created a highly unstable economy. Tourism is an unstable business. It is the first thing people quit spending on when times get tough. It's the very first thing that you don't spend money on.
We can talk about that when the item comes up.
Right, so.
Your point is taken. I don't need to go into it. I'll go ahead and put forward a motion directing the city clerk to prepare and submit a minute order, including public comment regarding the current $20 parcel assessment of snow removal equipment to the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, let's vote.
That motion unanimously carries.
Yeah, I think we're going to take a 5-minute break because this next item, or let's do 10 minutes. We'll come back at 10:25, because the next item is going to be lengthy.
Are you going to have council discussion?
The meeting back to order. Moving on to item number 12, ordinance amending vacation home rental regulations outside the tourist core, first reading. Ms. Stroud, Mr. Irvin, y'all are up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll kick this off and then turn it over to the city attorney. But just for council information and the public, the item suggested is for council to hold a first reading by title only of an ordinance amending Article 5, Vacation Home Rentals of Chapter 3.5, Transient Lodging, and Table 2.35070 of the South Lake Tahoe Code, regulating vacation home rentals located outside the tourist core. I want to inform council that if there is a successful motion, we will be prepared and ready to bring a second reading back on June 17th for council to consider. From my viewpoint as city manager and from an operations standpoint, I've been meeting regularly with our police chief and our director of development services and their departments to ensure that we're prepared to start accepting applications shortly after a second reading. We would not be able to issue permits until after 30 days of such ordinance being adopted, but we are preparing our staff and staffing operations to accept applications, and after we receive approval of a first reading, whenever that is, we will bring a resolution directing that we present to council that shows a cost recovery fee structure for what the fees will be associated with the VHRs, as well as permitting preference and number of permits that we would issue each year. So there's a lot of public action happening, where I'm sure the city council and myself have been contacted by public constituents who are very interested in what the outcome of this will be. But behind the scenes, there's been a lot of work with me and my team, making sure we're able and ready to move forward once we receive approval of a second reading. With that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Stroud to walk through what the details are in the ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin. Good morning, Mayor and council members. Heather Stroud, City Attorney. And Ms. Blankenship, can you pull up our visual? While she's doing that, I did want to just introduce that the ordinance presented today in your packet, which is ready for a first reading, if that's council's desire, tracks the motion that was made on May 6th and passed by a vote of 4-1. And there was an error in the executive summary that indicated it was Councilmember Jenkins voting no. It was actually Councilmember Robbins, so apologies for that. So that motion was to bring back an ordinance at this meeting, making certain changes to the 2018 version of the VHR regulations as they apply outside of the tourist core. Thank you. Let's see, that's kind of cutting off the bottom. Well, I'll just scroll down as I need to. But thank you, Ms. Blankenship, for getting that up on screen. The first set of changes to the pre-Measure T, I'll call them ordinance, are to determine where and how many VHRs can we have outside of the tourist core. So the first item, which was in council's motion, is to establish a 150-foot buffer between VHR properties. So that is measured property line to property line. The second item is to continue to allow attached condos to hold a VHR permit if they had one as of September 1st, 2016, with condos being exempt from the 150-foot buffer. So as the ordinance is drafted, both attached and detached condos are exempt from that 150-foot buffer, so that we don't have a situation where one permit within a condo complex would block pretty much the entire complex. Along with that, we have a definition cleanup of the definitions of dwelling, dwelling unit, multifamily dwelling, timeshare, and condo. There was, in the previous version of the ordinance, timeshares and condominiums were considered to be dwelling units, and then if they were attached in the same complex, they were considered multifamily. So we have removed timeshares from being regulated under the VHR ordinance. They are regulated under a separate ordinance, so do not need to be regulated as VHRs. And then attached dwelling units are considered multifamily, even if they are condos, unless they are in the tourist core. So the next set of changes have to do with operational requirements. There continues to be a requirement in this version of the ordinance that VHRs have to have a property manager. The owner can be the property manager, but they need to perform certain duties. So if the person owning the VHR does not want to be responsible themselves for performing all those duties, they need to hire somebody to do that or arrange for somebody to do that. Those duties include an in-person or virtual check-in. The virtual check-in is a change from the last version of the ordinance we were looking at. To sign a code of conduct at check-in time. 24/7 in-person response to complaints. Indoor noise monitoring is required, as well as outdoor trash and parking monitoring by video. And that data from the monitoring would go to the property manager 24 hours a day so that they can nip any problems in the bud before they become nuisances that disturb the neighborhood. For trash, a animal-resistant recycling cart would be required when that becomes available through STR, and I understand they have already been working on that and expect to have those animal-resistant recycling carts available in July, so that timing is good. Number 4, occupancy limits are reduced to 2 per bedroom, and then an exception is included for up to 5 children. I will note that I did include that exception for up to 5 children, age 13 and under, also in the tourist core area plan area. They have a separate table now for occupancy inside and outside the tourist core. But if we didn't include that exception in the tourist core, it could potentially make the occupancy limits more restrictive there. So I did not believe that to be council's intent. Number 5, require a defensible space inspection prior to permit issuance. 6, increase consequences for violations. So that has been accomplished through a few changes in the ordinance, including allowing third parties to submit evidence by affidavit of violations signed under penalty of perjury that could be used to issue citations. Also, the owner can always be cited for violations, and the rules apply to all. So by having the privilege of having a vacation home rental permit, you subject your property to these operational requirements at all times, even when it's not being rented out short term. All VHR permits to be issued by the police department. This has been accomplished by removing development services as the permitting agency or permitting department throughout the ordinance and changing it to city manager or a designee. There's a monthly limit of 150 permits to be issued. And number 9, the Planning Commission has the final decision on appeals of permit revocation and denial. So those appeals do not then again go to city council. And then the change made from the last meeting was that the appeals of the third citation within 24 months go to the Planning Commission instead of a hearing officer, along with any appeal of the permit revocation. The 10th item is, 10th and 11th, I should say, are to review the permit fee and ensure complete cost recovery. As the city manager mentioned, that would be coming back with a resolution with the second reading at this time planned for June 17th. And 11, provide permitting preference for prior VHR and QVHR permittees who are in good standing. And the ordinance does authorize that to be done by resolution, which again would be coming back with the second reading at this time, anticipated June 17th. So with the removal of the cap and instead including a buffer, another change that has been made is taking away the waiting list. There were several provisions referring to a wait list once the cap had been reached, but since there is no more cap, we removed the provisions regarding a wait list. So with that, I think that summarizes all the changes, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Stroud. Council, do you have any questions for Ms. Stroud? Okay, seeing none. Thank you. Thank you. Move on to public comment on this item. Is there anybody? Please come forward.
I printed this out for each council member. Good morning. Hi,
I'm Dory Irwin. I'm a licensed realtor in the state of California and a homeowner in South Lake Tahoe. I purchased my home in November 2023 specifically to operate as a short-term rental based on its mixed-use zoning designation. I'm here today to advocate for the exemption of commercially zoned and mixed-use properties from limitations on the overturn of Measure T. When I purchased my 2-bedroom, 1-bath property, I paid a premium due to its zoning and potential uses. The property was appraised at value with that zoning potential explicitly considered. This projected income was a key qualification factor for me to get the loan. The reason I purchased this specific property was to help offset the high mortgage payments created by post-COVID-19 inflation in Tahoe home prices. The ability to rent the home as a short-term rental is essential to meeting my monthly mortgage obligations. Without that ability, I would not have pursued or qualified for the purchase. I rely on this income to keep the home. I've invested in improving my property, enhancing its curb appeal, and contributing positively to the aesthetic of the neighborhood. In addition to maintaining the home with pride and responsibility, I make it a point to use my short-term rental to benefit the local South Lake Tahoe economy. In the welcome handbook provided to every guest at my property, the Highlander House, I include a guide highlighting my favorite local small businesses, including restaurants, shops, coffee houses, and service providers. I want my guests to enjoy a true Tahoe experience while supporting the heart of the local economy. In fact, actually, your husband reached out to me. I would be more than happy to collaborate with the South Lake Tahoe Chamber of Commerce to create seasonal printouts that highlight local small businesses and their specialties throughout the year, whether it's showcasing ski rentals in the winter, boat rentals and ice cream stands in the summer, or cozy dining spots during the fall. I see short-term rentals as a powerful tool for driving tourism dollars directly to our local businesses. On a personal note, I'm a 4th-generation part-time Lake Tahoe resident dating back to the 1930s. My great-grandparents, grandparents, and mother loved this place so deeply that they chose Happy Homestead Cemetery of South Lake Tahoe as their final resting place. Tahoe holds a sacred place in my family's heart, and I'm proud to continue our connection to the community through thoughtful ownership. Quite recently, I listed my home for sale and received an offer at full asking price from a South Lake Tahoe full-time resident whose dream was to run their own short-term rental. Unfortunately, due to the uncertainty surrounding Measure T and the current moratorium, that buyer withdrew. The instability created by this ordinance is already hurting property values and deterring qualified buyers, especially for mixed-use properties. Short-term rentals and mixed-use and commercial zones are not an enemy. They are an asset and an ally in creating a stronger South Lake Tahoe economy. With the right balance and collaboration, we can continue to enhance the community while supporting the businesses, families, and future of South Lake Tahoe. I respectfully request that mixed-use and commercial zones be excluded from the STR restrictions and zoning changes. These properties were marketed, appraised, financed.
I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you. We have your information. Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room? Please come forward. Oh. I think there's going to be a lot, so everybody just sort of like maybe line up in the front row, and then you just come up one after the other.
Good morning, council members. I'm Kimberly Jablonski, and I'm here alongside my husband, Kevin. And we're here to actually respectfully request a carve-out for ADUs in the proposed definition of a multifamily unit. So back in 2021, this council approved changes to the ADU ordinance. My husband and I listened to that, and we were the first within the city of South Lake Tahoe to work alongside the planning department and construct a single-family residence, it's not deemed multifamily, that has 2 ADUs. So we have a primary home that's 1,850 square feet. We have an attached ADU that's 900 and some square feet, and a detached ADU that's about 800 square feet. We were a learning process for the city. We worked in great collaboration with them and have a beautiful property. We've been able to lease both of our ADUs to local community members. One actually owns a local business, and the other one works as an assistant manager at the casino. So it worked. We've provided permanent housing. However, with your definition of multifamily being limited to a shared wall, that precludes our single-family residents from qualifying as a VHR. And so we're just asking respectfully that you, with that definition, which is typically meant for condos, right? Units, multifamily that are the same in size. And our property, if you look at the tax records and our occupancy permits, it's a single-family residence. So that's our request, and go ahead.
No, I just had one other comment here. The other thing that I think you should look at very seriously is during your inspection. I think where we got into trouble a lot of times with these Airbnbs, VRBOs, is you're saying these properties have to be up to date. A lot of times they're not. And also the inspection, and of course the police department does a fine job on that, but when you see people that it's a 2-bedroom and you got 10 people in there, you got to fine them. You have to make the consequences very strong against that. Just one other point, my wife and I have been up here and owned property up here for 26 years. We were actually married at the Catholic Church back almost 29 years ago in October. So absolutely love the community, but we really need you to consider these things because we did work with the city to get this, and it was seriously zoned a single-family residence with 2 ADUs. So please redefine that.
Thank you.
Thank you
Right on time, perfect, thank you.
Laura Koski. Enforcement, enforcement, enforcement. No one wants to listen to the Grateful Dead all night long. Trash, thrash, they've been coming here. I've seen neighbors, in my neighborhood, over 30 sheriffs had to show up. They're not going to tolerate the noise pollution and this attitude they have in Tahoe. It's unfortunate this law was overturned, so the enforcement needs to be here. I myself have had to help out a lot of people in the Bay Area to chain up because the side roads have not been paved over 30 years. And these folks from out of town are not aware how dangerous it is to chain up, and you get 4 or 5 of them trying to move a vehicle that is not even 4-wheel drive, and how it spins out and runs them over is extremely dangerous. So we need to step up our game, make sure our roads are taken care of, and that we do all we can to educate the community coming into our town. And I would even have police officers at the Myers Station and Spooner, with no police officer in the vehicle, just to try to slow people down. I'd have billboards for the wildlife that are being slaughtered out there. Our roads are painted red, and these Lime bikes need to be outlawed. There are way too many accidents. My concern back exploiting the ladies that are doing the cleaning these homes. I want some regulation on that, and maybe even unionize them. That's all I have to say right now.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Heidi Munneke, and I'm here on behalf of the South Tahoe Association of Realtors to offer our input on the proposed amendments to the ordinance. And after hearing your reading, I do feel a lot of our opinions have been heard and responded to, but briefly would like to reiterate. We would like to eliminate the in-person check-in requirement. It's outdated and doesn't prevent issues until guests actually arrive. Most operators now use secure remote guest verification tools that screen guests before they're even here or before they book. We would like you to embrace the modern tools that are available, mandatory noise monitoring, indoor and outdoor for trash and obviously noise, rapid response systems to eliminate the problems of neighbors being frustrated with what's happening at the vacation rentals near them, brief certification courses for owners and managers, staggering the permit releases, and requiring bear boxes or animal-proof containers for the waste disposal, as most visitors don't understand our population of animals and dangers of feeding them and such. Mandate defensible space compliance and allow continued VHR eligibility for condos and townhomes. A city policy blanketing this is not needed, as HOAs are capable of regulating this to their needs and expectations on their own. And we do not support the implementation of the buffer radius as it's inequitable and ineffective. In the county, we've seen how it creates an uneven playing field. Legacy permit holders get to retain access while new applicants wait indefinitely with little chance of ever getting a permit. In closing, we urge the City Council to adopt a fair, enforceable policy rooted in accountability, education, and innovation. With thoughtful, balanced approach, we feel we can protect the neighborhood character and support a thriving tourist local economy. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Ms. Benedict.
Good morning. I am Michelle Benedict. I am a property manager. I do own a vacation rental, but it's in the county. Thank you, Mayor Wallace, council, and staff. A lot of great work has already been done, a lot of hard work. There are strong ideas to enhance enforcement and to avoid conflicts with broad support. The ideas that brought forward previous to this meeting include a cap no lower than 1,200, family-friendly policies, 2 per bedroom, encourage families, don't count little children, educate the guests that we do not allow parties, bachelor parties. You know, I've got strippers leaving their business card on properties all over the county. We want to avoid that at all costs. All guests must sign a city-defined rental agreement, including all the rules and regulations, before their reservation is even approved. Education has to come at day one. Sound monitoring, video cameras on the trash cans in the driveway will enhance the 24/7 local contacts' ability to avoid problems. The guest of record must be 25. That's been my personal policy in my company for probably over 10 years now. Educate the guests before they book. Avoid the problems at the start. Prioritize the previous permit holders that are in good standing. I personally believe that they should be allowed in condos. It allows families an affordable option. The 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 bedrooms, most families cannot afford to book that, and that encourages the bigger groups. The motion under consideration today is flawed. Let's start today with a practical new motion to directly amend 1114. Let's take the time. Let's get it right. Let's all work together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Benedict.
Good morning. Thank you for the chance to speak. My name is Matt, and I'm here to speak about VHRs. Only have 3 minutes. I'll start with a lot of what I'm hearing today in the last council meeting is about restrictions. I was quite surprised, to be honest, about all of the restrictions that were posed by the city attorney. I'm curious on what the data is to back up a lot of that and how that is going to actually make a difference. I have thought about this long and hard, as I'm sure a lot of people have. I don't understand what the point of making a fee between $1,500 and $5,000 is. What are we achieving? Is it more money for the city, or is it the deterrent? As a host previously for 5 years before Measure T, the deterrent is the citation. The deterrent is the fact that we would not be able to continue to rent. But by making a fee so large that most people in this room would probably have a hard time paying, or it would greatly affect them or their family, I don't understand the point of making a fee that large. That is just one thing. However, the other restrictions, 150 feet, cap, all of those things, where is the assistance? Where is the looking at the data and coming up with things that would help both parties, the residents, the local economy, and the host and the renters? I just see, again, a lot of restrictions. Excuse me while I look at my notes really quick. If I can respond really quick to Councilmember Robbins earlier, you mentioned briefly about the impact that we were seeing in the rental market with the Measure T being overturned, and how those slightly decreased or I'm sorry, we are already seeing an impact of people wanting to do long-term rentals with the idea of getting a permit. You had mentioned that. Well, the data shows that there was a limited favorable impact to begin with when Measure T was enacted. It did not have the impact on the rental market that I believe a lot of people thought that it would. With some reports even reporting that there was an increase in the cost for monthly rent. So it did not have a great favorable impact to begin with. So if we are seeing a negative impact in the amount of people willing to accept long-term rental applications, I think that's a little bit misleading because I believe that number would be a little bit small, and that is just based off of the research that I have done. Excuse me while I look at these. A lot of things were said this morning. With some of the restrictions, the cameras, for the garbage cans, things like that, what does that do for the people living next to me that are renters? Where is the enforcement for the people that are long-term renters? Because if you look at my home, when I was a VHR, it was the renters living next to me on all sides that were causing most of these issues, not the VHRs. We have investment in our properties.
Thank you. Mr. Mosher?
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. First question is that I have answered, at the end here, is concerning hosted rentals. Are they still allowed separately after this ordinance, if this ordinance goes into effect, and are they subject to the 150-foot buffer? Personally, I think they should do away with them and not have the hosted rentals because most of them haven't been hosted anyway. So I have one on my block and it's never been hosted. So you should do away with those. Upon general provisions, upon any change of ownership of a vacation home rental property, initial vacation home rental application be submitted pursuant to blah, 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 blah. There should be a one or probably a 2-year waiting period. This contributes to rise in prices of homes and housing in the area. Great contributor, and where people just trade it over and trade it up, and that's what really produced to where locals can't afford here. So there should be at least a 1 or 2 year waiting period. In areas outside the tourist core area plan, owners are required to designate and maintain a property manager at all times. Owners of full-time tenants aren't required to do this. They have a lot of people who live out of town and rent houses here full-time to tenants, and it's been mentioned many times that locals are also as big a problem as VHR renters. You see them everywhere, and probably overall maybe even a bigger problem, but yet they're not required to have the owner, have a property manager be able to show up within an hour or so. So, the violations are between occupants and the police department, CSOs. The PD can call the owner and notify of a violation or text or email them. A property manager showing up within an hour really solves nothing and accomplishes even less. This is basically to guarantee fees for realtors and property managers, which is in the millions, and that's really what a lot of this is about. It's a nice payday for them. Outside of the tourist core area plan, home rentals shall not operate on a parcel 150-foot buffer. I think that should be 165 feet because you have odd-sized parcels somewhere. So if something is actually a 48-foot or 52-foot or something there, then it can eliminate one. And I think that just to eliminate that should be around 165 feet. And then with Ms. Stroud mentioned about 5 children, and whereas in this is written 5 children under 13, which don't know how you're going to enforce. They don't have ID or passports on them, maybe. So is it actually 5 children now, or is it 5 children under 13?
Thank you, Mr. Mosher. Somebody want to come up next? Is there anybody else? Mr. Roberson.
Good afternoon, good morning. Stu Roberson, resident, former property manager. Usually I get up here and I talk about facts and I appeal to your intelligence. This time, I want to talk about some emotional items. 7 years ago, Ordinance 1114 was put into place to regulate vacation rentals. Yet before that tough ordinance had a chance to prove its effectiveness, a group of residents initiated a petition to ban all vacation rentals. The ordinance was working, but by then it was too late, and we know the consequences. Over 1,300 homeowners lost their permits. Over 90% of them had never received a single citation. Over 70 small businesses have closed their doors, and we've lost hundreds of jobs. The motion before you today will further harm homeowners. 200 to 300 of the 500 remaining permit holders probably aren't going to get a permit due to the randomness of whoever applies first and the 150-foot buffer. It's kind of like trying to get a Taylor Swift ticket. The motion limits economic growth and jobs. This motion includes bureaucratic requirements that are near impossible to implement in the field and enforce. There is a path forward. In the past 8 weeks, this council and the public have done incredible work to put together some great ideas to enhance 1114. Family-friendly occupancy, which has 2 per bedroom plus kids. All previous permit holders should receive priority. Set the minimum rental age to 25. Require sound monitoring, require video cameras. Use the city-developed standard rules and language in all agreements, all advertising, and all interior signage. Stronger local contact requirements, confirm defensible space, clarify and classify commercial and rec zones into the tourist core or similar treatment as a tourist core. These are all broadly supported by all, but I want to read a short story from someone that posted a Facebook post. My family, 4 generations of Tahoeans, lost our 17-year-old vacation home care business. We employed 4 house cleaners, 2 snow removal workers. We contracted with local service people, carpet cleaners, plumbers, electricians, and contractors. Because we lost our business, our daughter and her family moved out of the area. We personally owned a small vacation home at the time. We sold it, knowing we'd lose our rental income. Since life was changing, we sold another local business and moved out of Tahoe. Llewellyns had been in Tahoe since 1972 and together had owned 9 businesses. Measure T has drastically changed the dynamics of our family. We are no longer together in the same state, no longer able to attend the same church, no longer enjoying this beautiful Tahoe area. Vote no to ensure no family is ever again regulated out of their livelihood and out of the community we cherish.
Thank
Vote
you,
no on the
Mr.
first
Roberson.
reading. Let's do this right with a new motion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Poet? Oh, I'm sorry, sir, please come forward. You were up there. I didn't see you. I apologize.
It's all right. I'm small and hiding behind there.
You were hiding from me.
I was hiding from you, Tammy. I'm Tom Todd, local resident. I've had a VHR permit and then a QVHR permit for about 10 years. Never had a complaint, never had an issue, never had a bad tenant, never got less than a 5-star review, never gave less than a 5-star review to a guest. So I know how to manage it. I know how to pick the right guests, I know how to limit the occupancy, I know how to enforce it. And the city has been helpful, and I appreciate that. But I want to talk about the big picture and the use of sledgehammers to swat flies. Not all tourists are bad, but not all are good. The trash on the 4th of July comes from a few, not all of them. Not all short-term rentals are bad, but they're not all good. And as we've said over the last 10 years in these meetings, it's those bad apples we're trying to deal with. Now let's look at our enforcement and our rules and our regulations and say, is that creating undue burdens on the good to capture the bad? Or are we focusing our efforts on finding the bad and getting rid of them? The 2016-17 rules, they weren't necessarily failing, but they weren't necessarily succeeding. $2,000 parking fines got national press. So we did get the attention of a lot of people. I changed the way I managed my property under those rules. I warned people upside and down. I put the cameras in. I did everything I could to make sure we didn't get $2,000 parking tickets. To to Scott's point, not all short-term rental and long-term rental are fungible. We've proven that. We eliminated 1,300 some odd permits that didn't create 1,300 long-term rentals. Now, I don't own 5 properties, but if I did, I would own them as investment properties and I would rent to locals. Why would I run short-term rentals if I owned multiples? The only reason I do short-term rental is because I live here and I want to leave during Christmas, New Year, President's Week, and 4th of July to August 15th. And that's my prerogative. And I like to get paid to leave on vacation. So I've lost that for this summer because you pulled my QVHR permit. And by the time we get it, July 17th, it'll be almost too late to book any new business. So my $10,000 vacation doesn't get paid by my $10,000 short-term rental income. And you don't get your $1,200 in TOT, which is such a drop in the bucket, it doesn't matter to you. But this has an impact on the few of us who followed the rules and became QVHR holders. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Poet.
Thank you all. I imagine that nearly everyone in this room knows that the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency is known as TRPA. But did you know that the TLWG is an APC committee, and they are looking for your transformational and incremental ideas now? How about that? Well, don't be confused or intimidated by the phrasing or the endless acronyms. The fact is, the TRPA is ready now and they have open ears. They'd like to hear from you about VHRs, ADUs, anything having to do with housing. And the person to talk to for that, his name is Jacob Stock. He is the senior housing planner for the TRPA, and he gave me permission to use his name and his telephone number, which I give you now, 775-588-4547 and extension 221. That's the regular TRPA number, and his extension 221. He's also available at jstock@trpa.gov. So the ideas, transformable would be new ideas, something maybe that they're not doing, or something that needs to be totally reversed, or some variation thereof. That's where the incremental phrasing is, if I may take that liberty, say that, in other words, if you have an idea of what should be at the Sunray site, or what the next move for the least locals program should be, that kind of thing. So again, Jacob Stock, S-T-O-C-K, like a stock car, at TRPA, 775-588-4547, 221. His lines are open, and email jstock@trpa.gov. Thank you. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Poet.
Hi there, Allie Giordano. I'm an owner of Elevated Tahoe Properties. We are a short-term rental property management company here on the South Shore, dual licensed in Nevada, California with RE/MAX Realty Today and RE/MAX Gold. And I just wanted to put my 2 cents in about the self-check-in thing, just from someone who relies a lot on technology and builds technology systems to screen guests and do that. I'm just trying to wrap my mind around how even an online check-in process is going to work. I just see, kind of like everyone was talking about the last time that you brought this up, people drive up to the brick and mortar office and there's one car and then all their buddies are at the vacation rental. It's gonna be the same thing with an online. I can't wrap my mind on how you're gonna, so I'd like to hear more about that on how you think that is actually going to be effective. I think that there's a lot of technology, systems that you can maybe look into to, I don't know, there's so much technology out there. You know, people, I remember a couple years ago, back before Measure T, there was a little 2-minute video that was just educating the community about trash and parking and, you know, that type of thing. Maybe there's a way where people can get a link and they have to watch the 2-minute video and it's timed and they have to take a simple 3-question quiz, making sure that they actually watched it and understand. I don't know, just things like that. Just kind of trying to think outside of the box. But anyway, that was just my idea. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please come up.
Good morning, Mayor Wallace and City Council. Valerie Miller, longtime Tahoe residents. Our family has been running VHRs in El Tahoe since the 1940s. Never, to our knowledge, have we had a complaint or any citation or any problem. I'm here today to urge the city to mitigate losses for all permit holders in good standing when Measure T enforcement began, and not just some. Accordingly, I urge you to please oppose the 150-foot buffer zone, which risks repeating Measure T's unconstitutional discrimination by indiscriminately allowing some to recoup losses while other losses continue to accrue. I have heard the city's claim that VHR permits were and are a privilege, not a right, but I have been advised that consistent governmental practice can create an implied contract or support a claim of equitable estoppel. I know that for us, for decades, we relied on the city's annual renewals under the 1,400 cap, reasonably expecting that if we remained compliant, there was no reason to expect our permit would not be renewed in perpetuity. Without this reasonable expectation, we, like all other VH owners, would never have invested hundreds of thousands of dollars over decades in our VHR home and business. It appears to us that the significant losses we and all VHR owners have suffered due to the city enforcement of the unconstitutional Measure T is being treated casually. Is this because we have not been litigious? I have never heard these very significant losses addressed directly in any of these discussions. The buffer zone risks a Fifth Amendment taking by arbitrarily denying permits based on spacing, not compliance. By exempting pre-2016 condo owners, it again favors some owners, echoing Measure T's discrimination and risking equal protection and due process concerns. I sincerely urge you to grandfather in all pre-2018 permit holders to equitably mitigate all of our losses, honoring our reliance and avoiding a whole new round of legal challenges. The March 2025 ruling demands fairness for all, not new restrictions on those that have already borne the losses. Let's balance neighborhood concerns with VHR's economic role in our community and economy, respecting everyone's property rights. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Terry Froley, and our family has been in the Tahoe area since the 1950s. My husband's grandmother and grandfather had a business here, and the mom has taken over, his mom has taken over the cabin that they had built and had been using for many, many years. My husband and I have read the new ordinance, and most of it seems reasonable. We appreciate allowing the virtual check-in instead of the on-demand being there when they check in. However, we would like to know how you would comply, how we are supposed to comply with that. And is there something that we're supposed to do to send in information, or is it at the same time that we submit the TOT tax? The other things that we kind of object to, not kind of do, is the maximum occupancy, the 2+2. We have a 2-bedroom, which means we would only be allowed 4 people. Before it was 2+2+2, and we thought that was pretty reasonable to have 6 adults there. But why allow 5 children that under that 2+2 when children, in my view, are a lot more noisier than adults are? So we would appreciate not having that the maximum of 5 children without having at least 2 more adults on that. The other thing is the noise monitoring system. Not sure how that would work. I've looked up some online. A lot of them are in-home, which means that we wouldn't have access to the noise level, but the people inside the vacation rental would. And, they may ignore it, they may abide by it, but you're still going to have the compliance officer come in if they're called because the noise level is too high. Plus, you already have the 10 o'clock mandate that the noise level has to be reduced at 10 o'clock. So we're not sure that that is really necessary. The outside cameras for trash, we just bought bear boxes. People we had our bear box for a while, but now we have the animal-resistant containers. So I'm still not sure what the problem is with the trash and why there would have to be a mandate that we would have a camera on the trash. The parking, I kind of understand that. You don't want to have more than the parking that's allowed at the place. That part I can understand. And then in closing, I just have a few questions. So nowhere does it say anything about the family's use. We have a big family. My mother-in-law had 5 children. Their children have children. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McCall?
Good morning. My name is Mary McCall. My family's been here since approximately 1868. Mr. Robbins, this morning earlier you were expounding, is it fair? May I suggest the possibility that the existing proposal is not as fair as it could be? I believe this is in direct conflict with the Pledge of Allegiance we recite at each City Hall meeting, that is liberty and justice for all. A dwelling is a private liberty. To provide equal opportunity to participate in commerce in the city is justice. Isn't the current motto of the city inclusivity and diversity and the furtherance of the family? Please let us consider as a possibility town centers, and all town centers should be considered equal. As to dwelling, what is the big deal? Condominium, personal residence, multifamily, duplex, etc. And today is presented the addition of an ADU, which is a modern solution to housing. Why not let Mr. Brown on one side of the street have the opportunity, the same as Mr. Green on the opposite side of the street? Yes, let us all be permitted, let us all be enforced, but please, let us be a whole lot fairer.
Thank you, Ms. McCall. Ms. Underwood?
I agree with the sentiments. Mayor Wallace, Honorable Council, I'm Lisa Underwood, Tahoe Keys Resort. The current motion does not align with the intent to prioritize the former permit holders as Council has previously stated in meetings. By making these homeowners subject to the buffer, it increases the damages for this group. Many will not receive their permits back due to this policy. These owners and their interests are the reason the lawsuit occurred. We are asking that you please be diligent in your vote and listen to the voices in the room. Our professional management industry group represents 75% of the current VHR homeowners and decades of experience. We just ask for your consideration, and we appreciate all your work in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Underwood. Ms. Gresh.
Good morning, Council. I'm Lauren Gresh with R&R Vacation Rentals. Thank you for your dedication to this important matter. Decisions made regarding VHRs will have a lasting impact on our town and our ability to fund our community's needs. Regarding this first reading, failing to prioritize prior permit holders is simply wrong. We've helped calm concerns from prior permit holders based on our belief that the council understands the data and knowledge that has been shared, the harm a buffer would cause, the end goal of strengthening our economy, and the lawsuits that could certainly ensue if prior permit holders are not prioritized. Passing this first reading would be irresponsible, unfair, and a waste of city resources. Please make the right choice. Vote no on this first reading and work toward an ordinance that is fair, economically sound, and sustainable in the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grash. Anyone else in the room? Mr. Fry.
Mayor Wallace, council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Caleb Fry. I'm a VHR professional and a committed advocate for sound, transparent policy. Let me be clear. The motion before you is nothing short of an economic and policy disaster. It's deeply concerning this is even being considered. It reflects a disconnect from data, math, and the reality on the ground, where small businesses are struggling, visitors are going elsewhere, and local families are finding it harder to make a living here because we bite the hand that feeds us. This motion must be stopped, not amended, not passed with plans to fix it later. Stopped. First, the 150-foot buffering policy is based on flawed process with zero public transparency, despite months of requests. City adopted this assuming it would allow 1,288 permits. In reality, it's more like 600. Moving forward on this statistical fantasy is simply not right and will cause severe economic harm to our chance to revitalize. Second, the motion abandons fairness and practicality by ignoring the intent to prioritize the prior permit holders who unfairly had theirs taken away. Deliberately disallowing applications to hundreds of this preferred group who are already angry is inconceivable. Third, it's convoluted, amending a series of motions, amending 1114. It has unjustified and other baseless policies. This motion in no way aligns with the intent of council and your comments. It is the result of flawed data, rushed decision-making, and a dangerous willingness to fix it later. But you can't unwind this in the fall. How will you deal with the block preferred group that was not allowed in? Once passed, it becomes policy, confusing, harmful, and difficult to reverse. I cannot imagine how any of you, with the information available, could support this direction and believe putting the city in this mess is the right direct decision. There's a better way. Introduce a new motion that directly amends Ordinance 1114, incorporate the long list of practical, effective improvements before you create effective improvements in front of you to create the most stringent ordinance that I have ever heard of. Mayor Wallace, Mr. Jenkins, Mr. Roberts, you've all expressed concerns about buffering and overregulation. You've spoken in support of tourism, small business, and expressed the key is enforcement. This is your moment to follow through. Reject this flawed motion, advance a new one, and on June 17th, vote to reinstate Ordinance 1114 as the strong improvements move forward in parallel. No other option compares in simplicity, fairness, practicality, or brings needed business to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. Anyone else? Sorry. That's okay. It's just beeping. Okay, seeing none, we'll move to our online platform.
Yeah, I see we have about 5 hands raised. First,
Thank
we
you.
have Heidi Sanborn.
Hello, Council. This is Heidi Sanborn. I spoke there. I attended the evening meeting a month ago. I cannot. I actually have to work, so I'm monitoring another meeting at work right now. But I wanted to make sure that I get on the record again saying that we're one of the good apples, and there's 90% of us that are good apples. And a lot of people have spoken to this. We all love this town. We love this lake. We want to preserve it, and we want to help the local economy. But this ordinance that passed, the proposition, we've actually lost over $100,000 over the last few years. And we're very concerned about how good standing is defined. Because if good standing means that you've paid a violation, then my neighbors within 150 feet might get their permit back before I do. And that would ban me from getting my permit. So I'd like to make sure that all of us are grandfathered in. And if you do want to put a 150-foot buffer, which is very random and I think puts the city in jeopardy, that you make sure that all of us who have not had a violation, we get grandfathered in first. And that's 90% of us from what I've heard. Also, we require 25-year-olds or higher. I think that's a good policy and something that could be added. I've heard others say that too. I don't understand the indoor noise monitoring at all. If I have padding in my house and I dance around and scream all night, if nobody hears, who cares? It's my house. The monitoring should be outside. That's what bothers the neighbors, especially in a home, not a multifamily. So that's an odd thing I just don't understand. We're losing a lot of money to the city. We have people that have already booked to rent in July thinking that this would have been resolved already. And we're going to lose the whole July for everybody, the businesses. I just don't understand why we're letting this go on so long. And the self-check-in should be allowed. As I've said, we can see people at the door. We've got a Ring doorbell. We've got all the things. And you could easily give to all of us something that's a checklist or a certification, give us all our permits back that are the 90% of people that's never had a violation, never been late on a permit. Let us get going. Let us fill the city with good families. And then we can certify that we've applied and we've done all the things, and you can get out and inspect as needed, as you have time. Then you can stagger the renewals. That's how we minimize the damage to the city and to all of us that had a permit. So I don't understand how I'll get a line first. I'm going to run, camp out, do whatever I have to do, which is awkward and feels weird, but that's what we're going to do. And we won't build our ADU until we get our permit back. We won't have the money for a long-term tenant that is a local. So hopefully we can grow the economy, and I appreciate you taking the comments. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, before we go to the next caller, I did want to note for the record that I received and distributed written public comment from Carly Goodell, J. Miller, McNamara, Nolte, Pratt, Salming, Shu, Smith, South Lake Tahoe property owners, and South Tahoe Refuse, and Betancourt. And next up, we have iPhone. Someone who's just listed as iPhone. Okay, moving on then. We have Roberta.
Hello, my name is Roberta, and I work for a property management company here in South Lake Tahoe. And while I agree with a lot of what's been said today, what I want to talk about is the face-to-face check-ins. I have a lot of experience with that. I used to work for a company back before Measure T took effect, and we were doing face-to-face check-ins. And I witnessed hundreds of them, maybe thousands. I would see people come in, and the people who are actually going over the rules with guests, it got to be so redundant that there was no emotion. They would read through the rules as fast as they can and get the guests to sign the rules who really didn't even.
Go ahead, Roberta.
And the biggest thing is, all the party crowds that came in, you didn't see the whole party coming in to sign in. And we would get complaints. Complaints were common with the company that I worked for. Citations happened, and what transpired in this company was, we would take up the county's time fighting these citations only to get turned down, and it just took up a lot of people's time. So thankfully today I work for a very prominent 5-star company that I really love working for. The reason that I love working for them so much is because not only are they professional, but they're thorough. Any guest that wants to stay in one of our homes, we have a team that talks to that guest. We also record every single call that comes in, and our employees go through line item by line item to make sure that they're the right fit for our homes before we will allow them to stay. We're very stringent on who we allow. So what my suggestion is, and I know there's other companies here that are very prominent, and like somebody else said, 90% of the companies are good and upstanding, but we have 10% maybe of those companies that are not. And I believe that proper management, proper enforcement to push out these bad actors, because I will tell you, corporate America, when you have a company that has 35,000 vacation rentals across the United States, they don't care about the rules. They care about their pocketbooks. So we are a local company, and I think...
Thank you, Roberta. Your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we're going to try iPhone again. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me this time?
Yeah, go ahead.
Apologize, my phone was muted. Don Gehrig, I'm a resident there, also a previous QVHR owner. We spoke a couple different times, but I just kind of wanted to expand on a couple of things. I am in support of allowing the vacation rentals, but obviously I think it's obviously very important to protect the residents that are there because of litigation between if people aren't happy. I think many of the guidelines you guys have come up with are very helpful and good. I think the one issue that could potentially bring litigation is this 150-foot rule. I think the biggest concerns obviously are the residents around those renters and then also the actual permit holders. I think that having the 150-foot rule is an issue, and I think that probably the best thing to do would be allow all previous permit holders to be able to get a permit, as long as they obviously were in good standings. A couple things that might help the residents around those, obviously a big concern was, if you had 2, 3, 4, 5 of these. I think by reducing the number of permits that are available is going to drop the number of permit holders around them. Another thing that possibly could help is significantly increasing the fees to get permits for those people that have overlapping properties. Maybe you double it, maybe you triple it. We haven't, I have not heard of how much it's going to cost. I think the original was around 1,000. Could be a little bit different than, I can't remember the exact amount, but maybe you double or triple that. But at least it gives everybody equal opportunity rather than first person signing up gets the permit. I think that did significantly reduce the chance of litigation between all of the people. Another option might be is if somebody does get fined for something, that the next year maybe you double or triple their application fee. Once you guys get to a certain point, if these permits become extremely expensive, I think you're going to lower the amount of licenses that you have around these properties. I'm not a big fan of overregulation and excessive pricing for all of these things, but if it's the only way that we can do this to make it fair for everybody to be able to get a permit, I would be in support of that. That's all. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, next up we have Eric Lentz.
Hi, good morning, Council. I'm Eric Lentz, homeowner, South Lake Tahoe. I think ordinance is getting better. I do have a couple concerns. One is I still agree with a lot of other speakers that I think the buffers have unintended consequences. I think if you just cap it at 1,200 and leave it at that, there are, probably quite a few areas in the city where you may want to have clustering, and then some areas where you don't. But if you put a buffer in, I just don't think you're going to get the results that you expect. The in-person versus virtual check-in, I really don't see how it's even enforced. I mean, you're already having cameras facing trash cans. Why not have a camera just face the front door, and that way you can see who's coming and going? But I just advise a stronger check-in sort of checklist that the renter has to sign, knowing all the rules. think that would be sufficient enough. The bigger concern I have is on section 3.50.440. This was the revision that closed that loophole where people were saying, well, if I'm a cousin, I'm a family member. My issue with that is I don't see where a homeowner would be exempt from the ordinance if they are in town. So for example, if I'm home, 10 months out of the year and I want to travel, vacation throughout the year, and I get it. I totally understand if a renter is going to be subject to the ordinance, but if I'm a homeowner, now I'm home, can I not have a birthday party in the backyard? It's just not really clear in the ordinance if a homeowner is going to be exempt from that when they're actually home living at their house. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, next we have Rick Curry. Mr. Curry?
Good morning, Council. I would urge you to move ahead and reinstate the original ordinance 1114. We had a number of years of using RNR and as our management company, and they did a great job vetting and monitoring our guests. We never had a complaint. Our one rental alone contributed thousands to the local economy and to South Lake Tahoe's TOT. We had families that returned year after year and enjoyed having a large, comfortable home with all the amenities that Tahoe Keys provides. Again, I would urge you to reinstate the ordinance without any further delay. I would also urge you to grandfather in previous permit holders that were in good standing. And lastly, I would agree with the majority of the speakers that oppose the 150-foot buffer. Thanks for your time and all the work you've put into this.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Mr. Smith.
Short but sweet. Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Good morning. The current proposal was made based on data that was not properly qualified or explained and is inaccurate and misleading. The process of populating the city with vacation rentals controlled by a buffer is too random and complex to be represented by a single number. Only a computer simulation with thousands of trials could return a probability curve of results. That result would need to be expressed in the form of, there is a 70% chance that a buffer will result in between 500 and 700 permits. I made those numbers up, but that's the form that any accurate data would be expressed in. Any single number without qualification cannot be a good representation. When the VHR permits are issued with a 150-foot buffer, they can be spaced anywhere from 150 feet to 300 feet or more apart, depending on how much their buffers overlap. The staff figures provided of 1288 originally and 1100 in this meeting's report assume near perfect 150-foot spacing. A more likely average spacing of 200 to 250 feet would only return 500 to 800 permits. This week's report also states that 325 of 480, or 69% of the preferred permits would expect to be returned. Again, this number is hard to predict accurately as the order permits are issued in has a large effect. To check this, I chose 3 small sections of neighborhoods and return permits in 2 different orders. In Sierra Track, I found between 59 and 70% were returned. In Heavenly, between 48 and 58% were returned. And in the Tahoe Keys, only 33 to 40% were returned. I included pictures of these examples in my email comments. Based on this very small sample, it seems that the staff figure is very optimistic. The buffer policy will result in much lower permit numbers than you are led to believe, and when coupled with losing 40 to 60% of the preferred permits, there will be a migration of vacation rental permits out of the Keys and Heavenly and into areas like Bijou, El Tahoe, and Sierra Track. This will result in a loss of good affordable housing stock, evictions and displacements of local residents, more VHRs in proximity to more permanent residents, and less TOT revenue as these properties will rent for less. Policy should continue to allow and encourage vacation rentals rentals to be located in higher value areas that are already predominantly second homes. Please do not proceed with the latest proposal that includes buffers. Please keep it simple, effective, and efficient by ending the moratorium and allowing 1114 to come back into play, and simultaneously creating a new measure to include the great stuff that you've talked about: family occupancy limits, electronic monitoring, local management requires, and fully funded, strong enforcement.
Thank you,
In-person
Mr.
check-in. And
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Smith.
you very much. Appreciate
You're-
it.
Yeah, you're welcome. Have a good day. All right, next up, we have Nicole Ladd.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect. Hi, Council. Nicole Ladd here, owner of Summit Tahoe Vacation Rentals, longtime local and homeowner in the city of South Lake Tahoe. Before I cut to my point, I want to just first address this notion that realtors and VHR managers are a greedy bunch that just want to make money. We are locals just like those in the Tahoe neighborhood group. I stand here in my home office bouncing my newly born Barton baby strapped to my chest. My small company generates just enough money to cover the mortgage of my 700 square foot home. I'm hardly the voice of a large special interest group. So with that being said, I just want to say that the 100-foot buffer was approved by the council on a false pretense that it would create about 288 permits. Since that motion, new information has come to light that proves the 150-foot buffer would only create about 600 permits, which is far less than the council intended. Therefore, a new motion needs to be made to fix this mistake by either adopting 1114 with the intention of making amendments later, or by removing the 150-foot buffer on the current reading. Either way, the buffer needs to be thrown out, as it will not result in enough permits to give prior permit holders priority, let alone give the option for new permit holders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, next up, we have caller. The last four digits of your telephone number are 2205.
Good morning.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Heather Orr. I'm a longtime local. I pretty much grew up here my whole life, and I'm the owner of a condo on the LOI side in the Tahoe Keys. I just wanted to state that I am in support of allowing VHRs in condos. It just points to fairness and equality for everyone. I don't think condos should be excluded from being able to participate in VHRs. We bought in 2020. I'm not sure where the year 2016 came in as to preventing us from being able to do it after 2016. We bought in 2020. We had a lot of issues trying to buy when everyone from the Bay was trying to snatch up all the properties. And as someone who works 2-3 jobs sometimes just to be able to live in this town, I don't think it's fair that we shouldn't have the same opportunity, especially since our HOA fees in the Tahoe Keys have more than doubled since we bought the condo. So I think we should definitely be given a fair shot, just like any other homeowner in this town, to be able to short-term our property as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Samantha Epperson. Miss Epperson?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. So I would like to ask the council to ask staff to clarify the 1,100 estimated permits from the buffer. As I understand it, it represents the maximum permits, including full-time residents selecting to get a permit. The bell curve presented 2 weeks ago appears to be relevant still. Isn't the statistically likely number more like 600 to 700 then? And that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, and lastly, we have Lorraine Jackson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
The Tahoe couple who spoke earlier about the definition of multifamily made a very good point, and I want to highlight one of the issues at stake regarding the current definition of multifamily. One of the goals of the city is to provide locals affordable housing and also to provide VHR owners a chance to operate. A VHR with a granny unit housing a local property manager that is potentially built over top of a garage would not be able to operate as a VHR, and I think that's problematic. Wouldn't it be nice to provide a local with housing as well as having them on site to manage the property? And I think the simple way to deal with that is to change the definition of multifamily. Right now it's a dwelling that is attached, but to address the earlier couples and my concern, it could be redefined as a dwelling unit that is more than 2 units that are attached, or it could be redefined as a dwelling that is zoned multifamily and attached. So I think that definition needs some work to deal with the issue, because I think you would want to have a local housed and watching the VHR. The second issue is the occupancy. I'm going to ask that you seriously consider restoring previous permit holders in good standing that had no complaints regarding their occupancy. I previously operated for 20 years, had 8 people allowed, 4 couples could come. I contributed a lot of tot. Right now, under this plan, I would have to reduce to 6. I'd have to turn 4 couples away, even though my house has a very large loft bedroom upstairs with 4 twin beds and a double and 2 queen beds downstairs. So my driveway holds 6 cars. I could accommodate 8. I did in the past for 20 years without complaints. And so please restore previous permit holders' occupancy. I view it as a very important issue. Lastly, fees. The city makes money from the tot, not the large fees for fines. By having those, I and others feel that it's too treacherous to operate. Despite all of our best efforts and all of the regulations followed, we can't control every single person. But what we can do is do our best, and a $1,000 fine certainly prevented me from ever having a problem. It was incentive enough. So don't turn people away from the concept of renting their homes because they're afraid of these big fines. Instead, focus on the tot, which is the main way the city is going to increase its revenue. Keep it simple. Don't overregulate. People like myself know how to manage a vacation
Thank you,
rental.
Ms. Jackson. Your time is up. All right, Mayor, there's no additional public comments.
Thank you, Ms. Blankenship. I have all 4 of your hands raised, but I'm going to ask a few questions of staff. Ms. Stroud, for the attached units, the attached ADUs specifically, wouldn't that fall under the hosted rental category, like with a lock-off unit?
Well, actually, in our ADU ordinance, short-term rentals are not allowed in ADUs.
Detached or attached?
Any ADUs.
Any ADUs.
Right, and that was to preserve them as housing.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Mr. Irvin, with regards to the maximum allowed under a 150 buffer to the 1,100 that was put in the staff report versus the statistical modeling that we saw during public comment a few weeks ago, can you address that, please?
Yes, our GIS staff assumed that they did their analysis and was that every parcel that was not in the tourist court and not a condo or multifamily dwelling wanted to be a VHR. They removed publicly owned parcels from the analysis. They did this randomly and sorted all the eligible parcels and went one by one. If that parcel didn't intersect with a buffer from a previous parcel, they did this 9 times, randomizing the list of parcels each time. It also did not include commercial parcels. So I think the big key there is it assumed all parcels wanted to be a VHR.
Okay.
Thank you.
So that's where the numbers come from?
Correct.
Okay. Back to the hosted rentals. My understanding, Ms. Stroud, is that there is a separate ordinance with regards to hosted rentals. So hosted rentals are not under the VHR ordinance.
That's correct. That this ordinance that we're talking about today does not affect hosted rentals. They are not subject to the buffer or any of these restrictions.
And how many currently do we have? Not very many.
I am not sure.
Like under 30? And we have a cap on that of 200, I believe?
I think we have more than that for
Oh,
hosted
okay.
rentals. That was QVHRs. We had about 30.
Got it.
I believe there were more hosted
So like
rentals.
70 then?
That's about the last number I remember. It was close to 70.
It looks like Mr. Hitchcock might know.
Mr. Hitchcock? 70, perfect, that's what I thought, okay. Now I'm going to make a comment and then ask Ms. Stroud a question. So I voted for, I made the motion for the buffer because I listened to the industry. It was in their information that they wanted a buffer for whatever reason it was. Later, a math issue was identified, and I agree with that issue, but the statistical fantasy came from the industry. I just want to clarify that. Ms. Stroud, there's been some question about whether a buffer is even legal. Can you address that, please?
The way this buffer is proposed to be implemented is permits would be issued based on first that have a deemed complete application. So basically first come, first served. So there's no discrimination based on any type of protected class, such as residency, which was the issue in Measure T. I am not concerned about a constitutional issue there.
Can I follow up with a question on that as well?
Yes, because you're up. It's your turn anyway.
So I just want to follow up on on the mayor's question on that, which is, I think the estoppel question was actually interesting. I just want to, my understanding though is that Measure T contained a sunset clause that was quite long, that allowed for the estoppel to, the potential for estoppel to break, right? Where there's a presumption that people have invested in a permit that's being renewed. And while no new permits were issued, existing permits had a phase-out period that was quite long. And that allows for there's not a, there was an amortization, but there's not an inherent property right to have a VHR permit.
I think we're kind of mixing legal doctrines here, but the Measure T was challenged in part based on violating vested rights of permit holders. The argument was that they had a vested right to continue to renew their permits past the amortization date in 2021, and both the trial court and the Court of Appeal rejected that argument and determined that there was not evidence of a vested right established to have a permit renewed past the 1-year expiration date. So just to clarify, because a few people were arguing that prior permittee should be grandfathered, that's really a term that's used for legal non-conforming uses. So that doesn't apply here. City Council has directed that this ordinance include provisions to give a permitting preference to prior permit holders that were in good standing. That is not the same as recognizing a legal non-conforming right. Just want to clarify that.
Okay. And as I understand it, sort of a textbook example of estoppel would be you rented a house for many years and your landlord tells you that he intends to renew your lease ongoing, and so you make some property improvement, and then your landlord turns around and says, I'm not renewing your lease. That would create an estoppel, in principle.
Yeah, an estoppel is if someone in the government makes a statement and it's relied on to someone's detriment. But that's very difficult to make such a claim against the government in California.
And in particular, our permits for VHRs were 1 year at a time with no guarantee of annual renewal.
That's correct.
Okay, we had several comments on that, in that domain. I just wanted to follow up on that and put that aspect to bed as well.
Okay.
Listening to the commenters today and throughout the last couple months on this topic, it's fascinating because not one person, every single person who has come to the lectern and explained that they operate VHRs has never once had a complaint against them. I've never heard someone come to the lectern or show up and say, I had a VHR and I had loads of complaints against me. Every single person who's come in has never had a complaint, which is interesting because the argument is also made that 1114, the original statute, was working great. It was working fantastic, and nobody ever had complaints. Yet it was working so well, and no one ever had any complaints. But nonetheless, the majority of people in our community voted to get rid of Airbnbs because they were a nuisance in the neighborhood. The disconnect between what the interest groups and the representatives of the interests are coming here saying what their experience was and what the experience of the actual community was couldn't be further apart. If you listen to the comments, it's all, never had a complaint, I have a perfect host, my VHRs are perfect, no parties, nothing's ever been wrong, yet somehow, for some reason, there seems to be this idea that a majority, over 3,000 residents in this community, a majority of the voters had the wool pulled over their eyes and were bamboozled into thinking that VHRs were a massive nuisance in the community, when in fact they were perfect all the time. It's an absurdity. So the demands, what we see here is demands from the special interest groups to say, we've heard it just today, to say enforcement is key, but don't charge fees that cover the costs of enforcement, right? We're okay with having someone to respond 24 hours to complaints, that's in the measure as well, but to have in-person check-in, which would require actually having someone available, somehow that's an unreasonable imposition. So it's this disconnect that is what led to Measure T in the first place. And it's fascinating to hear in this side of the process, this completely sort of one-sided interest group view, of what the history was, right? Because listening to the group here, Measure T would never have passed. No one would have ever voted for a system that was working so perfectly, providing so many jobs and making so much funding for the city. Yet somehow, before Measure T, the city TOT revenue was about $3 million a year. After Measure T, city TOT revenue was about $3 million a year. Right, so we didn't really lose any TOT between the two. The tourists just moved into hotels where they're supposed to be in the first place. So it eludes me that there's no recognition whatsoever amongst the real estate community, the VHR community, the Chamber of Commerce community, that there were any problems that led to Measure T in the first place. That this is insistence that the pre-Measure T status quo was somehow perfect. And yet we have heard specifically from the Lease to Locals organization that interest in long-term renting has cratered as a result of Measure T overturning, which makes sense, right? I understand that. If you're a second homeowner, you're going to make way more money renting to tourists instead of renting to residents, right? As for what did Measure T do, the Realtors Association themselves asserted that about 150 VHR units went into long-term rentals. That's more housing. As a result, Measure T created more housing in one single action than any other action short of Sugar Pines Village. And I want to read to you all an email that we all got from Duggan Smith, who expressed his excitement and anticipation at the return of Airbnb renting, in which he writes, and I'm excerpting because his email is very, very long. I, like others, was forced to long-term lease a couple of properties in order to hold on to them while Measure T was litigated. I am excited to get my permits returned and get back to vacation renting, right? So literally, in his email to me, he's explaining about his eagerness to evict or to terminate the leases of long-term rentals so he could get back to Airbnb. And I understand that there'll be some argument made that, well, it provides jobs for house cleaners and property managers and so on, right? But it's also going to evict residents from our community, right? It's going to cut into the housing supply. We know this, and we put as our top priority as affordable housing for the people who work here. And if businesses can't get workers, they can't operate. And you can't get reliable, quality workforce if the housing you have is substandard or if the housing you have is unaffordable. All that you will have available to you are people who are extremely transient and who aren't able to stay here for the long term. The ability for people to put down roots, have families, have stable housing, and a future in Lake Tahoe is hurt by the return of Airbnbs. But the idea of going back to 1114, the idea of going back to the pre-measure team ordinance, as nearly everybody here wants, or nearly all the speakers here want, right, ignores the reality of why we wound up with Measure T in the first place. And the fact that our memories are that short is flabbergasting.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're at a position here again, and I want to address mostly the council as Scott was addressing the audience a little bit more. I just want to share where I'm at with all this. We again have three choices. Either go to a second reading with a current ordinance, change the ordinance and start the process over again, or go back to 1114, 1120. This also is involving three different groups, essentially. They do overlap. We have our residents, our homeowners, we have our VHR owners and our management, and we have our local businesses, which are suffering as well. We need to try and come up with something that meets the best for all of them. Now, all of them have all their own perspectives, and they're all conflicting for the most part. And they're all coming from somewhat selfish perspectives. They're all thinking only from their own direction. We need to think of all of them. We need to put all of them together. We can't just look at one of them. And I think everybody's comments are valid. There's a lot of good ideas out there. There's been a lot of comments over the last few weeks. This ordinance is flawed. The 1114, 1120 is flawed as well. Measure T was flawed. It's going to be difficult to make everybody happy, but this is what our job is to make the most of them happy. Even the people that are against the current ordinance have commented that there's been a lot of great work done. A lot of them agree with a lot of the things that we've implemented here. I think there are some changes as well. I'm not pleased with the buffer. It doesn't sound like it's going to work, but there's also a lot of predictions and forecasts out there. Even Councilman Robbins stating about what's going to happen to changes back to VHRs from long term. We don't really know what those are, what those changes are going to happen, or if they're going to happen, if they're going to materialize. Everybody predicts different things, forecasts different things. But there's no guarantees of how it's all going to play out. I'm proud of the work we put into this ordinance in front of us. I think we should move it forward. But I also think that we should ask in early September that staff comes back with a report on how well several of the items are working. One of those being a full report is the 150-foot buffer working? Is it going to get to 1,100 or is it going to cap out at 600? I think we need to review that quickly, not in a year, not in 18 months. Maybe we could bring some of the other things back as well for review, the in-person check-in or something. Which is ironic, the people that are speaking against the current ordinance, some of them say that's a good idea, some say it's not. They're contradicting themselves, even on the same side, which is where my frustration comes in, is why I'm tired of going back and forth. Whenever we make a change, it makes one person happy, it makes another side unhappy. So I think we're just going to be it's going to be an endless process of changes with different people being unhappy. I think we put a lot of work into it where we're at right now. I think we should go forward, get VHRs back at least on some level, and continue to monitor it, these changes, as Mr. Robbins said, these were important changes. They were needed because 1114, 1120 wasn't working as well as it should be. That's my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Jenkins?
Sound public policy is made on sound data. And I think while I was originally in favor of the buffer based on the data that we had that was presented. There are intelligent people other than us and our staff in the community. There are other people, some of whom are on the phone today, who are talking to us about their concerns with the numbers that we're using to project how many VHRs would be allowed. That data has not been reconciled, and I'm certainly not going to be one who's going to make a policy decision without accurate data, or at least reconciled data, where people say, yeah, we agree on the data, it's going to do X or Y. And it's not that we're bad or they're bad, it's just data is based on what assumptions you make. I'm not in favor today of the ordinance with a buffer. Therefore, I'm not going to, unless that's removed, I'm not going to support the first reading as proposed. I've listened carefully, and I will say I have met with people, I've listened to people, I've taken phone calls, I met with Mr. Roberson, I met with Mr. Fry, they've asked to meet with me, and I had met with anybody. I will make that expression, and maybe others would like to make the same about with whom they've met on this matter. But I've come to my own conclusions on this. I think that we need an ordinance. We need it this year. We need it in place. We shouldn't be taking a break in July until we finish our business here. And life goes on. Businesses, we have an economy to support, and I'm really concerned with more delays in things that are going to help our economy keep our people employed. So I'm in favor of an ordinance that would, many of the good things that have been done. This council's worked hard, other people in the past have worked hard, and I'd like to see one for the priority VHRs, permits holders given priority, classified commercial recreation transit zones like tourist corridor, family friendly. Did I say that 3 times? Two persons plus 5 children, age 13 age, required advertising standards, signage and guest agreements, sound monitoring, and much of this is already in the ordinance, but I'd like to see us amend 1114 for a lot of reasons. I'd like to see us do that. Stronger local contract requirements for persons renting places, harsher penalties for violations and revocation if necessary for repeat offenders. If people don't do the job, take their permit away. Don't let the kind of problems that I saw when I was city manager happen across the street when a busload of 20 people shows up in front of Mr. Goodwin's house. And they're going to have a big party. Strict but fair enforcement, 24 hours a day. We've been assured by our city manager. That's something we didn't have in the past. We never had the strict enforcement. In fact, I was told by a couple sources now that at one time it said, yeah, we have an ordinance, but don't enforce it. Well, we're going to enforce this one because I believe that we have the management and the department that can do it. A minimum age to rent, 25. We don't want kid parties. The permit cap, no less than 1,200. The bear box requirements, STR responsible, that's all good. Defensible space requirements, as any property should have here. VHR units must always be maintained in a quality condition, unlike some existing full-time residence properties that are in terrible conditions. So that's what I would like to see happen. I guess, as we say, vamos a ver, we'll see. I have faith in our staff. I have faith in our departments that when they say they're going to enforce this fairly, it's going to be done. I also have faith that if we do that, we're going to grow our economy and not continually stifle and see more chain link fences and more dilapidated buildings and more businesses going out of businesses, and because we're going to be growing our economy. That's the way you get economic growth for all people, not just the rich or the powerful, the realtors. And by the way, thank you to the real estate industry, and thank you to the property management industry for doing the job that you do. Let's not discount the contribution that you all make. Thank you.
Mr. Bass.
Yeah, thanks. And Mr. Jenkins, I agree with you. Making good policy, we need good data. And I think, as we look at the comments that were made today, as also where we're at with this drafted ordinance, I think it does allow us to actually gain real data as we come back to look at what we need to fix in it. The ordinance says that we can only issue 150 permits a month, and that's critical to not overload our staff and to make this process every year not overload our staff in 1 month. And so as we look at possibly this only allowing, let's say it's 700 because of the dynamics that happen with 150 feet and not everybody wanting in that radius of 150 feet to do a VHR ordinance. Well, if we were to say, let's do this for 6 months, we can only permit 750 permits because of the 150 in the 6-month period. And at that 6 months, we could come back and our staff can tell us, hey, this is causing major issues. And right now we know that we're only going to be able to issue 500 permits based on this buffer. And then at that point, it allows us to come back and say, you know what, we need to lower this to 50 feet, or we just need to get rid of it altogether. But I think we do want to have that data to make that point, because one of the things about a buffer, and what the point of it is some of the largest complaints of people were Mr. Goodman had 7 of them surrounding him. He built his home, has been there for 50 years, and so 7 VHRs on every single corner of you obviously was a problem for the local resident that lives there. And so we're really trying to find this middle ground and make this work. And so I think that, for me, as we look at today and amending this, we've done so much work to get here. And I think one of the bigger elephants in the room that we've got to also consider, if we're going to go back and amend this, that means that we're not coming back for a first reading till June 17th. We'd have to possibly consider a special meeting or something. I don't know that it can be a special meeting, so we'd be talking about July. So then we're pushing permits out till August. Well, the elephant in the room is that last week, the Judge Schlossberg gave the Tahoe Neighborhoods Group the right to appeal that didn't come from us. And so the appeal is now going to be filed in the appellate court at some point, and we're in a big world of unknowns again that have nothing to do with our decisions, that possibly a stay gets issued, and we're not even going to be issuing permits for well over another year. And so for me, it's about, if we want to move this forward today as we've done this work, great. But if we're going to go back and amend, then I would say we would just wait on the decision if there's going to be a stay issued or not. And then if there's not a stay issued, then let's amend it at that point. But let's not keep spinning our wheels when we're in this huge area of unknowns. Because if we go amend it today, we've got 2 more meetings of more amendments and more recommendations and more public comment. Not to say that I don't think that I like the process, but with this huge unknown hanging out there with the appellate court, to me, it's either move this forward. If we're going to open it up, let's wait on the decision from the appellate court, if we're going to open it up. But I am comfortable saying, look, what we did, I think we did a lot to try to find that middle ground. No, not everybody's happy. That's not what compromise is. Not everybody walks in to walk out happy. We all have to give a little bit to get to the best place. And I think we did a decent job at that on this the last couple months. So that's my take.
Thank you, Mr. Bass. So just to the timing, I would just like to throw out there that we are dark in July, and the first meeting in August, I am absolutely unable to attend. I will be in the middle of the ocean off the coast of France, and I will not be attending a city council meeting at that time. I love you, but no. And our second August meeting is a budget session, which we normally don't put any discussion items or action items on that meeting because it's a budget session. Not to say that we couldn't, because we could. So I actually, I agree with parts of everybody's stuff. I will say, I think based on the statistical modeling and our GIS modeling, that I would prefer to go back to a cap rather than a buffer. One of the things that was briefly talked about during public comment, but I've thought about it a lot, is currently we keep the T-cap aside, and then everything else is sort of handled exactly the same within the community, the recreation zone, the commercial zone, and the residential zone when it comes to this item. I would prefer that we set aside the residential zone and have the recreation zone, the commercial zone, and the tourist court area be one lump sum. I think that makes sense. I'm willing to have the discussion about the in-person check-in. Obviously, we're getting further information as we go along. I really like the idea of a minimum rental age of 25. I think I mean, currently you can't rent a car if you're not 25 years old.
I'm almost surprised because I thought we discussed that.
I don't think it made
thought
it in
came
there.
up at some point, did it not?
It did not make it in there.
And
so
even that's something I think I would agree with you on, that makes sense, and that's a hard nut to argue against.
Yeah, so my question would be for
21-year-old college kids. That's the whole thing.
I mean, it's going to solve a lot of the problems. So, Ms. Stroud, can we make that determination?
For the age minimum? Mm-hmm. That is not something I've researched. I would think that age is a protected class, so we would want to make sure there's a basis. Maybe we've had more issues with people who are under that age with citations. I don't know if that's the case, or if we have that data, but I can look into that.
Okay, thank
you. Car
you.
rentals seem to swing that one pretty good, but I guess they have data on crashes. So.
I really like developing a standard set of language and / rules for any online advertisements, for a rental agreement, and for all interior signage about rules and the enforcement. I think to some of the points that Mr. Robbins was making, I truly believe we had, quote unquote, a few bad apples. I think about 5 to 10% of the homes in the industry caused about 100% of the problems. I think that, and that's why I've said this before, we don't legislate for the good guys. We legislate for the problems. We have to legislate for those outliers. And
that's why you have these rules.
Right, 100%.
And everyone's showing up complaining about why did we do these rules?
We have
I'm perfect. And I'm like,
range of rules that we can all agree on
because if
or
we were just
disagree
the
on.
perfects, then we wouldn't have had Measure T in the first place.
But there was one thing that I wanted to talk about that was in public comment about fees versus fines versus TOT. The fees, and staff, please correct me if I get any of this wrong. The fees are to cover the cost of the program. The service to do all the permitting, to do all the stuff, to provide a level of enforcement. The fines are a deterrent to bad actors. And the TOT pays for city services. It pays for police, fire, and snow removal, and other things. So let's be clear, there's 3 different levels of cost, but there's 3 different things that they are paying for. We have a policy, because we're a general law city, that we can't charge, like for the fees, more than what it cost us to provide it. So we're not making a profit on this. And then Mr. Robbins, you talked about TOT versus TID and how much money came in pre-Measure T and post-Measure
Got
T.
the number wrong in my head. That was the.
I understood. You were saying 3 million. You meant 18, I believe. But I gave you. I gave you grace. So. I understood what you were saying. I think that though we need to be very cognizant of what that entails, because TOT is a percentage, and so ADR, average daily rates for motels, really increased because we had COVID and Measure T that sort of happened simultaneously. Room nights, though, which is what comes out in the TID numbers, Tourism Improvement District, the room nights has dropped dramatically. So yes, my comment to that would be, where would we be at TOT, and how many more services could we provide if we still had VHRs? And so I want to make that clarification. I am in favor. I'm sort of going back and forth, because I think that what we have on the table is good, and we're going to fix it soon. I agree with Mr. Jenkins. It should be our very first meeting in September, and start, but getting something going. I also am not opposed to Mr. Jenkins' idea of throwing out this item and going back to 11-14, and then in September reviewing and putting together the things that we've really put on. to me, it's almost 6 to 1, half a dozen to another. It's the same thing. We're still going to have same time frame. We're still going to have, according to what the staff has said. So
1114 means insufficient fees to cover the
I
enforcement.
agree. Like I said, there's
It means
issues.
insufficient fees. It means no limitation on the number of permits issued all at once. So you'd have
we can do
huge
that by
numbers
resolution, though.
all at once, right? I don't know if we could do that by resolution or if that has to be in the ordinance.
We could limit the number of permits to be issued per month by resolution. Also, the fees are done by resolution. The thing, the issues I see with that, if council wants to do that, that's fine, but we would not be able to do the permitting preference.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
we would not be able to,
And
once
condos.
you start, there would be, the issue with the definition, with the dwelling units.
And
then
condos would be
also,
completely out.
if council wanted to do a buffer later, it would be difficult to
Yeah.
implement once permits have already been issued.
This is the problem with, it's easier to roll back. It's much harder to roll forward.
So-
Sorry, I want to, because I think your viewpoint on some of my comments has validity. I wanted
you.
to share a counter viewpoint on some of the other comments that are mentioned when we talk about, Measure T didn't help with the rental situation in town because Measure T passed and rents went up. And I hear that all the time. And somehow, every time someone mentions that, there's this complete amnesia about the fact that COVID happened in that same time. And everyone from San Francisco tried to move here all at once, right? And that home prices went skyrocketing and rents went skyrocketing everywhere in the basin, whether or not they had VHRs. There were plenty of VHRs on the North Shore. They never limited them. And the rents there are much worse than they are here because they had the competition from both Bay Area exiles and from VHRs at the same time. And the rents here didn't go up. They went up, but not as bad as on the North Shore. So this idea that Measure T did nothing to help rents is belied by the fact that rents here, although they went up and it was bad, are less bad than on the North Shore, which did not have a Measure T to protect them. And every time someone comes and says, Measure T failed to solve the housing crisis, first of all, 10% of housing units were Airbnbs. Over 40% of housing units are second homes. So you're already down to a minority of homes available in the community available for actual people to live in. But the fact that 150 new housing units were created is significant. And the idea that we should discount that because rents went up, somehow that ignores the fact that COVID happened at the same time. And we're ignoring the fact that in every resort and rural community outside of municipalities suffered the same problem. And if you exclude that from the counter argument that's being made, it's disingenuous.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Jenkins.
I liked what I heard. All of you are thoughtful, so we're not. We just have perspectives. The mayor talked about keeping a cap and removing the buffer. I am concerned with us micromanaging the city manager's office and his staff and how many permits he has to issue or not issue. I think they need to handle it in the professional manner that I know they are capable of. If they can do only 140 permits, that's all they can do. If they can do 170 permits, that's what they should be allowed to do. And we should not be trying to do his job. And I'm not saying that's your intention, but that's what I think the policy does, says you must do this, whether the facts allow it or not. So last thing is, it seems to me that if we made a change, I want to go back to 1114, put a cap in, no buffer. If there's some other things that it sounds like we have amendments that we agree on, we'll put those in the revised ordinance that would come back in the 17th. And just with all due respect to all of you and all your time, your families, and God bless you all, if it takes a change to the calendar to when we hold a first regular meeting in July to adopt an ordinance, I have vacation plans too. Surprisingly to my wife, she wondered about that. But I think it's important we get this done. and then we'll have the data. I trust the staff. I trust the enforcement that they're going to do. I trust it's going to be better than before. And there's going to be glitches, but they're going to take care of them because they're competent, trained, efficient people, and they want to do the right thing. So I think we can make this change that the mayor suggests in a 17th, and then, if necessary, a meeting on the first meeting in July.
So a couple of clarifications, one for you, Mr. Jenkins. You're suggesting, and I need to verify with staff, I think I know the answer, is that we can adopt an amended regular meeting schedule to include a meeting in July, correct?
Yes, every December, the city council adopts the annual calendar for the forthcoming year. And the past practice has been that July has no meetings. If the council wants to have a regular meeting, not special, in July, then we can bring that resolution forward and council can amend that resolution to schedule a regular meeting in July.
So then my next question is that, are we too late if we make amendments today? Are we too late to have a first reading on June 17th?
If that's council's desire, we can do that. Some of the amendments being discussed are really kind of going back to the prior version. Some of them might be a little more complicated, but I think we can get it on that agenda.
So, go ahead, Mr. Bass, I'll let you
Sure.
go and then I'll go.
I just kind of want to reiterate what I was trying to say before, which is we've now gone down this road 4 meetings of back and forth, and now we're back to the no buffer. But my point is, we really only are going to issue 150 permits a month. And so if we just allow this to start so that permits can actually get issued on July 17th, then we are able to come back in September with real data that says, hey, you know what, we weren't even able to issue 150 permits because of the current ordinance has issues that we need to now amend. We have the data points from that point to do that. What we also find out is the result of the appellate court. And right now, if we open this back up and start spinning our wheels again, it's just putting us back. We're really kind of slowing progress in a lot of ways for this side. And then we also see, wow, look at all of the jobs this has created. Look at our sales tax increase. Look at these other data points that maybe motivate us to say, look, we want to see 1,400 VHRs, right? I think what we've done and the work we've done allows us to get some of those data points. And then with this new development of the appellate court and the neighborhoods group given standing to appeal, that opens up a whole nother thing that very well a stay gets issued, and we're all kind of waiting for a year until the result of the appellate court ruling.
We have no control over that.
We have,
either way.
exactly, but that's why I'm saying, why, when we know that's coming, that decision, kind of why open this back up and keep spinning our wheels when we have something in place that we can use and have data points so that we can amend it in September and do what we need to do with real data behind it.
I just, if we could have a little exchange like was allowed earlier, with the very articulate comments by Councilmember Roberts, with Mr. Bass, who I respect. I just want to see a business going. I don't want to see the city manager restricted to, I don't want to see us, again, micromanage the city manager on how many permits they can issue. I don't want to see that. He'll issue as many as his office and his fine staff can issue, whether it's less or more. That's what he can do. And I would like to see us, I think we're in a stronger position if we amend 1114 than if we just make some new ordinance in general. I think we're in a stronger position. And let the courts do what they do. We got to do our stuff. And let the courts do what they do, and that's their job. We just have to do our job.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Roberts, I see your hand. Hold on 1 second, though. Mr. Irvin, the 101 up to 150 came from you. It was in order to manage expectations of the public.
Correct.
But that came from you, and it's up to 150. So they could do 100 or they could do 150. And honestly, I think if our staff was able to, they would do more.
Yeah, I think
just
logistically,
managing
150 a
the
month is
public's
about the cap we can do. And going forward, then we will be issuing renewals every month to that cap. So it's more sustainable for management of our operations with inspections and permitting.
I just want to leave that decision to you and not
Of
have us,
course.
as politicians, make an administrative
No.
decision.
It came from him. I would never have done that. The only other thing I want to clarify, Ms. Stroud, you and I have had this conversation, but I'm going to ask you so that for everyone's edification. This is not a new ordinance. You took the input from council the last couple of meetings and adjusted 1114/1120.
Yes, the currently proposed ordinance is amending 1114.
Thank you.
That's what we're doing, and
Okay.
it's based on the council direction.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Roberts?
Yeah, so I agree with you on one thing, Mayor Wallace, about, I'm not really fully against going back to 114, 1120. It is a little bit of sixth of one, half dozen of another. But I do have one major concern, and that tags into what Mr. Bass said about the courts and the appeal. And what I started out by saying is that when we make one decision, we make one side happy and we make someone else unhappy. If we go back to 1114, I believe it was working in the past, but obviously most of our residents did not think it was working. So we are going to upset a lot of people. That will give them more strength and more purpose in that appeal court. And I think that's what worries me about going back to 1114.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Those are very good comments. Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, I want to that you hit the nail on the head, which was that 1114, the old ordinance, the 1114 era ordinance, was not working. It was not working so much that a citizens' initiative was put on the ballot and a majority. It was not working, right? And all laws are combinations of the text and the government that enforces it and implements it. And it is both true, both things are true, that 1114 was non-functional as a statute on its own, and the city government at the time was lackadaisical at best at actual enforcement of that statute. But part of the reason for that is we heard testimony from our now prior police chief, that there were structural problems with 1114 that made it very difficult to enforce. Particularly, it was mentioned that, the example of, you can't cite me, I'm not a VHR renter, I'm so-and-so's cousin. And that was an excuse they got all the time. I'm sure it wasn't from the 90% of the people in the crowd, but it was an excuse that happened all the goddamn time. And it made 1114, it was one of the many things that made 1114 non-functional. The fact that there was no anti-clustering provisions meant that people were surrounded on all sides from them. I had one across the street and across my backyard fence, right? And I had partiers in the middle of the night. So, and there was no 24/7, no one was responsible to respond 24/7 to complaints, right? Which was not in the original ordinance, which has been put in here. So this measure, which, yes, is frustrating the supposed we've done everything perfectly people, I understand, right, is a response to the real failures of an old ordinance. And the idea that we're going to go back to an old ordinance with minimal changes is problematic, especially because the old ordinance doesn't provide enough funding for enforcement. It doesn't provide enough means for, even if we have all the intentions this time, it doesn't have the teeth in it.
Yep, but Scott, what is being suggested, taking the ideas of the past, is taking without the buffer and the cap, is to make those amendments, and what you lose is 2 weeks. If we lose 2 weeks only, and I think puts us in a stronger position. Just my non-legal opinion, it puts us in a stronger position. And I don't think the management people are saying they're perfect. There was some imperfections. The big imperfection was enforcement And the other fine suggestions that all of you have come up with could be included in amendments that the city attorney said she could put into a first reading on the 17th. And so that's all I'm suggesting.
In many ways, that's what this is. This is, enforcement is the intersection of two things: legislative teeth and will, right? You have to have both simultaneously. Yes. And if we go back to 1114 and then just assert that we're going to do it better this time, we might have the will, but the law doesn't have the teeth. We need
That's
to
why
have
you
both.
make the amendment, Scott, and you're totally ignoring what I'm saying is, if there were amendments on the 17th that this ordinance was changed, we're amending, as the city attorney corrected me, we're amending 114 and 1120, and we're going to put in the amendments that we've discussed here, the mayor's discussed, and I've discussed. We put that in. It would be in effect with changes that were needed plus enforcement.
Yeah, but that's what this is. This is the changes to 1114 that allow for better enforcement and that provide fixes for the problems that were unenforceable in the first place.
But it'll be enforceable. It's put in the ordinance on the 17th along with no buffer and a cap.
So I'm gonna step out of myself for a moment and have an out of body comment.
I
An
wanna
out
hear
of body
this.
comment.
Yeah,
all
I
right.
wanna see that.
And it's this. I think nobody in this room and nobody at this dais has the slightest misconception of where my position on this issue
We don't.
overall is. Right? There's no one's wondering that. But stepping out of body for a moment, my suggestion to the council as a whole on this issue, one of the problems with the VHR issue writ large prior to Measure T was that it sucked the oxygen out of the room and it sucked the attention of the city from nearly every other priority that we need to be looking at. Prior to Measure T, it was this issue coming up on council agendas all the time, constantly, repeatedly, and pushing off other important things like affordable housing, like business retention, like everything else like road, rehab and everything else we could be doing. And that's because time and attention is a finite resource, just like money. We only have a finite amount to spend, and that's both our attention at the council table, but also staff's attention. And the constant rounds that we've been going on the VHR measure has been sucking down legal staff, analysis staff, GIS staff, housing departments, everyone. It's been sucking down attention for weeks and weeks and weeks. There's no mystery as to where I stand on the broader issue, but my suggestion to the council as a whole is the following. Consider, perhaps, that it's not always wise for the perfect to be the enemy of the good.
I agree.
Right? And yeah, I understand everyone's insistence on wanting to come back and have the bill crafted to the perfection of whichever lobbying interest group wants at any one time. But it might be better for the city government overall, for the attention span that we have, the finite attention that we have to spend, and the other issues that this is postponing, to simply look and saying perhaps the perfect should not be the enemy of the good. Everybody knows where I stand on the issue overall. I'm stepping outside of that role to suggest that as what might be good for the city overall in terms of continuing to cycle on this issue relentlessly and pushing everything up. Our agendas, in terms of the number of real issues that we're considering, have shrunken dramatically. This is a daytime
not
meeting.
just for this issue, but there's been other issues that consume us immensely, and while issues of street maintenance and other things go with where we need more attention.
Yeah. Right,
But this has nothing to do with that.
This is a daytime issue. There's like all of 4 things on our agenda today, and that's a reflection of the fact that the VHR issue is crowding out other topics. Well, it's not crowding out time, right? But it's crowding out attention span. So maybe the perfect should not be the enemy of the good.
So remove the buffer and put a cap.
Thank you, Mr. Robbins. Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, I move to pass a motion to hold a first reading by title only of an ordinance amending Article 5, vacation home rentals of Chapter 3.50, transient lodging, and Table 2.35.070, appealable actions and matters of the South Lake Tahoe City Code to modify the regulation of vacation home rentals located outside the tourist core area plan. Can I add in at this time that we request staff to bring back a full review in our first September meeting?
Yes. I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on this? Can I just throw out that I was writing down while all of y'all were talking, the 3 different options that we have, and one of them is what Mr. Roberts just did. Move forward today and amend in September. That was the motion that was just made. Throw this out, go back to 1114, 1120, and then amend in September. Or a new meeting, new first reading, I should say, on 6/17, and do a amended regular meeting schedule to do a second reading in July. So those are our 3 options with a motion on the table to move forward today and amend in September. So, Mr. Roberts?
Yeah, just, it's my understanding that the longer we wait to get an ordinance passed, especially addressing, some of the concerns of our residents, will just give more opportunity to the appellate court, that's taking place.
Okay, so any further discussion? Please vote. I don't want to vote. No, I will not abstain. I make choices.
That motion carries.
Okay.
Oh, Scott, how did we end up out of this?
You got back in your body?
We both had out-of-body experiences, and we were...
Honest to God, I'm sick of having these meetings.
Okay, well, that, just so we're clear, that motion did include it coming back in September, on September 9th for...
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
If I may?
Yes.
That's very clear to me. I understand. We will
Okay.
come back with an analysis of how many permits we've issued, what issues we're seeing with potential buffering, limiting our the amount that we have. I understand that part of the theory with council wanting to address this is to help stimulate our local economy. And if we don't see that it's working, we will come back and talk to you about what the
What is it working?
The program.
The program. If we don't see that the program's working and actually opening up VHR permits, we will come back.
So just for further clarification on our September meeting, the things that I think that we need to look at, and I'll look for consensus on this, is removing the buffer and going to a cap. I'm going to suggest and throw out 1,200 because the current maximum amount on the buffer is 1,288, so it's still in that same range. That we look at the in-person check-in, that we add a minimum rental age of 25 if Ms. Stroud can justify that legally, and that we develop standard language for all online advertisement, for all the rental agreements, and for any interior signage, which would address rules and enforcement, that we look at the residential setting aside residential and keeping in a group the tourist core area plan, the commercial and recreation. And then this one doesn't apply anymore. Those are the things that I would like to.
I want to clarify that part about the 21s should, the 25 and over should include actually do the assessment to see if there is a legal basis, not bring back a question of it.
No.
Actually,
I think I was clear on that, wasn't I?
Okay, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page.
Okay.
And the only other thing with data points for the September meeting, I think it would be nice to be able to know how many of the VHR permits we've issued, how many are renting out, when are we reaching 100% occupancy?
Yeah.
And I think that's critical as we go further down the road because it tells us, do we need to add more? If we've got 800 and we're never hitting 100%, we don't want 1,200 because we'd rather preserve 400 for long term. But if we're seeing 100% rented out, well, yeah, we need 400 more, right? So I think that data point.
So we need
I'd also like to know how many of the VHRs were previously long-term rentals.
So I'm okay with that. I just will throw my little 2 cents in worth is that people own their property to do with what they want. I don't want, my biggest priority besides police, fire, and roads is housing. And so I don't want to take away housing from locals. But I also don't want to take away someone's ability to do with do with their property what they wish to do that is legally possible. So,
Yeah, but you're the one who's making this legally possible.
It's 25 cents.
Oh, 2 cents? Oh, thank you for the quarter.
You're choosing to create a legally possible for this. Like that's not an inherent property right. You are creating a new property right to evict long-term renters and turn the houses into VHRs. And I'd like to know what the impact is.
It is legally possible. We just have a choice here. Yeah, we have a choice. And
it's not a right, it's a choice. You're making it.
Okay, is there anything else on this item, or can we please break for lunch?
Can we go longer?
Okay, we're going to lunch. Thank you very much. We'll come back at 10 after. Go on to item number 14, accessory dwelling units, citywide parcel level analysis. Who will be? Oh, I'm sorry. Because it said active item, we need item number 13 first.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay, Sue. I knew better. Potential amendment to ordinance regulating shared mobility devices, and that would be Chief Roberson and Mr. Bartzell.
Excellent report. It was, really. Excellent.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. For the record, Dan Bardzell, Assistant City Attorney. So I'm going to go through some liability issues with the shared mobility devices, then I'll bring on Acting Chief Robertson to discuss safety measures. So on February 11th, 2020, City Council adopted Ordinance 2020-1140, adding Chapter 4.185 to the City Code to create a framework for operating shared mobility devices, or SMDs, in the city. At the City Council meeting on March 11th, 2025, City Council directed staff to bring an item back with a presentation of potential options for increasing, 1, the city's liability protections from SMD accidents, and 2, safety measures for SMD operations. This item will provide those options. On March 25th, 2025, staff attended a meeting with representatives of SMD operators Bird and Lime, and we also met again with Lime yesterday. And based on those interactions, as well as additional research conducted by staff, we've developed some proposed amendments to the ordinance for council consideration. So first type of amendment we're going to discuss involves liability protections. So number 1, we would suggest changing the operator's end user agreement liability waivers. So both operators already use municipal waivers in their end user agreements, including generic language in which the riders waive liabilities against public entities. From our discussions with the operators, some other jurisdictions have specific waivers for those jurisdictions. So we would suggest adding a requirement with the end user agreements, specifically waiving claims against South Lake Tahoe. So riders would have to sign this before they would be allowed to ride within the city. The second proposed change would be to add a permitting requirement that operators will pay the city's attorney's fees. City code requires operators to agree to indemnify the city from liability for SMD accidents, including any and all costs and expenses. Staff recommends adding language requiring the operators to expressly pay the city's attorney's fees for claims and lawsuits and similar matters. Although the existing language may already cover attorney's fees, we want to make it more express, just to eliminate any doubt. The third possible amendment for your consideration, well, actually, this wouldn't be an amendment. This is just another thing that came up during our discussions with the operators that you might consider. During our meeting with Lyman Bird, one of the operators suggested it might be helpful to schedule a follow-up meeting to discuss the city's government claims process and look for ways the city can more effectively triage claims that we could then tender to Bird and Lime. So we would like to attend a further meeting with the operators to receive further suggestions regarding this issue. And then another amendment to the ordinance that we'd suggest would be involving driver's license purging and rescanning. So we'd suggest adding a permit requirement for operators to purge all scanned driver's license for riders within the city and make each rider rescan their ID the first time they ride an SMD within the city each calendar year. And this may help prevent underage riders in the city.
How would that prevent underage riders?
So the operator's rationale for this suggestion, and we agree with this, would be that it would reduce the possibility that an underage person would just hop on a scooter using their parent's ID. So by making the parent re-up at the beginning of the year, the suggestion would be that the actual person with the account would be reauthorized to use it. That, again, that's a suggestion from the operators, and we would suggest it just to basically verify the person that is authorized to do it would be actually using it.
But that doesn't, so that then wouldn't require like re-inputting your credit card and all that information. That would just be like a scan your thing update, not a re-signing up thing.
It's limited to driver's license from the discussions we had with the operators with their suggestions. However, you're welcome to propose that as an additional requirement today.
Well, I was thinking the other way around, but okay, yes.
And then finally, regarding liability issues, so at the council meeting on March 11th, 2025, staff recommended changes to the insurance requirements for SMD operators to bring the city's SMD framework into compliance with changes to state law. And we maintain these recommendations. And that includes, one, increase the aggregate amount of liability insurance an operator must carry for all occurrences during the policy period from $4 million to $5 million. Two, require SMD operators procure insurance from an admitted insurer or a non-admitted insurer that is eligible to insure in California. And three, require operators to offer or make available or confirm the rider maintains insurance coverage for bodily injury or death suffered by a pedestrian when the injury or death involves the negligent conduct of the rider of $10,000 for each occurrence, and for property damage to an assistive technology device of $1,000 for each occurrence. And that language is directly from the updates to state law, so it would mirror those requirements. And now I'm going to turn it over to Acting Chief Robertson to talk about safety measure proposals.
Thank you, Mr. Barzell.
Hi, Jeff Robertson, Acting Police Chief. One of the things that we were looking at in the safety measures for the shared mobility devices was to kind of minimize the interaction between the scooters, the pedestrians, and the bicycles. And one of those, kind of the start of that process, looked at making sure the definition of the bike lanes was in this code. It's not anywhere else. So we grabbed the definition out of the California Highway Design Manual to identify Class 1, 2, 3, and 4. Basically, the way it breaks down is Class 4 is the most protected bike lane, Class 1 is the next least protected, and with Class 3 being maybe I said that wrong, Class 3 being the least protected. The reason we grabbed those definitions out of that manual was because there's a lot of different terms used for bike lanes, bike routes, bike boulevards, and I wanted to make sure that we had a common language. If you're looking at the staff report, you can even see in the diagrams of those bike lanes, they've used different language for each type of bike lane. So we wanted to grab the definition out of the Highway Design Manual so that we had a common language, and when we spoke about Class 4, 1, 2, and 3, we all understood what each other was talking about. So as we go through some of the changes that we wanted to do for this, some of them were to expedite changes to the system so that we could get the exclusion zones more immediately taken care of. So in section 4.185.060, we recommend adding the chief of police for the authority to determine prohibitions on areas to ride. That would make granted authority elsewhere consistent with the city code. We recognize that the process of enforcing anything with scooters is very difficult. Most of the time, you have a scooter that's, is much more nimble than a police car. You have a scooter that's much more nimble than a CSO vehicle, and trying to get that vehicle stopped, particularly by a non-sworn officer, is impossible. The non-sworn officers, the CSOs, they don't have the authority to detain. So we have to make some sort of accommodation for enforcement. So what we're going to do is expand photo enforcement to include some vehicle code violations that are commonly seen out there. So I'll kind of go through that list. We also wanted to make the rider kind of culpable for the violations that they commit. They're in partnership with the operators that we had a meeting. They agreed to a lot of these things conceptually, and I think actually in fact agree to put it forward. Our meeting yesterday was pretty good, and it sounds like everything that we're asking for is going to be provided. We just have to ferret some of these things out and make sure that the process by which we can get the information about the rider and issue that citation, we're going to have to work that one out.
I actually have a question on that. Well, first of all, before I get to my question, if I if I understand correctly, I think this is your first time at the lectern as the interim chief. I
As
just
the
want to,
acting chief,
as
yeah.
I just want to recognize, welcome.
Thank you.
I'm very sorry. But I wanted to ask a question, which was, how many sworn officers do we have operating on bicycles during the season that overlaps scooter season, which I am now declaring a type of season?
So we have them temporarily. So we usually our bike officers operate during Live at Lakeview, and that's almost exclusively the time that they operate. We don't have any full-time bicycle police officers.
Really?
Correct.
So what would be the impact and sort of broad strokes of having more officers policing the multi-use trail, the multi-use path that we have on bicycles during at least busy weekend times in the summer season, because that's a major thoroughfare, and it's a lot of use, and unlike the streets, you can't see most of it from a vehicle that weaves behind buildings and so forth. So would it be an option to increase the time and capacity for bike policing on our multi-use trail during the summer months at least?
Well, without getting into deployment strategies and compromising our officers' safety, we'd have to take those resources from somewhere else.
Yes, correct.
And we already ask our officers to do a lot of overtime. And so our capacity for additional overtime is readily diminished.
In summary, if I may.
In summer.
In summary, it's not possible to shift patrol to bikes. That's how I'll sum it up, but I think the chief said it a little more delicate than that.
I mean, we allocate I've done the ride-alongs, like we have a certain amount of patrols that are on car. And so it would mean shifting one of those or so to be a bike patrol doing something similar but on the path. And I guess the question would be, it's not a question, I understand that it would be, their resources are finite and are already maximally utilized, so there's not spare capacity.
Right.
But is there a sense of what the impact to public safety would be if it was a shift from taking some patrols that happen to be in cars and putting some of those on bikes? They're still doing patrols, they're just doing patrols in a different area now.
Right, and I think that
recognizing that it's a zero-sum game.
Right, and I think we have to have a common definition of patrol. So when you're talking about bike patrol and like uniformed marked unit patrol, they're doing two different things. One's responding to calls for service, 911 calls, non-emergent stuff, civil standby, stuff like that. And that's not something that falls within the capacity of a bike officer to do because they don't have the same logistical support that is in that car.
Sure. So it would be like a foot patrol, for example, doesn't have that capacity either. And I guess we don't have much, I mean, we don't currently do foot patrols regularly in the state line area, for example, right?
We don't have them scheduled. If that works into somebody's available time during the day, then possibly.
Yeah.
What I would suggest, Mr. Robbins, is that we not try to take from current capacity if this is something that
No,
is
that's what I'm exploring around the
prioritized,
perimeter,
yeah.
And I want to understand I'm not at a point yet in this line of questioning at suggesting an action. I'm
Okay.
just trying to explore the state of where we currently are to understand what would be involved for various options.
Right, and without compromising our strategic deployment, I mean, we could talk numbers, but I think that compromises that.
That was the answer I was looking for.
Perfect.
So I think then I will hold the rest of this to
Perfect.
the conversation section to see, because it does sound like, one of the complaints we get often is people on the bike trail operating recklessly on some wheeled vehicle, be it a lot of them are talking about they're reckless on scooters, but people own scooters of their own, people own one wheels, people own e-bikes, and it's not all the mobility stuff, because the mobility stuff has a speed limit to begin with. At this point, it's a lot of the other things, and having cycle cops going against up and down traffic will intercept those at some point, presumably. It might be a discussion worth having, but I will reserve that for I'll welcome you back.
Thank you.
For the post-question section.
Awesome. Ma'am.
Please continue.
Okay. Okay, so one of the things that we found in kind of the enforcement, because we already have photo enforcement, but it's for other violations other than moving violations. So what we found is that photo enforcement's difficult because the operators had been putting a single small serial number on the upright of the scooter, and it's difficult to capture that in a photo. So what they've agreed to do in concept is to put a larger font and contrasting color of a serial number on the upright of the scooter, so that with photo enforcement, we can get it from either side, and making that a little bit easier. One of the requests that we had from their organization is that those photos for enforcement are time and date stamped. If the rider is the one culpable for the violation, that way they could go back in their data, they could figure out who was riding that serial numbered scooter on that time and date, and then either pass that on or facilitate us issuing that administrative citation. So going into the vehicle code violations, you know, some of our high visibility vehicle code violations, you're watching people shoot across Highway 50, you know, riding in the traffic lane, riding down the center turn lane. So some of those are pretty high profile. Those are some of the ones that we want to really put into the city code as photo enforceable, rather than having somebody, you know, on view and issue a citation right there. So one of them is a requirement to ride close to the right-hand curb. Similar to Vehicle Code 21228. We see them, like I said, riding on both sides of the travel lane. And again, the difficulty with the process of enforcement is getting a scooter that's riding against the flow of traffic on one side stopped by a police officer that's driving on the other side of the road in a place where there's, one, no place to turn around, and two, no place to park. So we're trying to make this as streamlined as possible.
Question on the item of not driving in the center lane. I understand, obviously, cars in general are not allowed to ride in the center lane for extended distances, but it is used as a turn lane. What is the correct procedure for a scooter to turn left from the bike lane on Highway 50? So if they're in the with traffic lane on Highway 50, the appropriate one that bike's supposed to be in. On my bicycle, if I now want to turn left in an intersection, that particularly if there's not a crosswalk that is appropriate, I will move over 2 lanes into the turn lane and then take the turn from there, which is just like a car does. What is the correct way for a scooter to do that?
Unfortunately, your scooter doesn't have that authority. Your scooter has to stop, get off, walk across the street, and walk 2 crosswalks to make a left-hand turn.
Yeah.
That's by vehicle code.
Yeah, I think that's something we might want to edit, but okay, very good. Well, yeah, I'm sorry, let me clarify, because like bicycles are allowed to operate that way and scooters are not under California code, or is that under city code? I'm
It's
sorry, I
under
missed that part.
California vehicle code.
Really? Okay.
Okay, so we want to codify vehicle code 21223 or 21235E that requires no passenger to be allowed to ride on the shared mobility device. Currently, the operators issued the notice of this violation. We would like to hold the rider responsible, such as a parent who's riding with their small child. Staff recommends adding this to the new photo enforcement list, specifying 221-235G, specifying that the rider may not ride on a crosswalk. To your point, this would incorporate Vehicle Code 275 that identifies crosswalks as technical sidewalks and allows enforcement for not walking a scooter across a crosswalk. This issue is often seen with scooters in conflict with cars turning right, the driver of which has visually cleared the intersection moments before moving across the crosswalk, only to have a fast-moving scooter come up on their 6 and come up from behind them and shoot in front of them as they're trying to complete that right-hand turn. Car turning right, scooter coming up.
Oh, okay, as they're turning across the crosswalk, you're continuing.
Right, they have to
through the
walk
intersection.
across the crosswalk.
Pedestrians are usually right there, whereas a scooter, as Chief said, comes flying up.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. That's an issue for bikes too.
Yeah. So adding that to the list of city code that we would incorporate the vehicle code for would reduce that interaction between the vehicle, reduce that conflict between the scooter and the vehicles there.
What's the need to put it into city code if it's already in the state vehicle code?
Because if it's in the city code and we add it to the list of photo enforcement, we can enforce it that way. We can't enforce vehicle code that way.
I see.
Thank you for that clarification, Chief.
Sure. We would add signage to the SMD corrals indicating rider culpability for these vehicle code violations. And in addition to the issuance of the permit section, these may require, like I said, the conceptual agreement between us and the operators may need to be fleshed out for how we're going to get the information about the rider or who's going to handle the violation with the rider, whether it's going to be us or the operators. So we talked about engagement, outreach, and education. We were talking about requiring the operators to create a parking and safety and education plan as part of their permit application. The great thing is that both operators, Lima and Bird, have been totally cooperative in this process. They've developed these plans, education plans, and the plans for hosting events already. But let me go on. Operators should engage with riders to protect the safety and customer of all roadways. Engagements shall include a mix of virtual, digital media, and in-app communications. We saw that during the display yesterday where basically they were given the rules and they were given a test before they could ride their scooter. So these interactions we suggest that they are repeated and ongoing, and so this is kind of the process of every time that they get on the shared mobility device before they can engage that ride, they have to go through this list of what the safety items are. And those include advice to wear a helmet when legally required, riding on a sidewalk is prohibited, parking in appropriate locations, including designated corrals, riding age restrictions, one person per device riding, obey the rules of the road and the potential penalties that go along with it, yielding to pedestrians, how to report an issue with your scooter, and not riding under the influence. So in the staff report, you see that we talked about a rules quiz with yes or no questions. The demo yesterday, we had it wasn't necessarily yes or no questions, but the quiz was a little more engaging than that. Some of the answers, smarmy, some of them were on point. So it's a little more engaging than just the yes or no black and white answers. We talked about the geofences, and we talked about an education plan to inform the riders about the geofences, particularly up in the state line area. One of the things I reached out to both operators for in about the last week was to make sure that their geofences are identical. We can't have any lapse between, 6 or 8 foot lapse between the two geofences. I've got both of them, and I'm going to meet with them probably later this week to make sure that the overlapping geofences are identical. Operators must inform their riders about special event operational changes, such as, if we're going to have something that closes down a bike lane, like we have a bike event or something, live at Lakeview, and we're closing that down with a 10-day notification, we'll provide that to the operator, and they would push that out through their app. So the operators, we're requesting that they regularly deploy ambassadors or street teams to inform riders on the safety and appropriate device use. They conduct a minimum of 6 community events or stakeholder workshops. We've talked about locations for that, where kind of our communities gather. And half of those community events are targeted for low-income or other disadvantaged community members, and making sure that they conduct this outreach in multiple languages. Operators are going to host a minimum 2 learn-to-ride education opportunities, and they're going to provide that outreach plan to us prior to engaging in those activities. And then on a monthly basis, report information from this outreach to inform problem-solving efforts, to include the number of people, time, length, location, and general comments from the community members being engaged during that time. Do you have any questions?
Sorry, I'm in this. Mr. Robbins.
Oh, sorry, I already had my question. That was the question.
Mr. Bass.
Thanks, Chief, for all the work. I think we're moving in a good direction with this. The one thing I'm curious with the geofencing, we have a lot of areas, for instance, I'm thinking of, between Ski Run up to Pioneer, where we clearly want the scooters to be on the bike trail and nowhere along the Highway 50 part, especially on I guess that would be the southern side of Highway 50, where it's really dilapidated in parts of that. So can we geofence out all of that area so that the rider on their app knows the route to take because it's the area that's not geofenced. And then when we get to Pioneer, we want them to cross over from, you know, the northern part of Highway 50 to the southern part at Pioneer, because if you keep going straight in front of Isabella's, it's really bad and dangerous. And so you geofence that out and leave the geofencing open. And then as we think about it, we know Heavenly Village is all the way geofenced. So the more proper way would probably be to go up Park to Bellamy and then back around. And so you kind of use the geofence to create the pathway that you know, if you follow what I'm saying. I know that's a lot of geofencing, but I think that's where I see safety issues the most, is people that they don't know the bike path is even there. They're kind of like on the wrong side of 50 and trying to go. And we have on the other end of town kind of that same scenario play out once you get to All Tahoe and Highway 50. You know, you don't want them to stay on the highway side. We want them to make sure they stay on the bike path. And sometimes you do see people trying to go like between All Tahoe and a Sierra track, let's say, which it gets really bad on some of those sidewalks.
Right, so one of the conversations I had with the operator, I think it was earlier today, was talking about geofencing, over geofencing. And so one of the things we talked about was up there in the state line corridor, where you get up to where in front of like the Stardust, you have like that shared path. And we get them out of the number 1 or the number 2 travel lane going north, and you push them to that shared path rather than having their close interaction in the potholed Highway 50 right there on the edge of the Marriott complex. So we were talking about pushing them into the shared mobility path rather than the bike lane. So there's kind of gives and takes based on, I think, conditions. But I mean, that would take probably a comprehensive review of the entire city to kind of geofence it that way. I don't know. I mean, we're willing to do the work. I'm just not sure how much work that's going to be.
Yeah, no, understood. Yeah, it definitely would take some work. It just, I think that's where I see some of the safety concerns, is like people that just don't know where they are and they don't know that they should be on this bike path over there and they're in the pothole 50.
Part of the problem, though, is also that, like, for a lot of Highway 50, there's no good place to cross. So that area from Pioneer all the way back down to Ski Run, there's a real lack of stoplights and crosswalks. There's huge lengths
You would only
where
want
there's
to
no
do
way
it
to
at
cross it.
Pioneer and 50. That's what I'm saying. And so you leave that part open so that they don't try to cross at Wildwood. They don't try to cross even at Ski
Midway.
Run. It only the geofencing would only allow them to cross at the proper place, because you're right. We have so many of those areas where you don't want them crossing at Wildwood because they're going to end up in a really bad situation.
Part of the challenge, though, also is, like, I would like to be able to take the scooter to Sugar Pine Bakery, and that's on the south side of Highway 50.
Well, you would just walk it across. And
In
then
the middle
once
of the
Once
highway?
you walk it, at a
the
crosswalk.
thing.
You'd be able to walk it across the crosswalk and get out of the geofence to then get to Sugar Pine.
I think the problem might be with the geofencing like that is that there's not a clear direction to go. You just know that your scooter has slowed down to a stop, and now you're pointing your scooter in repeated directions to see which way it will go. And I have reps from the two operators here if they want to comment on that.
So so where I got this also was I was just on Capitol Hill, and so Capitol Hill is geofenced just like this, because there's a lot of areas they just obviously don't want you, and your scooter just stops, and then you go, oh shit, let me look at my app real quick, and then the
You know how to swear?
then the app will show you, oh, okay, like I'm not allowed to go in front of the Capitol, and I can't go on the Supreme Court side, and I can't, and so you kind of assimilate yourself with, oh, okay, I got to take these paths.
You gotta walk.
So, or walk, either one. But if you want to do the scooter, the
Yeah.
app shows you, here's the path I can take.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying it's a lot of work, but I think it helps.
It's not a terrible idea.
It helps with the tourism thing.
Yeah.
What may I follow up on your question? So on your question, so yeah, to the point of, I think, of over geofencing, right? It becomes at some point. Part of the challenge also is if you try to micro geofence, GPS is imperfect, and I've ridden scooters last year where I'm going alongside of Heavenly Village, and I'm on Highway 50 in the little micro-sized bike lane that, stinks, but that's where you're supposed to be, because the pedestrian sidewalk is geofenced off. But it's the geofence comes so close to the side of the highway that the GPS error in my phone has been enough to occasionally cause the scooter just to come to a halt, or the geofence not my phone, in the GPS in the scooter causes it to come to a halt because it thinks it's a meter off, and it's not it's an imperfect system. It is overall blocking me from that area, but if we try to do this kind of precision geofencing, it looks great on a GIS map, right? But if you, the capabilities of the system are not as precise as the GIS tools are at drawing the fences. And so that's something to keep in mind, like if you want to like try blocking every little thing off. My question though is, in this, we're talking about, having the chief of police have, and this is what we've done this year and are continuing to have the chief of police be able to like establish geofences. And that's fine, but this is also a mobility system that we're regulating. So there's an aspect of this which is certainly public safety, which is certainly paramount, but there's a significant aspect of this in which this is also a transit system. Right? This is part of our transit, it's seasonal, but it's part of our transit infrastructure in our community. And we should be thinking of it in terms of part of how we move traffic around our city. And so I would like to see a role, particularly in some of these items here about, where geofencing should go for our public works director, who is a traffic engineer, to say, like, these are routes that people can travel on, and this is where it's appropriate from a transit perspective, so that we also don't just have a perspective of restrictions for public safety, but sort of more proactive assessment of how do we make sure people can use this to get where they're going. And that's, with all due respect, that's not a police function.
Right. This wasn't my first attempt at a power grab, so trust me. I think
You've risen in the ranks recently, right?
Right. I think the thing is with the geofences, we're talking about not really road-related things, but like we're talking about beaches. Somebody's whipping around a scooter on Timber Cove Beach, and so talking about stuff like that. And I think it originally was with the city manager, and so we had moved that over for efficiency's sake to kind of get those.
Joe, you don't want to sit there on your computer and draw lines on a GPS grid?
No, I see this as two things, and we could keep it as chief of police, and the chief of police could consult with the public works
That's what I
director
would like to see.
as needed, and that's just healthy teamwork. So
That's what I'm saying. I would like to see a role for the public works to give input in terms of traffic assessment on that process.
Because I have a bunch of questions. Go ahead, Mr. Bass.
So my other question was around the corrals and kind of, is there a way to hold the operators responsible to make sure the corrals are kept in order so that, you'll sometimes see, you pull up to these corrals and there's just scooters kind of strewed all over the place, pushed over and not. And I know that in some places there's been talks of trying to go back to, I'll call it like the cradle system, like the bikes where they have their own lockable space, so that kind of can't happen. But is there talks with the operators on that?
So we talked with the operators about, my experience with that is like in Waikiki with Bicky bikes, right? So you have to put it into the rack. And I can't remember what the discussion was. We did have that discussion about whether they could be racked or not. But I think when you see the scooters kind of yard sailed around there, it's a sliver of time. And I used to joke that time heals all calls, but it's one of those things where like you give it a little while and their operator will be out there and probably dress that up. It seems to be a common theme. They're like, oh, I saw this. Yeah, I get that. But in the meeting with them yesterday, they're out there actively managing some of that stuff. Or at least that is what I'm told. I haven't followed them around to confirm that. So,
I guess, and this might be too much and it might be too hard, but I wonder if there's a way that, because there's Bird and Lime in our city, and it's like, and if they're both having to go to the same corral, if they could both help each other. When there is, they pull up to a corral, doesn't matter if it's a Lime or Bird scooter, set them all up, help each other, and if they didn't, it'd be like a way that they both get a ding or something, I don't know. I just think that's one of the biggest issues I see.
Yeah, they're both operators are amiable to working together. As a matter of fact, they're sitting in the same row, although not next to each other. They're used
That would be awkward.
Right. They are used to working together. We've had these conversations, these joint conversations with Lime and Bird on the same calls. They're working with us on the geofence to make sure they overlay correctly. So it's not been an uphill battle to work with the operators.
Mr. Roberts.
hot
When I met with the two representatives, we didn't discuss this, but I'm curious if there's been any discussion on the scooters catching fire. I know it's really rare, but I also know one of the causes of it is getting hot and overheating. So I think of those scooters as just left on the side of the road, sitting in the sun for hours and hours, and I just wonder if there's any discussion on the prevention of that.
We did not discuss scooter fire prevention.
I have a few questions.
By the way, when we come to the discussion section, if you want, I talked to the city attorney. We can call them up to ask for their direct input and have back and forth with the two vendors. So if you want to hold your question for the discussion section, I think you could ask them that directly rather than asking the chief who talked to them earlier. You know, play telephone.
We're doing a lot of discussion right now. So.
Chief, I have a question. A couple of questions, actually. Back when we modified this to allow for photo enforcement, I remember there being hefty discussion about the serial numbers or an identifying number being visible so that the number could be read from a distance with a photo. But what I heard you say and what I read was that that's still an issue because it's so small?
So my experience with these scooters goes back a few years. The sticker with the serial number on that green post has been white in the past. I asked for a contrasting color, high visibly contrasting color on both sides of that center post so they can be viewed from either side. Yesterday, I was privy to a couple of violations. I tried to get out and snap them with my iPhone. They're not big enough to grab it with an iPhone from across the street.
Okay, well, thank you for adjusting that. One of the things that we've also talked about in the past, I believe it was when Lime first came to town before Bird was here, was not just the geofence at Heavenly Village, but a governor, for lack of a better term, to reduce the speed specifically through the Lakeview Commons area. And I would say, is that possible for us to add in here? High traffic pedestrian areas, for instance, Lakeview Commons. And I mean Lakeview Commons all the time, not just during Live at Lakeview, because that is a high traffic area during this pedestrian area. And it seems like that has been a big issue. So I'm sorry, I'll wait for your answer. Is that possible?
It probably is possible. We'll have to make some observations to to interpret what high traffic is. If I don't speak geofence, but what I looked at today looked like there was a governor in that Lakeview Commons area already.
Okay.
And in a couple other places.
Okay.
If I may. Yeah, I think with some areas completely shuts down. Other areas it drops to half speed or three-quarter speed. So that system's already in place.
Okay, perfect. Now, these are two sort of logistical questions, and they may not be for you, but I'm going to ask you just in case you know. Can more than one scooter be rented simultaneously on one driver's license?
No, I asked that question yesterday.
Okay, because that used to be an issue. When Chief Euler was here, he used the same driver's license and two different credit cards and rented two scooters simultaneously.
I asked that question yesterday specifically about that because we were dealing with, as it was described to us, the system had been purged of all the driver's license here in Tahoe. The operator had to put a driver's license in. I asked, can you operate, or maybe Dan asked, can you operate two scooters with the same ID? That was no, but you can operate two scooters with the same credit card number.
Okay, but it has to be a separate driver's license.
That's my understanding.
Perfect. My next question, again, is maybe not for you, but I'm going to ask. My understanding when this first came about, one of the selling points to City Council for bringing in the scooters was that they had low income pricing. And I'm being told, and maybe all of council got that email, that there is no low income pricing in South Lake Tahoe. And I would like to see that happen if we're going to keep these.
I can check with the operators on that. I'm not aware of that.
Thank you, Chief.
I went to their I went to their website to look at low-income pricing.
After that email?
After that email, and there's you sign up for it on their website, and then I think it applies everywhere. It's not like a South Lake Tahoe specific thing. It's an account with them thing.
That may be the answer. I just wanted to bring it up.
Yeah, no, it's totally legit. And I think we should invite them up to
And we
verify
will.
my imagination and make sure I'm not hallucinating that.
When
But
we
that's what I
get through
recall.
public comment and we're in discussion, I plan on bringing the two representatives up. Any other questions, council?
Could there be any more?
Could there be any more questions? No. Thank you, Chief.
Sure. Thank you, Chief, for an excellent report.
We'll move to public comment on this item. Is there any member of the public? I know Mr. Mosier is beating a path to our door. Oh, Mr. Messina too.
Mr. Messina.
The big supporters of scooters, as I recall. Well, I do support bicycles and scooters. In fact, I hate to be a prohibitionist, but there's one electric bike rider that's very lucky I'm a cautious driver. And this is not the first time that this has happened. I was going down Silver Dollar, and he rode hands-free through the stop sign, through the intersection, texting a message on his cell phone. And if I wasn't aware and stopped in time, I would have hit him.
Yeah.
And the city only suggests that you don't use your cell phone while you're riding. I think there should be a law prohibiting it, not just on electric bikes, but on bicycles as well, because I've had bicycles do the same thing. They're hands-free, texting and looking down at their phone instead of where they're going. And I think this is a major safety issue. Like I said, it's happened to me at least 2 times now. And suggesting that they don't use their phone while biking doesn't cut it. They don't care. Let's give the police some authority to ticket them for doing something like that. And I also had a comment on the not being able to read the numbers on the scooters. The providers, the companies should be able to pinpoint what scooter is at what point at a specific time. The police should be able to say at this point, at such and such a time, there was a violation. Tell me who was riding it. And that would solve that problem very effectively. So anyway, let's get them to ride safely. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. Mr. Mosher?
Deja vu all over again. Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. If you had just listened to me years ago, or even to Chief Euler, you'd be home by now, relaxing, toddy in your hand. Yes, Chief Euler, after that 12-year-old girl got hurt at McDonald's there, he came out against permitting them. So, he had sense enough to see the light back then also. Also we sent, people to Breckenridge. Breckenridge banned them in 2019 and actually labeled them, I read it to you, actually labeled them a nuisance, in quotes. Also, the corrals last year was supposed to be the start of that program Mr. Stevenson came up with, Chief Stevenson. It's a joke. They were just left, I live in a state line area, and they were left in probably 2 times as many places as before, on the bike paths, walking paths. And the rider's still not returning them to the corrals. They still leave them at home, and they come and just change the batteries and leave it in front of somebody's house or private property, and don't even bring them back to the corrals. You don't legalize, but you can enforce. VHRs, e-scooters, e-bikes. And, should have, like I said, you'd be home by now. And how many times we've gone through this. You can't enforce it. Last year, they were giving a ticket, a guy in front of me, and on the street, CSO officer, a code enforcement officer, 15 feet away. A guy rides with his little girl, probably about 6, 7 years old, reaching up, barely able to reach the handlebars, with the dad on it. The mother comes through on one, and then a son that's about 11 or 12 years old, right behind him. And stuff rides right between them, like 5, 6 feet away from each of those, CSO officer and code enforcement officer. They didn't even blink or do anything. And I've witnessed this like at least 100, 200 times over the years. There's zero enforcement. So, you don't have to chase after them or anything. They go right by you. And even signing up for them and everything right in front of our CSOs and people. So there's zero enforcement out there. League to Safe Lake Tahoe brought them here, and they're it's joy riders. It's joy riding. And, the only, you're actually increasing VMTs with all the hospital trips and trips to urgent care. So they really should be banned. The lawsuits, check lawsuits elsewhere. Much of what you're proposing here for liability waivers and operators paying city attorney fees, you need to check lawsuits elsewhere. It's a joke. This isn't worth the paper that's written on, the agreements. So you still have liabilities. You don't have signage. The ability, there's insufficient infrastructure, complete lack of signage, and it leads to the inability to enforce. And then there's also a long history of locals and tourist anarchy here, that people just come here and do what they please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Is there anyone else in the audience? Mr. Spiel?
Hello, City Council. My name is Nick Spiel, speaking on behalf of myself. I would first of all encourage you all to try them out. Try out the scooters. It's useful, I think, to just have that experience of using them to get around, to know what works, what doesn't, what's a pain in terms of that sign-up workflow and verification and all that sort of thing. I know I've seen some of you out on scooters, sometimes with maybe a paragliding backpack on your back or something like that. And that experience is useful. I've heard that in the discussion. So I'd encourage you to give it a shot. Some of these regulatory changes being proposed here, I know that they're really intended to be targeting reckless driving, and I just hope that the enforcement will be focused on reckless driving. I think some of these examples of, get off the scooter as you're going to cross every street, if you're doing that safely, I'd really hope to not be seeing tickets for that. Sometimes our crosswalks are like 80 feet long, and to get off your scooter and walk all the way across and then you see another crosswalk is just not especially ergonomic. I think if people are weaving throughout Highway 50, you can use these laws to enforce that, but really focus on the reckless driving. A number of people have commented in the past about the choice of having scooters versus shared bicycles in the community, and sometimes people talk about the profitability of one versus the other. As I was looking up this ordinance change, I noticed in City Code, section 4.185.030, this is kind of interesting. I'll read this again. 4.185.030, titled "Shared Bicycles Prohibited." It's a very long section of City Code. It says, "Shared bicycles and shared e-bicycles are prohibited." That surprised me and kind of disappoints me, because I think the Lime bikes in other cities are pretty great things to have. Thank you for your time. Take care.
Thank you, Mr. Spiel. Anyone else in the audience? Mr. Mastiglione? Did I say that right?
Mastiglione.
Mastiglione.
It's fine.
I added too many
Don't worry.
vowels.
It's a common mistake. Good morning, Mayor and members of the South Lake Tahoe City Council. My name is Charlie Mastiglione, and I'm the Senior Manager of Government Relations for Lime. I wanted to thank both council and staff for initiating this thoughtful dialogue. I can say that we wholeheartedly support staff's recommendation to explore holding more educational and safety events, and are fully committed to working with law enforcement to encourage responsible rider behavior. I can also share that we've taken the following steps this season to ensure an even safer experience for our riders and for the community as a whole. So number one is we have purged our entire ID database in South Lake Tahoe, and what this means is that all riders in Tahoe will be required to rescan their ID before their next trip, regardless of whether they have ridden 100 times or if they've ridden 0 times. So no rides will be allowed with that re-verification. Next, we have rolled out our Capture AI technology, and so what that is within 3 seconds of a trip ending, Lime will review the end of ride trip photo, and if parking is compliant, the trip ends successfully. If it's detected to be in the right of way, blocking a sidewalk or anything else like that, the rider will be notified immediately, and they will not be able to end their trip, and corrective action will be prompted. Next is we have an in-app banner, and so if all of you download the Lime app, I'm going to assume hopefully you all do. For all rides going forward, if you open up the app, you'll see immediately a banner pop up that instructs riders not to park or ride at Heavenly Village. We acknowledge that that is absolutely not the right place to park, and it's not acceptable at all. Next is we also have a safety quiz, and so we're going to require all riders, new and old, to complete a safety quiz prior to starting their next ride in Tahoe, which emphasizes parking safely, keeping off the sidewalks, and never riding under the influence or with 2 people or more. And so, the now police chief mentioned it, that we held a demo at Heavenly Village yesterday, right around there, where with the assistant city attorney present, as well as an individual from the police department. And we highlighted all of these technologies. And so, while I'm definitely excited for these developments, I know that we still have work to do. And I'd love to meet with each and every one of you individually to hear how we can continue to partner. And thank you again for your time. Look forward to answering questions.
Thank you. We'll bring you back up at the end of public comment.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? Please come forward.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Kylie Floodman. I am a Senior Government Partnerships Manager with BIRD, one of the shared micromobility providers here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Last time I was here, it was Earth Day. Today was the day the city officially recognized June as Bike Month. I think both very timely reminders that alternative sustainable transportation is a key part of the city's sustainability goals. I'm here to express support for the work that City Attorney Bardzell and Acting Chief Roberson are doing to strengthen the safety and efficacy of the city's micromobility program. Since this item was last before council, BIRD, Lime, and our respective legal teams have met with the city attorney and acting chief multiple times to answer questions, walk through available safety technology, and collaborate on a safety engagement plan. So we're very excited to see this actually come to fruition and hold true to the promises that we made. There's still a lot of work to be done. We welcome your direction today as we continue to move forward with that. That being said, I would like to share some of the work that's proactively been done ahead of official direction to hold true to those promises, and also out of respect for the feedback that we've received from you, Mayor, the council, and the community. So BIRD has also proactively wiped all of our IDs that have been previously scanned. So every ride that takes place here will have to re-upload their ID for that first scan. We've also added our helmet selfie feature. So this feature uses AI technology to actually identify if someone is or isn't wearing a helmet. And if you are, we'll incentivize that and discount your ride for you. And then ahead of launch on May 1st, we worked with PD and Heavenly to get access to that area to extensively test and address our geofences to ensure proper execution and precision. And then finally, BIRD's excited to kick off our summer safety series later this month in partnership with Live at Lakeview. So thank you again, Mayor and Council, for your ongoing support of this program. As I shared in my previous comments, micromobility truly is a visitor and local amenity. It's a vital transportation solution for locals. 31% of our riders were locals. Of course, there is a big tourism aspect, but I think both can exist at the same time. And hopefully you're seeing through ours and Line's engagement that we are committed to making this work in the right way, taking your feedback seriously, and continuing to adapt and grow this program to the way it is to actually meet the needs of the city. So we're excited to continue building on this program and look forward to answering your questions shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? I don't think there is anyone else in the room. Okay, moving on to our Zoom platform.
There's no hands raised at this time, Mayor.
Okay, I'll bring it back to council. If Ms. Floodman and Mr. Mastelloni would like to come back up to the podium and council can have a dialogue with you. Mr. Bass?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for being here today. And I think, yeah, through the years we've evolved and this has gotten better and better. But I'm curious, in line with what I was asking the chief earlier, have you seen that type of setup in other cities? I know I've seen it in DC, just as far as where we have areas. I'm really thinking the 50 corridor is where there's parts of 50 where definitely scooters shouldn't be, but the other side of the highway is. And so you just kind of take that entire part of the highway and geofence it so that it makes the rider, it directs them through their app that this is the appropriate place to go. And then again, we have, really I'm thinking in the state line corridor where there's a lot of scooters always on the Harveys and our side of McPee's that are always lined up there. And when folks are taking a scooter there and they're going down through the state line neighborhoods where all the hotels are and they end up at Park Avenue, that's really a bad area for scooters to go from Park Avenue up to 50 and then try to take a right and get to where there is decent trails at Pioneer. Really, they should be going, essentially crossing 50 to the south side of 50, going down Bellamy Court, around Heavenly Village, and then back Park Avenue all the way over to Pioneer on the south side of 50, because that's all safe, paved, and good to go. So you would kind of geofence Park Avenue essentially on the south side, or sorry, the north side of it, all the way out, so that people couldn't travel there. Those to me seem like the biggest safety issues, where people could literally fall in a pothole and fall in the travel of a
And
vehicle.
the curve on Park is dangerous. I agree.
So I'm wondering if, you know, I have seen this on Capitol Hill. That's probably the place where I've seen it the most intricate. And so I know it's possible. I'm just wondering, did the city of DC do that? Or do you guys do that work? How did that happen in DC?
They have sidewalks there.
Yeah.
So I can speak,
You're fine.
Okay. Thank you for that feedback and commentary. So I can speak to a couple of different pieces of that. I think the core of what we're discussing here is we do need to have a full planning meeting where we really look at the entire city and almost start from scratch to figure out, okay, where do we want these vehicles to be? Where do we not want them to be? Where do we want slow zones, no park zones or mandatory parking zones, for example, by McPease? The way that we would ideally do this is we would section out the high pedestrian areas, the high density areas, have designated parking zones. So not only do our riders know where to go, but the community knows where to expect them to be. But then outside of some of those more core tourism areas, we wouldn't recommend having those mandatory parking zones, because then you take away the convenience aspect for people that are utilizing them, and that's more often locals as you get farther away, right? So it's a really tailored, nuanced approach, and I think the way to do this is maybe it's through PD, and if it's going to be going through Public Works as well, like have a few meetings where we're genuinely planning this out, street by street, area by area, because I think there is some nuance to it where I get the reasoning for wanting to really carve out these routes. But there does get to a point where you're over geofencing and over regulating in that sense, to where people just won't utilize the service. And there's an education piece of it. Part of it is just making broader zones. I'm really big for that. Councilmember Roberts, part of what I sent to you in response to the Heavenly complaints is this idea of, rather than sectioning out roads and areas, let's make them bigger and broader so people know what to expect. So it's a general answer, but it's a very nuanced approach that we have to take. And so I think we need to find a time, hopefully quickly. I don't think this needs to wait for the next council meeting or when this is an official change to the amendment or to the code, and actually figure out a plan for what the city needs to look like. And to the chief's comment, you know, Bird and Lime having the exact same geofencing, the exact same maps. This is viewed, you know, to the public as a city program. So we want to make sure that we're doing it together and doing it in a way that reflects well on you all.
Yeah, understood. And I hear you on the over geofencing, but I think in our town, we have really what it is deferred street maintenance and sidewalk maintenance. And that's where I'm talking about the no riding. So I'm not putting it on you guys. It's really our city's issues, but in those areas, there's also a good path to go. And when you're dealing with tourists and not locals, they don't know that good path.
What path are you talking about again? So Heavenly Village to what, Lake Parkway, you said?
No, it's the opposite side.
Yeah, Pioneer to Park Avenue on the northern side of Highway 50, for instance. That little
Like
section.
in front of the
is-
Applebee's
So, yeah,
to
so-
Hotel
so-
Beckett.
And
So
even all the way
part of the problem
to
with this is
Friday.
that,
Yeah.
you know, people are going to the dumpling house. Okay, I'm going to the dumpling house. That's just me.
That's the problem.
I don't know what other people are doing. That's what I'm doing. And like, that's on Highway 50. That's where that, like, the destinations are there. So this idea of like having this be like the route you want people to go, like the stuff, the destinations are along 50. The real problem is that that section of our city has no functional bike lanes. And Highway 50 has no good bike lanes there, which is why I thought it was better when we were able to, you know, several years ago, when we were able to like ride, albeit slowly, on the sidewalk along Heavenly Village, the sidewalk that fronts 50, not the interior sidewalks that are like really busy, but the front area along 50, because you could get off Highway 50 and go along there, and you're slower, but at least you're off the highway.
In the village, you're talking.
Yes, in Heavenly Village, and that could be a compromise, but that's the kind of thing where that's why I want this to be a collaboration between the public safety department and the traffic management departments, right? This is where the two of them get together and say, because the best thing you can do for public safety is to ban all transit and keep everybody at home, right? That's like, then no one's going to get hurt if they don't go outside. So there's a rational endpoint to that, but we want to make sure that we are doing public safety regulations with the context of where are people going. And that's why having transit, our transit engineer, our on-staff transit engineer, have input into that process about what makes the most sense, along with the public safety department to say, these are where the accidents are happening, or these are where there's intersections, but, and so the traffic can say, well, this is where people are moving, because you want to support both. You don't want to regulate one to the detriment of the other. But what I will ask for is, the complaints that I get, at any rate, I mean, we hear a lot about, kids riding and people riding double and so on, but I ride my bike around town a lot when I have working knees, and I ride the scooters the rest of the time, and that's about 50-50 these days. The biggest problem that I encounter for the mobility, for the scooters overall, is when they're parked on the side of the bikeway and then they fall over. And it's not that they're necessarily strewn haphazardly, it's that they have a kickstand that's this big. And they're very top heavy as a result. And that's sort of just inherent to the machines themselves. And people can park them appropriately on the edge of the bike lane or on the grass next to the bikeway, and then they, a light breeze and a leaf falls on them, and then they topple over. And I'm not blaming the machines for this. That's just sort of inherent to it's not. No one's trying to do wrong necessarily, right? So one way to address this, we have these no parking zones in Heavenly Village. We have no ride zones in Heavenly Village, but we can also have no park zones, right? Area where you're allowed to ride, you're just not allowed to park. And extending that to cover most of the bike path with breaks where you are allowed to park along the bike path at designated spots, at corral spots. So in other words, it's obviously not a no-go zone, because that would be pointless, but it's a swaths of it can be a no-park zone. So you have to just get a little further off the bike trail, at least into non-topple over distance, right? You want to park at what's the shopping center that we're kind of THC is? The Bijou Center, right? You can't park it on the bike path next to the Bijou Center. You have to get off and go to the designated corral zone at the bike center. So
I think we have that in the Bijou right now.
Well, this is what I'm getting at.
That's just an example.
I'm getting at this as an example as a way to not no travel zones but no park zones along the bike trails where you can, and you have, you do it sensibly, you have breaks. So that's the kind of thing I would like to see, particularly with our public works input as to where it makes sense to put corrals along the bike trail for parking, and just having, you have a free go zone but no stop zone, in that area. And that's the kind of thing I would like to see get done and to see brought back to City Council at some point, end of summer, fall, whatever, to say, here's what we're planning for next year to expand to.
I think that's actually right within our suggested action. Ms. Stroud?
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that council already added the corral concept to the ordinance in the last amendments we made, and that designated or delegated to the police chief to determine where those should be, so that is in place, and that has been delegated to the police chief.
So then I guess the request would be to request direction to public safety to look at expanding that to include designated parking areas and no parking along the bike
Okay.
track, at least certain sections of it.
I think we're all on the same page on that, Mr. Robbins. Is there anything else?
Maybe more, we'll see.
Okay, Mr. Jenkins.
I assume, well, first of all, the report that done by staff and your cooperation, I think, is very good. It's a very good report. It's clear. You're trying to promote safety, minimize liability. I think that's great. I assume, and you correct me, that in a city with few streetlights, with incomplete streets, with chuck holes potholes, cracks in the street, that not all streets are susceptible or desirable to have people riding little scooters on late at night or at night. Unless you have a time, I would hope they wouldn't be riding around at night. But there are certain that you'll be evaluating where it's safe to drive, because I have a real concern with creating, whether we say we have liability or not, creating by design liability. And so I assume in that evaluation, the street by street, there's some places you don't want scooters. Probably today, with the way our system is, you may not even want automobiles or people walking because it's unsafe at night, late at night, or during the day. So I assume will you be looking at that? I mean, do we want Lime scooters and others in the other one? The others, sorry. Bird is the word. Yeah. Do we want them everywhere, even on streets that are less than desirable? That's my question.
I think that's a great question, Councilmember Jenkins. And what I can say is all of this is inviting to me a dialogue for all of us to collaboratively get together and decide where it makes sense to continue to deploy, where it might make sense to explore slow zones, and where it might make sense in your case of, in streets that simply are, rideable to both automobiles and scooters, where maybe it might make sense to put a no-ride zone. And, I would say that we share the same sentiment, given the agreement we have to indemnify and hold the city harmless, that we also do not want lawsuits as well. And so I would say that we share that goal, and I think that specifically to your question, we can definitely explore, where it might make sense. And I just wanted to add on to what Councilmember Robbins was talking about as it relates to the bike path. It's interesting that you bring up the idea of being able to ensure that bike paths aren't places where folks can park, and maybe that there's set areas where people can park. Well, Kylie and I actually just worked on a very similar initiative over in Long Beach along their beach bike path, which previously banned e-scooters from operating there. And so we've been able to collaboratively work with the city to actually open it up so you can ride along the beach bike path, but there are, in fact, set areas where you can park. And that just opened this past weekend, and I can say that it's been a success so far. I encourage you to reach out to the city if you'd like, but I'd be happy to explore that idea more as well.
Could I just follow up with thank you. That was a very good answer, and I appreciate our shared concern for liability and safety of our public. Do you allow the scooters? Do they have lights, and do you allow them to operate at night?
Yeah, the scooters, both of our scooters, I believe, have lights. They all follow California Vehicle Code, and they're all I think it was your question earlier, are UL certified to make sure that they can withstand the Tahoe sun, probably a lot better than my skin, which reminds me I need to reapply, but yes.
Thank you. Front and rear lights.
Yes.
Front and rear lights, and yes, we do operate throughout night. One thing I'd like to point out, and I know there's a lot of typically concerns and thoughts about late night riding are around one thing, that being people that are maybe using alcoholic beverages, which obviously we do not support, and you can get a DUI on a scooter. Really? So to that point, that being said, I always like to highlight the fact that for those people that are using them to get to and from work, that are shift workers, that are not that maybe they walked a mile to work, but it's dark and it's late and they're tired and they don't have a car, right? So having this option is extremely important. And again, I think just speaks to the fact that we have to be thinking about both the tourism aspect, but also the local commuting and transportation aspect. Also, I'll speak from my perspective as a woman. I often use them at night because, to be honest, if I'm in a bit of a darker, less populated area, I feel a lot safer hopping on a scooter. I speak from that as a scooter representative, so I'm more of an active scooter user in general. But at night, I do feel a lot safer hopping on something that's going to take about 5 minutes opposed to 15 to 20 minutes.
Mr. Roberts.
I First, I wanted to say it's great to have you guys representing the companies. Certainly enhanced the cooperation and the information and everything, and been great work so far working with Chief Roberson, and this is a great advancement for for the city as well as you guys. So back to my question about the fire, you said that they're I mean, I know it's very rare, but every once in a while you see one out in the middle of nowhere on the side, abandoned on the side of the road in the sun. It's like, can't help but think fire is a scary word to us up here, so.
100%. And, as I mentioned before, all of our devices, both are UL certified and, also I know we both operate in Phoenix and Tempe, Arizona, where temperatures sometimes reach well into the triple digits. And I think that, I don't know about Bird, but we also operate in Abu Dhabi. And so, it's very hot, and I'm confident our devices meet all standards necessary.
Could I just one follow-up question?
Thank
Yes.
you.
Microphone, please.
Yes, Mr. Robbins may appreciate this. Maybe we could, to ensure safety, we could follow them with drones. Right? I'm sorry, Scott. Just a thought.
Thinking about the future.
As much as I'm curious whether or not it's possible to put ski racks on these things, so I could take them in the wintertime to have them and avoid their paid parking. I guess you covered the safety thing pretty well. I think I wanted to circle back to the comment from earlier about the low income program. I just wanted
Thank
to.
you.
I went online and poked at that for a few minutes, and I don't want that to be the final word on that question. Me poking at a website for a minute. So if you guys want to just address that question in some exposition.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. And if possible, Mayor, to forward that to us. I don't know if they're trying to.
I think we all have it. One of
Okay.
us will send it to you.
Yeah, because
You might get 5 of them.
Perfect. Amazing. Send us 20. But yeah, Mayor, members of the council, both, Charlie, I'm assuming I'm speaking on correctly on behalf of both operators, but yes, equity and low-income programs are a huge piece of what we do. You just have to be on a federal or state, some sort of income assisted program. You reach out to us via our app, via hello@bird.co for Bird, or on our website. And yes, you are in our community pricing program. I would say another piece of that, most of our events, we center on safety, but we also educate on that piece of it. I think the hardest part about getting people signed up on this is the barrier to entry and just knowing about it. So in addition to in-app communications and emails, which are going out to existing riders, the in-person engagement is how we're actually going to get people that aren't aware of that or aren't active riders. So that's a huge focus that at least Bird, and I'm sure Lime focuses on in-person engagement.
If I may add to that as well, something new that we've launched this year actually is we're proud to have our first Lime Hero partner in South Lake Tahoe. And so what that means is all riders now have the opportunity to round up their ride to donate to a local charitable organization. And the organization that we're partnering with is Keep Tahoe Blue. And so, we're excited to, in addition to supporting folks who qualify to ride on low income, as a part of our low income program, to also support a local fantastic organization.
Thank you for that.
Do the devices have like tip over sensors that can alert you when they're knocked over? I assume they did, but I didn't know for sure. Okay.
When you're on them? So,
presumably whenever.
Council, do you have any further questions for our 2 representatives? Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to deliberate now. So just to sort of expedite the conversation, besides the things that staff has recommended, both for safety and for legal, thank you. It's a long day. I've captured from council that we would like new corrals with no parking zones in certain areas. Let me rephrase, let me back up. That we want staff to review, the public safety and public works staff to review the possibility of new parking areas and no parking areas, and to evaluate other possible geofenced areas in the community for that attribute to safety. And then I heard, I believe it was Mr. Mastaloni say about the AI parking, that they can make that determination within just a few seconds, and that would be governed by that. Is there anything else that I've missed beyond what
That's not in the ordinance.
What was
That's
the
not
AI
in the
parking?
ordinance.
Mr. Mastaloni talked about when someone ends a ride, there's about there's about, I believe he said a 3-second lag where they are determining based on an end of ride photo that the scooter has been parked appropriately. And that if it is, the ride ends. If it isn't, then the ride continues until they rectify the situation. Ms. Stroud.
Yeah, just on that point, the way our ordinance is currently drafted regarding corrals and geofencing, the operators are required to effectively prohibit entering into the geofenced area and effectively prohibit parking within 1,000 feet of a corral. So I think
You think
I
we're
would
covered
just
on that?
suggest not micromanaging the details of that, because there might be new technologies.
I
that help
wasn't,
achieve
to
that.
be clear, I was just saying that the council has identified that we would like additional corrals and no parking zones based on staff's review. And that they would bring any changes, if necessary, back to the council. I try real hard to stay in my lane.
So currently, the police chief can make those changes without coming back to council.
Perfect.
But if council wants a report on that, that's appropriate.
Let them, again, I think we want the staff to manage it as
Yeah.
I know they want to do.
I'm 100% okay with that.
So I don't know that we need to.
I'd like to see what they come up with.
Yeah, I think it all sounds good. It's just the
can
idea
come
of a
up with it,
planning
yeah.
meeting, right, between Lyman Bird and our
I
staff.
think that can
public
be
works.
part of a staff report when we bring back the ordinance to be approved, a future amended ordinance. Is there anything that I didn't capture in that?
I have something that I'd like to suggest we excise. I don't know if you want to talk about that yet. To excise, to remove.
Okay, go ahead.
Frankly, I like almost all of this. The one part that I think is probably not so great is the crosswalk, is the no riding on the zebra crossings. I totally on board with no riding on the sidewalks, like in almost everywhere that makes sense, and that's the right thing to do. The challenge is that we want regulations that will improve public safety, and we want regulations that people are gonna do, right? We don't wanna try to regulate something that's sort of not going to be successful. And what happens is a crosswalk is like the zebra crossing is a way safer way to get across Highway 50 than staying on than being in the travel lanes, which you don't want to be. So what happens is people are going to come to the intersection at say like at because I know I do this at Ski Run in 50 when I leave Shedcat, is I'll scooter up to that intersection and I'll wait for the light for the crosswalk to turn, and then I'll cross with the pedestrians on the scooter, turn left onto the bike lane and go.
The only thing is, look, just because we already got this answered, it's part of California Vehicle Code, so we don't have the authority to go against. We can't, isn't that right, Mr. Robertson? This is part of California Vehicle Code that a scooter must be walked across the crosswalk on Highway 50?
Thanks. It's my first time pushing the button, sorry. So it is California Vehicle Code, but what we're asking for is an amendment to the city code that allows us to do photo enforcement on that violation. Otherwise, that enforcement
But
would
we
have to be
can't
done.
change that, we can't make it where you can ride your vehicle across the crosswalk, because we'd be going over California law,
But
right?
it's setting.
That's right, you would just limit our ability to enforce
You
that.
just wouldn't issue tickets with it. And the reason is because
Well-
that's not a good system. That's not a good, right, because that's not a good recognition of how things work.
But we can't tell our
And on
police
my
to not
bicycle, I'm
enforce
telling them
part of the
whether they can-
vehicle code and then enforce
Yes,
other
we can.
parts.
We just don't include, all we need to do is not include this one part about the zebra crossings, leave everything else in, and then that doesn't, people aren't going to get cited for something that is the reasonable and safe thing to do.
To be clear, they can still be cited, they just can't be cited with a photo.
Like your highway patrol is gonna follow California Vehicle Code, so is the sheriff's department.
And-
You know, that's part of the vehicle code that is state law. We can't go and amend it.
As much as I agree with you in the sense that, and I'll give you an example of what you're talking about. When we did the bike trail behind Harrison Avenue, I was on planning commission and I said, nobody's gonna follow it. They're gonna follow Highway 50. They're gonna stay right there. And sure enough, they always do. It doesn't change the fact that it's still the law. And so I will not be a part of micromanaging the police department that much. I'm gonna give them all the tools they need to enforce. So that's my opinion. Yes, please, God.
Motion directing staff to prepare an ordinance making amendments desired, if any, which were just stated, or, yes, to chapter 4.185, shared mobility devices of the South Lake Tahoe City Code on one or both of the following topics. Both of the following topics, excuse me. Increase the city's liability protections from shared mobility device accidents and increase safety measures for shared mobility device operations.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a
Can I
second.
just
Is there?
ask for a clarification on that motion? Did you intend to have staff make all of the changes that they recommended?
No.
I do.
What do you mean?
In the recommendations
Yeah,
that
the
in the
legal
staff
and
report.
the
We like all of those,
and
yes.
then adding in what Mayor Wallace had
Yeah,
also
I was
spoke
just saying
about.
that they would
and that-
reevaluate the no parking zones as Mr. and the, any possible future, but it's up to them on the geofenced areas.
So that's
Yeah,
not
but
part
there
of.
would be a planning meeting, right, between
So that's-
Bird and our
so that-
staff.
So that's not part of amending this ordinance it's simply those would be follow-up steps that staff
Correct.
would need to take.
We're not amending the
Okay,
ordinance.
okay, good.
We're not amending
Because
the
I didn't
ordinance.
want to see any substantial
We're
changes that
having-
would push us back to first reading.
Yeah, well, this isn't even a first reading. This
That's
is
actually a
us
joke.
giving direction to staff
Yeah, I got
to
it.
come back with an ordinance.
I wanted to be sure.
Council, if I could ask for one clarification. So it currently reads that the chief of police can create all the zones. Do we want to add in there in consultation with the public works director?
Yes.
Okay,
Sure he
thank you.
would do that.
That's the only addition to
Yeah,
that.
otherwise, he assumes liability because he's not a traffic engineer. Yes,
Everything else we talked about was like what we would like to give staff suggestion to do within that framework.
And it doesn't have to be outlined in the ordinance, but it can come back to council with information in a staff report. Are we all good?
We're good.
Everybody, please vote.
That was easy.
That motion unanimously carries.
I'd like to suggest a new VHR ordinance.
You're funny. You're funny.
I don't think we've spent enough time here.
Yeah, I mean, almost as much as the VHR.
Just
yeah.
wait till the next item.
Well,
Item
because-
number 14, accessory dwelling units, citywide parcel level analysis. Mr. Hitchcock, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council members. For the record, John Hitchcock, Planning Manager. I have a short presentation for you on accessory dwelling unit parcel analysis that we completed in collaboration with Workbench, our consultant. As you may recall, on March 12, 2024, City Council directed staff to develop a request proposal to procure a consultant to develop pre-approved accessory dwelling unit plans to be used by members of the public. City Council subsequently approved professional service agreement on December 10, 2024. Workbench and staff has been working with Workbench since then. There were 5 tasks as part of the major the contract itself. Today's discussion is on task 2, which is analysis of the city development rights. Because, like we all know, TRPA's land coverage restrictions can, throw a monkey wrench into the process. So we wanted to figure out, from a feasibility standpoint, could we build ADUs within the city? So we had to make some assumptions as part of our analysis. One was we selected parcels in plan area zone, just only residential. So we left out commercial zones, recreation, conservation, and tourist zones. We excluded exempt parcels, public parcels, non-developed parcels. These are parcels with IPE scores of 0, meaning they're stream environment zone, and parcels that are deed restricted open space. We excluded mobile home parks, excluded commercial parcels, hotel motel parcels, and also common areas, condos, townhomes, and PUDs. We also, as part of analysis, and this is specific to vacant parcel itself, we had to come up with assumption of an average size residential dwelling project. So we made our assumption was a dwelling unit, 1,100 square feet, so that's just the ground floor. Driveway, 400 square feet, that accommodates 2 parking spaces, which is required by city code. And so the primary dwelling will be 1,500 square feet. We assumed a minimum size ADU per state law, which is 800 square feet, counting for potential coverage of 2,300 square feet. So this is the figure will be used for developing our analysis for vacant parcels and determining if ADUs are possible. The baseline data that we were able to come up with, total parcel counts was 10,171. Average parcel size just over 9,000 square feet. That came out to 92% of the parcels are developed, 9,313, and then vacant parcels in the city account for 858 parcels, which is 8%. The vast majority of the vacant parcels, 66% falls within the range of 4,000 and 9,000 square feet, which allows a max coverage of 1,800 square feet to 2,700 square feet. Developed parcels, 73%, the majority of those parcels also fell within 4,000 to 9,000 square feet. What the analysis came back with, for vacant parcels, 3% of those parcels would not have adequate coverage to build an ADU if you're just interested in building a primary dwelling. Those are parcels that are less than 4,000 square feet. By the time you put in a driveway and a primary dwelling, there wouldn't be coverage left for a detached or an attached ADU. It would have to be built like on a second story. The majority of the parcels, 66 parcels, potentially could accommodate 300 to 800 square foot ADU, and then 30% of the vacant parcels could accommodate 800 square feet or larger. For the developed parcels themselves, 38 of the parcels, our analysis concluded have excess coverage. Excess coverage is coverage that exceeds your base allowable or exceeds your maximum allowable, meaning that no new coverage could be transferred or created on the site. If you're to build an ADU, you would have to use existing excess coverage, relocate it. For example, you could probably convert a shed into an ADU. You can convert soft coverage, compacted dirt into an ADU, but no new coverage can be created. In this situation, they would have to mitigate their excess coverage though, and that's based on this complicated formula that I won't go into. 38 of the parcels could accommodate 300 to 800 square foot units, and 24% of the parcels could accommodate ADUs greater than 800 square feet. So based on this analysis, staff is recommending that City Council direct staff to continue with the contract. However, focus our efforts on developing pre-approved plans that are 800 square feet or less, and 1-car garages and 2-car garages with a second-story ADU unit. We believe that you're going to get the best bang your buck for the smaller ADUs, and not concentrate on developing plans for 1,000 square foot ADUs, which is the maximum that you can have in the city. And with that concludes my presentation. We do have Workbench on the Zoom call if you have any questions specific to their work itself. And with that, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hitchcock. Sorry, I'm in the wrong thing. Is there anybody who has questions? Mr. Jenkins?
It's always good to see you, and thank you for your report, John. The analysis that you've done is based on the rules that this coverage. I don't want to call it a mythology, but so I won't say that. This coverage theory, but it's not based. It's not. So therefore, the number of units that are possible are less than if it were considered under state law, which state law has very prescriptive, as I understand the law. It has under SB 9 and as amended, has a very specific, and there would be more ADU, and more ADUs means that there'd be more opportunity for affordable housing as opposed to less There'd be less cost because you wouldn't have to be buying coverage if you wanted to do it. But I would be very interested in knowing, maybe I'm the only one, if we for some way were able to follow state law, what would it mean in the increase in the availability of ADUs versus simply the highly restrictive TRPA regulation, which we are told we have to follow, even though we live in California, and there's no exemptions under SB 9 for us. Do you get my question?
Yes.
How many would exist if we followed state law, and maybe we could even get our friends at TRPA to, to see their ways since they're so interested in affordable housing.
Yeah, I understand the question. I mean, if the coverage restrictions did not apply, per state law, every single parcel, if they can accommodate it from setbacks point of view, talking about single family parcels, could basically accommodate one attached and one detached, or one detached and one junior ADU, which is a conversion of existing space. So that's every single parcel in a single family zone per state law can essentially have up to 2 ADUs, if coverage restrictions aside.
So if I may just follow up in the vein of my colleagues, from an affordable housing perspective, of which we of course are all interested in, TRPA is interested in, we're a city, we have policies about it, that following state law, if we could encourage our fine friends, and I think of many of them as friends, to let us follow state law, we would have more opportunity for affordable housing, would we not? And is that something in your view that there might be some way to pursue, that we could pursue that?
Without the coverage restrictions, yes, we would have more housing. City staff, particularly Ms. Wackenhut, does sit on the TRPA housing working group. And through that process, we've been trying to push to, at least for ADUs, provide some sort of exemption, because they are filling a role in providing housing, and generally, in most cases, it's rental housing. That concept has been well received by TRPA staff, but it's going to have to work itself through the process, and like anything at TRPA, that takes time.
Well, thank you for pursuing it.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Mr. Robbins?
Well, David, as someone who works now in the legislature in the state of California, I share your frustration with Article 6, Clause 2 of the Constitution that says that the federal government's laws are supreme over the states. I find that very inconvenient, and that is how we come to be under the thumb of the TRPA.
Well, Mr. Scott, you know what, though? We have never had an Attorney General's opinion, not from HCD, but we have never had an Attorney General's opinion who is the one who tells us when we're in compliance or we have to comply, and there's no exemption under SB 9 for the city of South Lake Tahoe. We are exempted, nor does it say, I guess, that maybe we're exempted for the fair share allocation. Maybe we're exempted. We need authoritative, not speculative, and not fuzzy opinions about what we have to comply with, because it's our responsibility.
I would support our requesting, because we don't have the authority to force them, but we can certainly ask, and I would support that we ask the state AG to give us an opinion on whether or not SB 9 applies in South Lake.
And I would support your support.
And bearing in mind, we can't issue that ourselves, but I would love to find that out.
Hold on one second. Ms. Stroud?
Yeah, I just wanted to remind council that that's on our strategic plan that was just adopted.
Yes.
It's on our work plan for next year for me to do that.
Next year.
Thank
To write
you.
a letter takes till next year, but that's okay. To me, that's ridiculous.
City council adopted the strategic plan and the work plan that went along with it.
It was a great process.
Liked it.
That being said, the two items. One, you mentioned that the TRPA is currently in the nascent stages of reviewing potential relaxation of coverage limitations that might apply to ADUs or other rental housing. Can we give direction to staff to bring back this issue of reviewing the ADU pre-approved plans whenever coverage rules change. So that, if the TRP, so monitor it, because it's highly relevant to us in all kinds of ways. And if they make a change, have staff bring to us at that time an agenda item to review our ADU pre-approved plan structure to see if we should add new things, change what's available to meet the changing conditions, right? Having a set of pre-approved plans that work for the now doesn't prevent us from updating it for the future. All I'm suggesting is can we provide direction to staff along those lines so that happens automatically and we don't miss it.
Yeah, if I'm correct here, John or Zach, please help clarify. But if council gives direction for us to design building plans, they'll have a time limit on them for about 3 years, I believe. They'll be a valid, approved for 3-year time period, which is basically the cycle of the building code. So there will be a need to bring updates back to council. I only say that because I'm not going to hold my breath that the decision will be made within that next window of us having to get new plans designed. But if there is progress at TRPA, we'll come back and give an update to council.
Yeah, and I would really urge, I think we should be in support of the efforts that staff has initiated and empower our representative on the board to do whatever he can, and I know he's very able to do whatever he can to encourage him to let us use state law as a guide so that we can do what we said is important and to provide affordable housing that doesn't cost $858,000 a unit. Okay.
And I'll just speak to that because I'm the representing board member.
Very
So
able.
just as we as a council look to our attorneys for legal guidance and standing, the board of TRPA does the same thing. And our current council is going to advise the TRPA board that we're under a bi-state compact with authority from the U.S. Congress to have this bi-state compact. And essentially, they do take the position that they are the ultimate land use authority within the jurisdiction that includes the city of South Lake Tahoe. So it is, I think, my better angle, and I hear you loud and clear, and I think the council wants that as well, is to try to work within that and get the authority from them rather than buck the authority. It's to say, hey, can we get this into the scope of the authority so that it changes across the whole basin and for the other jurisdictions too. I don't know that we'll get very far, because what we need to do that, from what you're saying, is we need a majority of the vote of the board. Well, the board's going to turn to the legal counsel, and the legal counsel is going to do what I just said.
Which is where many times at TRPA, things in the past, in my history here, have been stymied by legal counsel who is so restrictive that they don't realize that they have flexibility or that we should seek flexibility. I sense with staff of the TRPA that they understand that unlike the rest of the region, we have state law that is propelling, that wants to propel agencies to provide affordable housing, and if they can help us do that, it helps us, it helps the region.
Yeah.
And so anything we can do to help you,
Definitely.
help them.
And all I'm saying is, and I don't disagree, I just think the right pathway is to try to get them, let's try to get the vote and get them on board with it across the whole basin.
I agree.
I had one more question in the questions section here. You mentioned that the recommendation is going to be to focus on detached ADUs under, detached pre-approved plans under 800 square feet, and detached larger ADUs that are over garage as being sort of the most, useful. I just want to clarify, because you mentioned the smaller below 800 square foot ones being pre-approved plans. I want to make sure that includes pre-approved products as well.
What was
Like
products
kits.
as-
Like ADU products, like that you can buy and ship in on a flatbed.
Oh.
And that kind of thing. So prefabricated ADU
Okay, yeah,
products, not just plans.
prefab. Is that included, Mr. Thomas?
That was looking at, that was part of the initial scope of the contract, so that's already kind of
So I just want to make sure
taken
that
into
carries forward when we say, well, for detached ADUs, you think the most profitable use of time is to look at is to identify plans under 800 square feet, that it's plans and products that are under 800 square feet, both?
That's correct.
Correct.
Okay,
That-
good.
That's correct.
Because a prefabricated, especially the smaller they get, the more useful, the more you're likely to find prefabricated units that are useful in that category, that are appropriate. Because it's going to be easier to flatbed in something that's, 700 square feet than something that's 1,200 square feet.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Hitchcock?
I had one item.
Oh, yes,
I didn't
please.
mention in my presentation. So we did ask our consultant to give us the range of costs for preparing these plans. They fall between 15,000 to 40,000. 15,000 is on the low side is usually you have a residential designer design your ADUs. But then that still requires an architect and a civil engineer to actually sign off. And on the high end of 40,000 is when you actually have a architectural or an engineer that's certified actually prepare the plans for you. So that would be the cost savings that we'd be passing on to the public.
Yeah, because I think we want to, I think it's their consensus, it sounds like there is, we want to make this, I'm willing for us to pay slightly more on the up end because every single time that this gets used, it's going to be a cost savings for the person putting it in.
Correct.
And so the most we can do to have this pre-ready to go, the most stamps, the most signatures, the most whatevers, I think is what we want.
And we want it to last as long as possible.
And to last as long as possible, yeah.
Okay.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions for Mr. Hitchcock? Okay, thank
Thanks.
you.
Another easy.
Open this up to public comment. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll move to Zoom.
No members via Zoom, Mayor.
Okay, I'll bring it back to council for further discussion or a motion.
Motion. Yeah, go ahead, Scott.
I move to pass a motion directing staff to continue with the workbench contract to develop pre-approved ADU plans and pre-approved ADU products focused on smaller sized units consistent with the findings of the developable city lots analysis. Please note, I added pre-approved
Yes.
products into that.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's vote.
Oh, I'm sorry, who was the second?
Mr. Jenkins?
Mr. Quiet.
And you caught the amendment there?
Yes.
City Clerk, Madam Clerk?
Sorry.
I got it.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
That motion unanimously carries.
Thank you,
Mayor.
Ms. Blankenship. I need a 5-minute break, but please know, council, I will be hitting the gavel to start the meeting at 3 o'clock straight up.
You're just really tough.
I will get more stuff done. We're bringing the meeting back to order and going to item number 15, our draft 5-year capital improvement plan and fiscal year 25-26 budget recommendations. Mr. Najad. Sorry, Sue.
Do you want a motion, Mr. Najad?
We're not recording. Can you wait for Yeah, we'll wait just a second. Sorry.
She was just.
I didn't realize you weren't there. You're always there.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. You're
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Now we can start.
Thank you. Good afternoon again, Mayor Wallace and members of the City Council. For the record, my name is Anush Najad, Director of Public Work. The item before you is the draft 5-year capital improvement program and recommendations for the fiscal year 25-26 for the CIP budget consideration. Today, we're not asking the council for budget appropriation. This presentation is a preview of the 25-26 CIP budget requests once the final budget is known in July. The CIP budget, along with the operating budget, will be presented to the City Council on August 26 for your review and approval. So to begin with, I just want to mention that the city has a very robust CIP program. This summer, we have actually about 20 projects that are in construction or will be bid out very quick soon. We have about $120 million in capital projects which are in construction. These projects are funded through a variety of funding sources, including Measure P, Measure S, state and federal grants, gas tax, cannabis revenues, general funds, and other funding that we have available. Generally, capital projects are projects over $50,000 that are included in the CIP program. During the last 3 years, the city has completed a variety of condition assessment, which are essential in asset management and for our planning and implementing the necessary upgrades. We have recently completed last 2 years the pavement condition index report, the ice arena condition assessment, facilities conditions assessment, the Bellamy parking garage condition assessment, and the ADA transition plan. In 2026, we are recommending an update to the drainage master plan and detention basin location design, which is part of the strategic plan that was adopted by the City Council. The CIP process is basically working with all of the department to understand the needs, coordination with across the city departments to make sure that there's equity. We look at the condition assessment that I just discussed. We look at our asset management. We also obviously take the public input. We develop the draft plan, and then the final adoption will be with the city council in August. So today we're giving you the draft plan. So we have, this is a summary of the requests by the department. I should mention that the initial request was about 3 times more than what we are recommending today. We do have a lot of needs, and we looked at potential budget, and this is what currently we are recommending. For the airport department, we have 150,000. Active transportation, 450. Facility and buildings, 600,000. Parks and grounds, $1 million, plus a $200,000 for this fiscal year 25. And I will go over that in a few minutes. Public safety, we don't have, the fire department, we don't have any requests for this year because the funding is already been allocated for the fire station 1 and 3. Public safety, police department, 270,000. Public works admin, 100,000. Complete street, $4.3 million, which includes the pavement rehab and pavement maintenance. Sustainability, 212,000. Stormwater environmental improvements, 1.8 million. Vehicles and equipment, about $3 million. Few of the projects were moved to future years because we felt that we did not have the funding available. So going over the projects, the airport one first, we have $150,000, which is for fence repair. This will be paid out of airport enterprise funds. For the 2025, I want to mention that we have 2 items that we are recommending. Mr. Stark will be bringing these 2 items for your review and approval at the next council meeting on June 17th. The first one is the Reagan Beach upgrades. CTC has awarded the city $500,000. We need $150,000 matching funds. However, we do have $150,000 available in our ADA upgrade program. So the council may decide to either appropriate some of that money for the matching funds or all of it, which will complete the city's obligation. This is based on, some of the discussion we had earlier with the Lakeside Park Association about where the funding needs to go for the ADA upgrade. Ms. Goddard sent me an email. I want to mention that she had indicated that between 7 a.m. to 9 a.m., the beach is open to the public with no fees. However, this information is not on their website. The other project that we're recommending, and again, Mr. Stark will bring us to the City Council, is the El Dorado Beach revetment project. Back in 2019, the city conducted some emergency repair. We put some super sacks on the beach that has been eroded. So we have had several discussions with TRPA, Lahawton. We need to repair that. Our permit has expired. We're requesting $50,000 this year to begin that process. That will help us to get the permits. And then for the future years, as you can see on this chart, we probably need another $300,000 for next year for design and some of the implementation. We won't be able to complete the project until we do the design and we know exactly what are the costs. Potentially, we may want to include some ADA upgrade with that project. The picture that you can see on the bottom shows the super sacks that have been exposed. So the interim measure will be to get a permit from Lahontan and TRPA and be able to go cover those for 1 year. And then next year, we need to do the design and get the approval, and then we need to get funding to get that implemented.
Mr. Najat?
Microphone.
Yeah, thank you. So to fix something, what is a super sack?
Super stack is basically what you can see on that
I'm
photo.
having
They
trouble
are
seeing it, so-
large sacks filled with sand to stabilize the slope.
And in order to repair it, just to repair it, we have to get a special permit to repair it?
Yes.
Oh, that's absurd. That's
So-
absurd. I mean, that's really,
It's the shoreline. I'm curious, with the permit we had, the process is it more of a process of us renewing it? And I'm thinking this because we've got the Live at Lakeview event coming up, and it's, I know, impacting the deployment of the stage there, as well as what the public uses a lot during that event, as well as not just during that event, all summer. Do you think this 50,000 will be able to kind of act that quick to have some resolution for Live at Lakeview and for the summertime activities?
So the $50,000 will give us the funding that we need to bring in clean sand to cover the super sacks. Lahontan has already told us that the permit they're going to issue to us will be contingent for us to continue the final design and implementation of a permanent solution. So the $50,000 will get us the funding to get the permits and the interim upgrades.
So the commitment today, though, if we basically approve what you're recommending to move forward with the match for the Conservancy, will that suffice Lahontan most likely? That shows the commitment, right? So they'll give us the permit that then will allow us to fix it for this year. Now, do we need to wait for the budget to be approved, or can we say 50,000 can be spent now because you're getting it back?
We're not asking for the budget today. Mr. Stark will bring this back next council meeting and get your approval for that budget appropriation.
For the 5th, so we'll be able to June 17th and then be able to do the work right after.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question,
That's the
Mr.
$50,000 for the temporary fix, right?
I have a question, Mr. Najan. These are emergency,
Emergency, not zoning.
or this is the emergency super sack. And how long have those super sacks been there? And was that ever intended to be a permanent solution?
It was not intended to be permanent solution, and it has been there for about 4 years.
4?
About 4 years.
Okay, thank you.
Pretty long for a temporary gig.
Yeah.
Yes.
What is, broadly speaking, what does a permanent solution look like?
Well, we have to do the engineering design, but it will be some kind of maybe a rock riprap or some other form of permanent structure. But we want to keep the public access open, so we don't want to jeopardize that. So that's why we need to go to alternative analysis and see what option will be the best, how we can accommodate the ADA, still keep the beach access open.
But ultimately, something that's not leaching microplastics into the beach on an ongoing basis.
yeah, well, we get that from cell towers, but that's okay. We get microplastics. But let me ask, so how much does the permit cost to make an emergency repair on something that typically in a city you would repair it because it's an emergency?
We need to get a 401 permit from Army Corps of Engineer to be able to do that work. Lahontan has to approve it. We just need some support from an outside consultant to get the permit, and then to import the sand to cover the super sacks.
But is there beyond that, which in itself is expensive, is there a permit fee that they're going to charge us so they can sit in their office and review what we had done? Is there a fee also?
There is a fee, yes, and we have to get permits from TRPA, Shore Zone, and also from Lahontan.
So this emergency could take a longer period of time to address, and maybe, so I'm just emphasizing that the emergencies usually imply immediate action. In this region, apparently an emergency means maybe later, do it later, even though it's an emergency. Maybe it's not such an emergency, I guess.
Well, emergency means that we need to get a permit to do anything from, based on LAHATA and TRPA regulations, yes. So,
Thank you, Mr. Najad. You
You're
can
welcome.
continue, please.
So Mr. Stark will bring back these two items at the next council meeting, and then you can decide if you want to appropriate the $150,000 that we have available to the Reagan Beach, or appropriate additional funding to that. But that option is available to the council. Okay?
I guess, sorry, it just brings up the last question on this topic, but if we were able to give the right direction so that we don't lose 2 weeks in the permit approval process, could we do something today that just allows that process to start?
Not on the agenda.
It's not, okay, so there's no way to, okay, just curious.
It's kind of like amendments to that.
I think we have a good understanding with LAHATN that if we can get this budget appropriate at the next council meeting, that will give us enough time to be able to do, to get the permit and to the emergency repair work.
If I may, I think Mayor Pro Tem Bass is kind of asking about being expeditious in our process because Live at Lakeview is coming up. The event promoter, Rob Justina, called me just yesterday afternoon, Anush, and wants to meet with you and I out there. So I'll be organizing a meeting with Mr. Najad and Mr. Justina to review the site and walk it and make sure that we don't impact those activities this year.
It's a real emergency that needs to be addressed sooner than later.
Correct. Okay. Moving on, the next category is the active transportation, trails, bikes, sidewalk. We are requesting $450,000 for luminaires for the Tahoe Valley Greenbelt. That project is under construction, but when we awarded that contract, we didn't have sufficient funds to award the lights. So we're requesting $450,000, and we hope that the bids will come in lower. That will complete the project. We do have a lot of other bicycle trails and sidewalk projects in the process. We have the Tato Lane bike, which is fully funded. Dennis Machada, which is in the design phase. We have bicycle amenities, which is being implemented. And we have the State Line Complete Street. So we do have a lot of complete street projects underway. So the only request we have is the $450,000 for the luminaires.
And where would the $450,000 to put lights, did you say?
The lights.
To put lights, which we don't have anywhere generally in town, so where would that come from? We don't know yet.
That was a part of the original project. So we have a boardwalk, we have pedestrian pathways.
Is it general fund, is it grant funds?
We're requesting general funds for this. So the source of funding is shown on each one of the slides. So this is a general fund appropriation if the council wants us to put that. In terms of safety, I think this is a very important project. It will complete this project. And unfortunately, we didn't have enough funds to award it when we awarded the Phase 2 project.
I checked, the GF does not mean gluten-free.
Should mean grant funded.
Any
Hey,
other
if they're
questions?
out there, get them, you know?
Well, I have a question. You're
No,
not
he's
finished.
not done.
Go ahead.
Okay.
We saved the best till last, Anush.
Okay. For the building and facilities, we are recommending $500,000 for long-term upgrades and $100,000 for minor capital upgrades. We have been using these funds to replace equipment, to do repairs. It's a little bit lower than what we typically request. Typically, based on our facilities program manager, we need about $1 million a year to be able to maintain our facilities. So again, based on the budget issues, this year we're requesting $600,000. Any questions? Okay. So parks and grounds, we do have several projects. We talked about the El Dorado Beach revetment, $50,000 for 25, Then we are also requesting $300,000 for the permitting and design of the permanent solution. That will come also from general funds. We are asking also $600,000 for a new parks facility. The Parks Department, the current facility, is really getting to an unsafe conditions. And this will allow for a facility in the either in the 56-acre site or other suitable locations.
Joe, I think it was a couple of years ago, we toured a maintenance facility in the 56-acre site. I think Anush, you were with me for that, although I can't remember clearly. And it was a really dilapidated building, and we come in. Is this that?
This is that.
Oh, okay. But
They have dirt floors.
Yeah, they ain't kidding. If this is that building you talked about, yeah, they ain't kidding. It's in bad shape.
We know.
It's one of the highest priorities that we have in the city in terms of facility. We're also.
Anush, is there, Mr. Najad, is there any opportunity in any facilities to co-locate with other providers? I know in one city I worked, Morgan Hill, we co-located bus repair with city. It was not always cool, but it worked out pretty well. Is there any opportunity that you would look at co-location if that's even possible?
We have looked at that, but unfortunately, the answer is no, because first of all, the Parks Department needs to be centrally located within the city to be able to get to all of the sites, and we really don't have the space at any other location.
Kind of like the hospital, right, in the center of, yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yes, and we have looked at other locations like Public Works, but we have, we're using all of the space that we have available. And they need to keep their equipment, their vehicles over there. So this is the most appropriate and logical site. Okay. We're also requesting $100,000 for the golf course improvement. This will allow us to design the improvements and then come back to the city council for actual funding for the construction.
A new parking lot
Yes.
co-located with Bijou Park?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So those are the requests, $1 million total. All of those are general fund requests.
Is that it? I was
No,
gonna-
there's more.
Oh, because I have a I
Yeah.
guess, questions burning.
Well, I guess before we move on the golf course thing, for the 100,000 now, aren't we doing the Bijou Park master plan right now? And why does that not fit into the work they're already doing?
This
for
would
that?
be specific conceptual site planning for a park shop along with, well, potentially the park shop could be sited with this location, but mostly for parking.
But it's not something we can have them do under the master plan work, because doesn't that include Bijou Golf Course, the Bijou Park master
The
plan?
Bijou Park master plan really fell back to Mr. Stark designing a park implementation strategy that does not have it didn't include conceptual planning.
Okay. And there's no way to just have that amended to add it?
Not with
Instead of
that.
starting a new process? Okay.
Cost the same amount. Yeah.
So building something at the
Looking at
golf
more
course
holistically.
is a higher priority than other priorities that when I have the chance, I'll bring up. But go ahead. I'm sorry, you're doing an excellent job, sir.
Thank you. Let's move on to the fire, public safety fire department. We are requesting no allocation for this year or 2026. The fire station 3 acquisition is in the process. We expect the design and build will begin in 2026, and the funding for that effort is already have been allocated. We completed Fire Station 3 upgrades, and we are in the process of completing Fire Station 1. So that's why we're not asking for any additional funding, but we have completed everything that we have promised to the fire department. The next one is the Public Safety Police Department. The Police Department is requesting $100,000 for the design to address the drainage and pavement issues in the parking lot, and then full implementation will come back to the city council for appropriation of the funds in 2027. We're also requesting $170,000 for Explore Tahoe building upgrades. This will support the VHR program and will be funded with the VHR program.
I have a question on this. Is this suggesting that we're moving the VHR program out of the police department facility and into the Explore Tahoe building at State Line?
I believe so.
At the police department, we're kind of sitting on top of each other right now.
know.
So we're trying to move some personnel down to Explore Tahoe.
Thank you for the clarification. That's all I needed to know. It's not a terrible location for it. And it's
The
our
only
building.
thing I want to add is that the parking and drainage upgrade, we expect the total cost to be about $1.7 million after the design. Any questions?
Nope.
Next one, which we have, is the complete streets. We have two line items, which I'm sure the council and the public is very interested, is the annual street rehab, which we expect to be about $3 million, plus any in lieu fees that we collect from the utility companies. This is primarily funded with Measure S and the SB1 gas tax, and then the pavement in lieu fees. We're also introducing a new category, which is the annual pavement maintenance for the roadways that we have. This is to support the existing infrastructure. This will be a combination of outside contractors with city staff. This year, we have 5 seasonal staff that we have hired, and the whole summer, they will be fixing the potholes. We're going to do extensive pothole repairs, and next year, depending on the condition, we either come back with Cape Seal or some kind of an overlay to be able to maintain those pavements and extend the life of those pavements for the next few years. The funding is being requested through the annual budget, annual operating budget for the staff and the payment that we need for that effort, and then $1 million for outside contractors. Miscellaneous traffic safety and calming project, we are recommending $100,000. The projects have not been defined, but this is in line with our Vision Zero program. So in order that we can mitigate any safety issues that we find out during the year. The Pioneer Trail Safety Project Phase 1 is under construction. We're requesting an additional $50,000 for design services to complete that project. Ski Run and Pioneer intersection upgrade. That intersection is really in a bad shape. We have very poor pavement. The traffic signals have been need to be upgraded. We're requesting $150,000 for design services. Once the project is designed, then we will come back to the city council, either apply for funding, grant funds for that, or we may request general funds. But this project will support the Dennis Machado Trail and be able to improve that intersection. We have done the pavement rehab from city limits to Ski Run, and now we're doing from Ski Run to a Larch, so that will complete that segment.
Is there an opportunity, Mr. Najad, for contributions on the ski run on Pioneer Trail from Heavenly? Isn't that within that? Is there an opportunity for that that maybe will be discussed at some time in the future about?
I would say not immediately. Next meeting, I am bringing to City Council the snow removal agreement, and that has a fee that they will be, that's proposed that they would pay us. That could be some funding that could support projects in that area.
That was my question.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Najad, before you
Yes.
move on, oh, I guess you're still on paving, but I just have a question, and I recognize that it's not in this year, it's in the next several years, but approximately $19 million for the US 50 corridor. What does that include? And I know it, again, it's not this year, and you're not saying that's coming out of the general fund, but that $19 million is a little scary.
It is. It will all depend on the study. We have received proposals to do the study. That proposal, we give recommendations on what could be done. This may include the gondola system, a transit upgrade, upgrades to the roadway, depending on recommendation of the consultant, and also the mobility hub. So there's a lot of items in that project that needs to be studied, and the cost estimates needs to be presented to City Council. So I hope to come back to the City Council in August, recommend the approval of that study, and then probably will take about a year to do that study. Certainly, that is a project that if all of those elements are included in the final recommendation, we will pursue grant funds for that project.
Perfect.
Mr. Najad, on that point, the basin, as I think one of our speakers earlier talked about, the basin gets hundreds of millions of dollars from the feds in now it escapes me, the Tahoe Restoration Act and all of that. And would it be your thought with such a project that it's not one that we should be looking at funding all ourselves, but that where there's opportunities, particularly at least in the next 4 years, for different reasons, because of our congressmen and others, that we might be able to get some funds to do the kind of real things that we're looking at doing and have been suggested. Is that an opportunity, do you think?
Absolutely. TRPA is one of the stakeholders. We're going to be working with TRPA to see if we can leverage the local funds, but certainly we're going to go after federal funds or other sources of funding. That is not something that the city can fund completely. So we need to get a variety of funding sources to be able to implement that project. But it will be a long-term implementation. It will be a staged implementation.
Well, they used to have, the early days, they had a monorail idea that I think they were planning somewhere around for that. And please tell our friends at TRPA that we have very nice things to say about them, and we know that they'll work with us and cooperate us to achieve our good planning goals that we have. So please be sure you tell them that.
Absolutely. I think the overall objective of that project is to make sure that we have a main street on US 50. We have lower speed limits. We have multimodal, including transit upgrades, standard bicycle lanes. And so all of those issues will be reviewed during that study.
And Lime scooters.
And scooters.
Page 8 of the compact, actually, that we must explore a rapid transit system in the South Shore, if you go on page 8.
Dwayne Wallace and Cody Bass's gondola, that's
And
what we're
even
going
less
to
known
call
that
it.
on page 9, it says margaritas every Friday.
So look forward to that
Gotta read the
presentation
details.
in August. I
Okay,
will
thank
bring
you.
that to the City Council.
Thank you, Mr. Najad.
On the paving rehab, obviously, we've had a lot of discussion about that. Traditionally and historically, what we have done is we select the low PCI areas of the city. We try to combine it within one specific areas, especially to reduce the amount of mobilization cost and reduce the overall cost of the project. We've obviously have received a lot of comments from the public, and I wanted to kind of show you the bigger segments that we have, comments that we have received from the public. These include Johnson Boulevard, and if we want to upgrade that roadway, we're recommending an interim overlay because STPUD has a project to install utility upgrades, and then we're also going to be looking at a complete street. So I know that roadway is really in a bad shape. So I think it's a very high priority. So we wanted to kind of show you that. Heavenly Village Way, we have received, I personally have received a lot of comments and requests to upgrade that roadway. We do have a lot of traffic on that. So the PCI is about 54, and anything lower than 70 is a bad PCI. Montreal Road, which is a 585,000 PCI of 52. Brockway Avenue, during the last meeting that we awarded the roadway rehab, there was a lot of discussion about that one. Mackinac Road, which is right next to Brockway, is also another candidate. We have Palmyra Avenue, which is a bicycle route. We have had several requests for that. And then the segment which is left on Pioneer Trail from Lodge to US 50, a complete rehab will be about $1.2 million. Although we may do something with dig outs and overlay for that roadway, if the council feels that we should include that in next year's program. So I'm giving you a couple of options. Again, traditionally we have selected an area which is close together, and that is the option number 2. It's James Eloise area where we're going to do some drainage improvements. So that will be about 5.7 million, a little bit over the budget that we have. But basically we have 2 options and we're getting some guidance. We want some guidance from the council. What do you want us to do? We can do the ones that the public has voiced as high priority. We can do those, or we can do the James Eloise area. We've also received some comments about Park Avenue. We do not recommend that because SDPUD has a project over there in a couple of years. So we don't want to repave that roadway. So maybe I can get some comments on this.
The STPUD project is in James Eloise?
James Eloise, we don't have STPUD project there.
I just didn't hear it all.
Yes, we have STPUD project on Park Avenue.
Park, got it.
James, a complete mess. If I may, really quick, just to recap, the Johnson Boulevard interim overlay, the reason that this is proposed is it is in terrible shape. It's a long stretch. Obviously, the PCI is low.
Which one is this? Sorry, again, you said?
Johnson Boulevard, the interim overlay. I'd like to, after I give this explanation, ask Mr. Najad to explain a little what that looks like specifically. But we recently met with Liberty and STPUD on what their underground infrastructure projects are. And STPUD doesn't have a plan for about 5 years. And I don't think we can wait 5 years for them to dig underneath and then go in and rebuild that road. So that's why we're proposing some kind of interim overlay.
So this is a high traffic, high demand area?
Yes.
Johnson Boulevard.
It's funny, I don't.
The interim overlay, basically, we're going to be putting geofabric and 2-inch of asphalt.
Johnson Boulevard is important not just for, it's a back street for cars, but it's a shortcut for cyclists and scooterists and non-carists that are coming from the community college and going back up towards Highway 50 ski run. It allows you to cut behind the high school, and it's a locals cut through, especially for bikes. Well, but it's got really
in front of our police station.
But it's got really bad transverse cracking, right?
It's
That
very
is
bad.
that's not so bad. It's not great for cars either, but it's much worse for bikes and even much worse for scooters because of these cracks that run across the
If
street.
I could, first, I think the idea of using the fabric as an underlay to kind of tighten it up and then the overlay sounds like a really
Interim.
reasonable,
Yeah, good.
reasonable approach, a good approach. And it goes to a question that, while we're talking about Johnson Boulevard, and you're doing a great job. I mean, and there's only so much money, as we all know, but when I drive down Venice Boulevard, I see crack seals, I see pothole filled. When I look in our city parking lot, I see crack seals, I see it sealed. I don't know that I've seen an overlay. People in town, Mr. Loberg, other people, have streets that they see every day and they hope that you have sufficient funds, you have sufficient resources to take care of maintenance on those streets. And the thing that I want to focus, I hope we focus on, the big things sound good and they're important, but I want to take care of the things that every day people see, so that we minimize or we add life to our street system and keep the public here a little happier with the condition of the roads. And I think whatever you need, I think you need to tell us, and then we'll have to decide whether we give it to you. But you need to tell us that. And I like the fact that you're using private contractors to do, because I see it up at Rayleigh's. You know, they're doing it right now. They're a ceiling. And they do it every year. And I'm hoping that we give you the resources to do the things that I know you want to do and need to be done.
Mr. Najad, can you go to the screen that had the two different options? That one. So, in my opinion, and I'll just be perfectly honest, on that Dunlop to 15th, James, Eloise, Patricia, I live between James and Eloise on 12th. Fewer people use that than the ones up above, because those are more heavily traveled by locals going to work, and just in general, they're more heavily traveled. And so if I were to be asked, which I guess I am, I would go with one because it's going to affect more people.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch which street. So Eloise Avenue, did you say James or
It
Eloise?
says James, Eloise, Patricia,
Yeah.
James and Eloise cross streets.
So James and Patricia are local streets. Eloise is not. Eloise is a major thoroughfare. It's a major thoroughfare because it is the South Shore Bikeway.
It's a bikeway.
And it is the bicycle.
I live right on it.
I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. It should be a higher priority because it sees a lot of traffic. It just doesn't see, it's not as much car traffic. It sees a lot of people that use it throughout the summer. It is part of the major bicycle artery. And the problem is that the cracks, the transverse cracks in the streets are a bigger problem for bikes than they are for cars. They're a nuisance for both, but they're a much bigger problem for cars. So one of the problems we've had, and I've talked about this with Anush repeatedly, and it seems like we're still doing it, is we are considering the users as largely exclusively motor vehicles, and we are ignoring cyclists and alternative mobility street users in our assessment of who uses the streets in order to then prioritize where we do road rehab. And frankly, the streets are paid for and are used by all manner of people, not just cars.
Can't we decide this below what he's asking is for input on how we rank? I'm not in a position to do that today, but as we approach the budget and we're allocating monies, that's when we need to be thinking about this. And then when the budget comes forward, we need to then make the decisions about where we're going to allocate. And I think you make some good points.
Well, the budget is how much do we want to allocate to street rehab?
Yeah.
The budget is like, how much do we want to allocate to street rehab, full stop? This is within that category. What do we want priority 1, 2, 3, 4 within that? So the budget is the total amount. This discussion now is what's the prioritization? And the other thing is, well, we've got Eloise kind of down here in option 2 with a bunch, considered as part of local streets. There's stuff in here that doesn't make sense to me at all, right? Particularly Pioneer Trail, large to US 50. That's got a PCI of 67. And yeah, my dad would have been really disappointed, but that's still a passing grade, right? That's better than a lot of our streets. Maybe it needs some crack sealing and a patch here or there, but to tear it up and completely repave it for $1.235 million when we have Eloise, which is a major central bicycle artery, right? And that has a PCI of 47. Brockway Avenue, with respect to Mr. Loberg, who comes here all the time and gets, puts that issue up all the time. I respect the lobbying. We should not be making decisions as to which roads we pave based on which people have the time off in their life to
I agree.
to come here and yell the most. So I'm very concerned by this idea that we have let sort of public, particularly individual, public commenters shape this decision. We should have a much more objective approach to this.
100%.
We have an obligation as a city to maintain a street infrastructure that serves our entire community. And I understand there's only
Not just Mr. Loberg.
that there's
No,
so
agreed.
many there's so many funds. There's only so much money. I understand that. But when people historically have had their street ignored, that I've never seen in any other place that I've worked, and I've worked in a few places,
Except for here.
except for here, is, yeah.
Sorry.
And it doesn't just start with us, it goes back a long ways, that people who live here, we need to know what kind of funds it takes to maintain our streets, not just the high profile, not just for bicyclists, but for all modes. And people shouldn't have to wait 20 years to get their street repaired.
They certainly shouldn't, but
again, just let's, because we're kind of getting far off.
Yeah, I agree.
This discussion is just about what has been
Mayor, if I
presented
may,
today.
really quick,
Yes,
I just want
please.
to correct it. In no way was Mr. Loberg's street listed because he's come to meetings. He's brought up in the past that his street was on a list because it had a low PCI. That is true. He is not telling us lies when he tells us that.
No.
The reality is, though, that the projects that were put together 5-6 years ago to actually bid, in Mr. Najad and I's opinion, were not coordinated in a way that minimized the mobility cost. And so
Right.
we have to try to expand our dollars, our limited dollars, in the best way possible. And so doing a street here and doing one here and doing one over here, it makes no sense.
Makes no
We need to
fiscal
try to
sense.
coordinate them and go
But if you
neighborhood by
have a
neighborhood.
hole, and you all know this from risk management or other side, if you have holes in streets and you have cracks that are creating hazards for people, you're inviting, in spite of what we say, you're inviting danger, you're inviting injury, you're inviting street deterioration, you're inviting all those things. So while we think big picture, we have to think of the pictures that affect people who've lived here a long time, all the time, that they're faced with, and they don't see a result that they can feel good
Understood.
about.
But
It's
we're
two
getting.
different pots.
Yeah, exactly. I think, and I hear what you're saying 100%, but
I
it gets
do.
into
I
a discussion
agree.
of, do we want to go out and get a bond for 20 years of the deferred maintenance that didn't happen from, the beginning of redevelopment to basically when we joined
Maybe we
council? And that's that's such a different discussion
Maybe we
because
reallocate funds in the budget to do the
we
things
don't
that we need
have
to
that
do.
amount of funding though. We're talking like $100 and something million, because if you don't do road maintenance for 20
Where
years.
you rebuild everything, that's
But
this
anyways, let's
nonsense
get back to,
about
I just
how
wanted
we
to talk
build.
about,
If I could add,
Yes, please.
I wanted you to see the list based on what input we get from the public. But we are prepared to give you a recommendation during the budget based on about a $4.5 million funding. We will over-design and will bid the project with alternate bid schedules. And whatever we have funding available and we can afford, we will build that. So we will come back to you. I want you to see that we listen to the public and that these are the requests that we've had.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
The projects that Mr. Najad is going through here is broken into categories of all of our capital needs. The total is $12 million. What he just referenced, the road rehab, is going to equate to about 4.3 million. That is made up of Measure S and general fund monies. All of which is general fund, but we just account for Measure S differently
Separately.
because that is how we do it
We
in an effort
promised.
to show transparency for when Measure S passed. So 1/3 of the total need is general fund or Measure S. And I would not go to the casinos tonight and make a bet that we're going to have the additional $8 million that's shown in this first year plan to fund this year. I think Ms. Tico Marova and I are building the budget right now. And so really this is a prioritization council input exercise. And so I just want you to feel comfortable that we know roads are important, road rehab and maintenance. And top priority shown here shows a new $1 million general fund allocation that I hear is a priority that will go for maintenance, not just rehab. So.
Sounds good. I wanted to talk about Park Avenue, and I know that the utility district, I think along with Southwest Gas possibly has a project, but it's similar to Johnson. Do we know, is that 5 years, 2 years? Have they not been able to put a date on that?
For
Park Avenue, from, 50 down
50
to
to
the
the lake.
Lakeside Beach?
I don't have that information right now, but I can provide you that information.
Okay, yeah, for me, I think, again, as we were talking about earlier, that being in such bad PCI is also for the bikes and pedestrian. It's such the missing link between Pioneer to even get to, the beginning of Kale and that area, and we could really use. So I am in support of, because we're already doing Heavenly Village Way in this first option, so we're already going to have equipment there. And, as much as I want to be sustainable minded and get the biggest bang for our buck, and we know that they're paying for it, even if they do tear it up in 3 or 4 years, they have to repave it to the same standard. And I just think that's such a big core.
They just have to trench
It's
it
just
now.
such a
That's our
big-
new information.
We probably have more traffic counts on that Park Avenue than almost anywhere, and even the pedestrian traffic counts there are no joke. And the PCI is probably like 35. It's probably one of the worst in the city, but yet the heaviest traffic.
Is it possible that SDP, and I think the idea of coordination is excellent, where you're not digging it up twice, you repave it, and then they dig it up. Is it possible that in conversation with them that we could have some accelerated schedule on their side to make those repairs as we try and is that something that you could look at or your staff could look at?
Absolutely, we can talk to them if they can expedite that.
Really quickly, I just want to, the point I was trying to make, and I think I communicated it badly, is that it shouldn't, and I agree with you, it shouldn't be the person that comes to the podium. It should be the condition, the number of vehicle miles on that. It shouldn't be subjective. It needs to be objective. And so based on that, I would prefer, and I'm only speaking for myself, I would prefer that come from your department and not be like us picking and choosing, because then we're using all of those objective data points along with economies of scale to get the most bang for our buck. And that additional funding that you've put in here now for maintenance can go and hit those parts that are high profile and people that come and people that complain for good reason. That's where I stand on roads.
Yeah, I just want to add, I broadly agree. I would only modify that to say when you talk about vehicles, that means all users of the road.
I think everybody believes that.
That hasn't, I want that to be true. I want to make sure we're clear on that, because that has not been true in the very, very recent past. So I want to make sure that is
People
updated
generally who
policy.
drive in my neighborhoods, the little neighbor girls who drive on the streets, they're on bicycles. They haven't got yet to the Lime scooter age, but I agree with you that they have to be safe for everyone.
So, but the whole thing, though, I was trying to make a point of, is that, again, we made the decision on Johnson Boulevard that we know in 5 years they're going to probably tear it up, but we're going to go ahead and fix it. And the same thing with Park Avenue. I think we look at the same thing with Park Avenue. Those are decisions I think that they want from us. They don't want to make those themselves.
Absolutely.
And so I think that's what he's asking, is that they don't want to be put in the position to make the
I'm
decision either.
100% okay with that, and I think Park Avenue is in the same ballpark as Johnson.
You have given me enough direction.
The broad concern I have here is things like Heavenly Village Way, $750,000 with a PCI of 54. Montreal Road, over $500,000 with a PCI of 52. These are not the worst roads in our community, but they're certainly roads adjacent to people with real interests. And that's just, they're not that intersection of needs the most, used the most. Everything in the city needs work.
Yes.
There is not enough money to do everything all at once, which means we have to triage. But we seem to be, this kind of option set seems to be giving special dispensation to certain interests and over others, and I don't think that's the right way to do it. I would like to say that, we haven't included cyclists. I'm going to keep stressing that because they are a user of the road. They are first-class users of the road just as much as everyone else. And we want things like the upper section of Eloise are used by locals and tourists that are renting their bikes, or they're bringing their bikes from the hotels and they're biking up to Camp Rich and so on, and from Camp Rich into town. And we want that to be a good experience that people want to use to get cars off the street. That reduces the wear and tear on everything else. So, I want to see a more I agree that I want to see a more objective standard than that. I don't like that we seem to have some roads here that are in pretty good shape that are being queued up for, like Pioneer Trail, Larch to 50, that are being queued up for repavement, when that was only just repaved, maybe 4 or 5 years ago. It's not the most in need, right? So, if we're spending to the point, if we're spending money repaving roads we just repaved a handful of years ago, that's one of the reasons we're not able to repave as much as we could.
That's a problem. Could I
That's inefficient.
divert from street maintenance to an issue that you had raised? I think you had said at one point, Mr. Najad, and I thought cogently, you talked about co-locating drainage opportunities with existing open space, for example, that CTC has, the Forest Service have. And as we look, are we looking at more opportunities to co-locate drainage with existing open space? And are the agency, CTC, the Forest Service, willing to work with us and achieve that efficiency of the, because because there's a lot of land that's available, and there's a lot of drainage problems near those lands. And is that something that you are pursuing?
Yes, we are. And that will be a part of that storm drain master plan update. That's one of the objectives that we have.
Excellent, thank you.
So you have given me enough guidance.
Good.
I know what to do.
Good.
And we'll bring this back in August.
One more thing before I let you go. A lot of this items that are on this trail, and I know you've talked about in the future incorporating bikes in terms of transit, in terms of prioritizing which roads to pave. Part of what I'm seeing here is road-oriented thinking in terms of paving Eloise, paving James, paving Brockway Avenue, paving street by street by street. There's a certain sense to that, in that, that's a very clear sort of section, it's a very clear line on the map. But that's not always how people move. This plan is very much about paving streets rather than thinking about paving routes, the routes that people travel. So people travel, say, as someone who cycles and goes to the Y all the time.
Do you ride the bike?
Liberty Utilities.
I'm joking. Just go ahead.
Right? So Dunlap, for example, is not on the list. Dunlap's in dilapidated state, but not all of Dunlap is relevant for a cyclist that's coming off of the South Tahoe Bikeway. It's Dunlap from Eloise to 50 is really the relevant component of that, right? Because that's part of the bike infrastructure. That's part of the route people take, because that's how you take if you're taking the South Tahoe Bikeway to South Tahoe Brewery or whatever, that's the road you're getting off the bike lane at Dunlap and then going to the intersection at the Y. So there's not much thinking here in terms of, you've got Palmyra, but there's nothing about some of the smaller cross streets along Palmyra that would allow people that are biking down Sierra to then turn off on Palmyra and then turn onto the bike lane at later intersections. It's really still focused on streets rather than connecting transit routes, which may be part of one street and part of another street, because that forms a route. So I'd like to see that thinking in the next update as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's move on.
Yes, please.
Sustainability projects. We have 2 projects there. Ms. Letton is working on the design and construction of 2 sites in the city for city vehicles. We are recommending 2 new EV vehicles to be able to begin our transition to the EV infrastructure. The 2 vehicles will cost about $112,000, and the EV charging station will be at 1700 Shop Street. And if our budget allows, we will build one on Rufus Island. So the 2 vehicles will be able to charge at those sites, plus the microtransit vehicles.
So
We
is that
also,
$112,000 for both or each?
for both.
What EV pickup truck costs $56,000?
Our fleet manager has got pricing for us. It's Ford 150, and those are the bids that he has received.
Those are only 56 grand?
And there also, there's a state contracts probably that you can piggyback if you wish to.
Yeah, once we get to that point, Mr. Harwood will look at all of the options.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? Based on our strategic plan, we have included $100,000 to initiate a feasibility study for the use of geothermal source in the city.
And I'll emphasize, this isn't deep well injection, it's more surface just to maybe generate enough heat to turn turbines that could run snow melt systems.
From what I've heard, that could also be, that's kind of being at the high end of the RFP. It could come in a much lower, just because we're not going deep.
That's a long, that's an idea that has been around a while, and so the fact that you've taken the initiative to take a look at it is real positive.
It was part of the strategic plan, so.
That's a Cody thing.
Well, that's what I was.
Yeah.
Wasn't I saying that that you took the initiative with the great leadership abilities of the mayor pro tem, who made an excellent suggestion,
Yes,
and you
he
took
did.
it up. Thank you, Ms.
Yes, he
Mayor Pro
did.
Tem. I'm sorry, I didn't know.
We're all just slap happy now.
Okay, let's
Thank
move
you,
on.
Mr. Najad, for putting up with our shenanigans.
The next category is stormwater environmental improvement projects. We have a few categories. Upper Park Creek, we're recommending an additional $350,000. The first phase is under construction. The additional funding requests will allow completion of the design of other phases of the project. The city has recently requested $5.3 million through the House and Senate earmark funding. So we're hopeful we can get that, but $350,000 will allow us to finish the design. We do have drainage improvements, micro areas, 50,000. That has been very successful. Starting in 2022, we have installed probably about 40 of these low-cost upgrades, and they have improved the local flooding. So it has been very, very successful. We're requesting $300,000 based on a strategic plan for the drainage master plan upgrade. That will allow us to locate drainage basin, parklets, and all of that will be looked at with that study. We're looking at $600,000 for the annual drainage pipe replacement. If you recall, Ms. Greenlaw made a presentation and recommended about $1 million. We cut that down to $600,000. Those are essential upgrades that we need to do with roadway improvements in order to be able to have a good roadway base. And then James Eloise pipe replacement, we're requesting $500,000. Those funding, if you recall, was moved to Pioneer Trail to allow us to complete the funding for that project. That will allow us to do that project, but we need that funding in order to pave James Eloise area. So those are all of the recommendations for the stormwater and environmental improvements.
I would urge staff to take a look at, once again, the Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District option that's available under California law as an opportunity to come up with additional financing to do the things that y'all want to do. And I think there are about 35 of those statewide And I think probably in the Mountain House area, they probably used where I know you have experience. But I think there's an opportunity for us to look at that. I call it redevelopment light, but it's really better than that, so.
I agree. Okay, moving on. The last component includes the vehicles and equipment that we have divided in two different categories. One category is all of the equipment the Parks Department needs in terms of maintenance of the parks and the golf course. The list of the equipment is listed, but they're requesting about $258,000 for all of the equipment that they need, and that the source of funding for that will be general funds. The streets and facilities, we're requesting about 2.8 million. A big component of that are 4 new graders, about 2.2 million. That will be, we're recommending a bonding and a lease purchase for those equipment. Then we have a few other equipment, including 2 vehicles, one for the engineering department and one for facilities, and a general pool vehicle that will be used by all of the staff in the city. So the total is 2.8 million, with 2.2 million will be a lease purchase agreement.
Question. Do we have a vehicle replacement fund that we annually fund, like a depreciation of the vehicles? Do we have that?
We do that, and when we sell the equipment, those funds will go into that category.
But each year, do we take each piece of equipment or vehicle, and we say we depreciate it over, say it's 5 years or 10 years or whatever the number is, depending upon the type of vehicle, and then we allocate money in each budget.
Like a reserve study.
Like a reserve, like we create a reserve. I think some cities use that. I'm familiar with those. Where so that it's not such a big hit when the grader breaks down, or you need a new grader, or the piece of the loader or whatever it is. Do we have anything like that?
Councilmember Jenkins, no, we do not. We
Do we-
have
is that
funded
something
in a
you-
different
that-
way.
Is that something that we might look at as some?
When the funding is available, we always set aside funding and we fund the equipment and vehicle purchase. However, the funds are always scarce, so.
Yeah, and I think creating it annually, that you put some money aside each year for vehicle replacement, it's not as big a hit in that last year when it has to be replaced, and maybe that's something we can look at. That's just a thought.
Okay. Moving on.
And quick question. On
Yes.
the John Deere grader, the snow plow grader, God, it's getting late. It's, by which I mean it's like, what, 2 o'clock? Jesus Christ. Okay, anyway, is that replacement of are we replacing 4 graders for 4 new graders, or are we adding 4 graders net? I just wasn't clear here.
We're replacing.
What's that?
Replacing.
Replacing.
Oh, okay. All right, because my next question was going to be about staff, if we're increasing about staff, but we're not doing that. Okay, thank you.
And I think I know the answer to this, but we still get reimbursed for lease from the state, half back?
That is correct.
As long as they have money. Yes.
So these will replace the very old blue graders that we have. And if we have these additional 4, I think we're going to be set for another 5 years, in my opinion.
Did you say the council member Robbins would be able to drive one of those and to try it out? I was.
Only if I can drag race it against another snowplow grader. we should do that, actually.
You ride a Lime scooter, I can drive a tractor.
Oh, that would be fun. In the same lane.
John Dickinson will let you do it at the airport. Okay, let's move on. Here's the summary. The summary is about $12 million. Again, we don't know how much budget we're going to have this year. We're going to work that out. But the itemized list is about 2.2 million for the lease purchase options for that equipment, 4.5 million from Measure S, $150,000 for airport enterprise, $170,000 from VHR program, and about 4.9 million general funds. And that one is the one that, our finance director and city manager are going to be working on to see how much budget we have available.
Just highlight, this is what I was saying earlier, that of that 4.9 million general funds, 1 million of that is that road maintenance funding.
Yes.
Correct.
It will be the general funds or excess measure S. So we have to look at that.
Understood.
Yes.
God bless you.
So let's look at the 5-year CIP. So for 25-26, our recommendation right now is about $12 million, as I showed you. 26-27, the amount goes up because we're going to be implementation of some of these projects. 29 million. 27-28, 88 million. 28-29, 27. And then after that, another 7 million. So this is the list of the 5-year projects that we have. Some of them are not finalized. We don't have the final budget. But the 5-year projection is 340 million. So the question is, how are we going to pay for this? That's a big question. Well, there's really a couple of options. One option is that our 5-year CIP will be a longer CIP. It will be a 10-year CIP or 15-year CIP, depending on the funding that we have available. But we need to focus on grant funds. We have issued an RFP to select a qualified firm to assist us in writing grants for some of the bigger projects. And we're going to bring that to the City Council for approval. We're going to leverage local, state, federal funding. And I plan to bring that back to the City Council in August. We're going to apply for larger grants, not small grants, because they take a lot of work. So we want to look at the larger funding. But these federal grants or state grants don't come 100%. So typically, there's a 20% matching. So if you look at the total 5-year projection, that means that we need to come up one way or another about $100 million in terms of matching funds. So that will be also a challenge. So I want to make sure that the council understands that even with the grant funds, we still have some local matching funds. So we need to look at other options to be able to fund that.
That's why I suggest we look at what options are available under state law through the enhanced infrastructure financing districts and the TIFs. We look at those as possible sources to match with federal and state, which you can do.
I agree. So that concludes my presentation. If you have further questions, I will be happy to answer those.
Go.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so I just have a quick question, and maybe for Ms. Tikamarova, and you may not know this. So last year, it was 26 million. Do you know what the general fund amount from last year's CIP allocation? And if you don't, no worries,
From the general fund, we allocated last year $5.5 million to CIP.
Okay, so we're looking
Or
at it.
in this current fiscal year. The previous fiscal year allocated $4.6 million.
Okay.
Mr. Bass, if there's any deficit, we know that you would be happy to.
Yeah. Okay, that was my only question. Thank you.
Council, any other questions for Mr. Najad? I think we beat those to death all through the
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Najad. Is there any member of the public that would like to? Yeah, I agree, Mr. Mosier. Is there anybody? Yeah, please come forward.
No, we haven't done public comment yet.
No, we have not done public comment yet.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe still. Yeah, also, I know maybe next year you might have to do it, put it off to next year, this year's budget, but the recliners, lazy boy recliners for us back here. But maybe this year you can squeeze in $125 for a coffee machine. Also, 340 million over 5 years. You ever think of issuing a meme coin? The Johnson Boulevard, that is a priority. I use that to go to the post office to avoid lights and traffic and the crazies. And, I couldn't understand why that wasn't done years ago, since, police and sheriffs and juvenile delinquents and stuff use that. So it is, we probably spent that much money on shocks and tires that it cost to repave it over the years. So that should be a priority. Geothermal feasibility study, forget that, get real. Wind generators, we know there's wind here, put up wind generators to generate power. We got a lot of it, don't have to buy wind credits from Colorado. Paving rehab for Heavenly Village Way, 750,000. I think that's a waste at this time. It's not nearly that bad. Park Avenue is far worse. We got money from Southwest Gas to do even, part of it, a 1 block stretch of it on one side there. So that is, and not only that, but there's quite a few really severe safety issues at that intersection. It's the busiest traffic and pedestrian intersection in the basin. So there are some very serious safety issues that need to be resolved there and should have been done years ago that have great liabilities, and especially with scooters. So yeah, you don't have to go, even just go to Cedar or Manzanita on Park Avenue there would be sufficient, and put a stop sign down on the curve. Budget recommendation there, Explore Tahoe upgrade, 170,000. I don't know, I was in there a couple years ago and they had office space, and put dividers in and everything up there already because the TTD used it temporarily for a short term and stuff. So, we put in, I don't know, a great deal of money in order to get that prepped. Also, that I think should be used to get the Environmental Research Center from up an incline there to use that, put in a couple of mini theaters up there and have presentations and stuff for tourists and locals and everything. I think that should be the best use for that space, since we're not using it for transit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Mr. Spiel?
Hello. My name's Nick Spiel. I'll put my Bike Coalition hat on, literally, speak on behalf of the Lake Tahoe Bicycle Coalition. I just wanted to thank you all for the robust discussion on road rehabilitation, and especially the universal acknowledgement of cyclists as road users and the relative importance of having smooth roads there. So thank you very much. And thank you, for your support for those priority streets. Really, Eloise, Palmyra, and Johnson Boulevard are really central to the bike network. There was some discussion around Park Avenue, and I agree that it definitely needs a lot of work. In addition to the planned utility work there, I'm also very excited about the planned complete streets work. So I believe that the design is currently underway or about to get started, and that street needs sidewalks, it needs bike and or scooter lanes, it needs a whole lot. And I'm really excited that that project is on the city's website, so I think it's happening right now. So I would love for you all to consider the timing of, let's do that all at once, perhaps, because that's within the city's control. Speaking of timing, Heavenly Village Way is right across the street from that. Montreal Road also connects to that. So I do think it could make sense to delay that just by a couple of years, design where the sidewalks are going to go, where the parking, bike lanes, anything like that, and then do that, Park, Heavenly Village Way, Montreal, and that section of Pioneer all together, maybe in a couple of years. And I think that'll leave you budget left over to do Palmyra, Eloise, and Johnson Boulevard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Spiel. Any other member of the public? Mr. Messina.
Hi, Mr. Messina, just speaking for myself. Most of the plan I can go along with, but one thing bothers me considerably is the concept of taking ADA funds and using them to repair Reagan Beach. I think ADA funds should be untouchable for anything except providing access to our disabled community. If they need more funds, there are things like the new golf course for the 56-acre plan is not as important as making it, our city accessible to the disabled. So I would suggest that if they're going to cut something, they cut something like the golf course and park improvements and continue to make our city better for the disabled. And one of the big considerations on here has been money, money, money. And like at the last city council meeting, we had a very good plan for VHR permits. And I thought we were going to move forward on it this today, and instead they changed it. I understand it was changed. Okay, maybe I misunderstood that. Okay, but let's get that going so that the city can start making some revenue out of this. We really need it. And okay, well, I appreciate your help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. Anyone else in the room? Go to Zoom.
No, Mayor.
No one's on Zoom. Mr. Najad, would you please address the $150,000 in ADA at Reagan Beach? It's for ADA improvements, is it not?
It is. So that $150,000 would qualify for Reagan Beach ADA upgrades, which is the plan that we have.
Thank you. And just for further clarification, the golf course is not in the 56-acre. It's the existing Bijou golf course, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, bring it back to council for further.
Sure, I'll put forward a motion directing staff to bring back the fiscal year 25-26 budget recommendation and 5-year capital improvement plan for approval at the city council meeting on August 26, 2025.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Could you not speak so? Oh, I'm sorry. I was busy razzing.
That motion unanimously carries.
Council, thank you very much. That was a helpful discussion as we build our budget and we bring something back for you that aligns with the priorities you want.
It was an excellent discussion, and I want to compliment the mayor and the council for the engaged conversations that we've had today, even though I didn't think it was going to be this long, but we've had many good engaged conversations, and thanks to all of you.
If you want engaged conversations, it's always going to take this long.
Well, Mr. Robbins and I will work on see who engages the most. You know. Yeah. Well, that's interesting. You say that. Yeah, we'll have an ad hoc, and then it'll be engaged. Then it'll be engaged, right, Scott?
Oh, that was amazing. Okay, moving on to item number 16, agenda planning calendar. Oh.
Well, first of all, Madam Mayor, I've probably had at least 60 city council meetings here, and that was the one I laughed the most at, so definite engagement. But anyways, regarding the APC, there's one item that's going to be added to that. That's the Heavenly City Snow Removal Agreement. Mr. Edelman and I have been working through the details on that. That's coming June 17th, next meeting. And I'll just highlight the VHR regulation along with the permit preference resolution. Those will probably be merged as one item, not listed as two, like on the agenda. And cannabis tax rate discussion will be coming forward as well.
Oh, good.
So those are some of the few I'd highlight. And I'm definitely going to be working with the team to see what I can push off a little
the
here.
Cannabis tax rate item, just the tax rate, because I remember the request was also about some of the fees as well that are associated.
Yes, it's everything included. It's the rate and mitigation fees.
Yeah, it's an equity issue. Yeah, I think.
I just want to make sure it wasn't overly, it was not too prescriptive.
Good question.
Is there any additional questions for Mr. Irvin on the APC? Okay, we'll move to updates and announcements. Ms. Stroud?
None at this time. Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Blankenship?
No, Madam Mayor.
Mr. Irvin?
Yeah, just a reminder, the city clerk will be sending out a special meeting notice later this week for Friday, 10 a.m. Make sure you mark your calendar.
And make sure to let Ms. Blankenship know if you're going to be there.
I'm going to be there.
Okay, moving on to council member reports. Mr. Robbins?
Yeah, I would like to request the city clerk add a proclamation for the next city council meeting on the 17th, recognizing June as Pride Month.
So, yeah, and I support that. I think also, as we had just talked about, we did a resolution last year that just automatically makes Pride Month, June, and that was the intention. But it didn't include that we would still do a proclamation, which I think is something we should just have on our annual calendar, so I don't know if that needs
I
an
don't do
amendment.
proclamations in perpetuity. That's why we brought forward the resolution.
So it just, there's
Yeah.
no way to do that then, basically?
No, you can just ask
But
for
like
it every year.
Even if the resolution included it?
Well, this council wants the proclamation, but does the next council want the proclamation?
Well, that was the point of doing the resolution, was because the resolution put it in perpetuity that Pride Month would be in June in South Lake
Pride
Tahoe.
Month is June. I think what she's saying is that there's a difference between Pride Month being in June by resolution and that additional step of a proclamation.
Right.
Let me add some clarity here. So the resolution the council adopted last year listed two things. It said the city will continue to support the painting of the Pride crosswalks. That's in perpetuity. Mr. Najad's department does that. It also said that we will work with our local Pride group and partner with them on events. If that resolution did say proclamation, I would say that that would be marching orders for us to bring an annual proclamation. But it doesn't.
But it
So you
doesn't
just want
say
to
that.
amend the
I'd just like to bring
resolution.
it back to have us consider amending it.
That would
I would
be
support
in,
Okay, so yeah.
in
discussing
August or whatever, when.
Yeah, we don't
but
have to
can
have
still-
that like right
Okay,
away.
perfect.
But we want the proclamation June 17th.
So I hear two things there. Sue, if you can add to the APC, it's, you're going to bring a proclamation June 17th and then add as pending resolution for the Pride resolution.
Updating amending the resolution to include a
Okay,
proclamation.
I got it.
Policy.
We
Thank
got
you.
it.
I got it.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Robbins? Mr.
No, I'm falling asleep.
Okay, Mr. Roberts,
No, nothing.
Mr. Jenkins.
Two things, Mayor, that I would like us to, one, a proclamation of appreciation to the owner of Cafe Fiore for the 30 years of service to our community. As of April 30th, they were out of business. I would hope, for selfish reasons, that they decide to reopen sometime when Gilberto and them are recovered from. That's the first item, and I would hope that we look at on some of these issues, that we look at a time certain on agendas, have matters that are very important, have a time certain, so that people know when they're going to be heard, because and I've seen cities and counties that do that, and agencies that do that, and so I would like that we have some opportunity to talk about what might be, whether those are good ideas or not.
I'm
The
in
Cafe
favor-
Fiore, though, was.
I'm in favor of a proclamation for Cafe Fiore.
Me as well. And I would just say, and I think you said Gilberto, let's make sure we do Nick Ashmore and Gilberto together,
Both.
just because
I
they're,
agree.
they're
Yeah, I'm in.
perfect.
Yeah, and again, these meetings are, there's a lot of important things, but the main thing is keep the main thing, if we can all agree on what the main thing is. So, and people have schedules and they have times, and by knowing that there's a time certain on an item, they'll know when to be here, especially people who work for a living and have to take time off of work to come in, and that's just a thought, and it's, I don't, so anyway.
Who was the second on the time certain? I'm sorry, I missed it.
On that one,
Uh-huh. Did anyone give a second for time certain?
I don't think, I think that, I don't care one way or the other. I mean, I'm here all day, so I don't care.
We used to do
we
time
used
certains
to
more
do-
if consultants were coming in from out of town and they
Yes.
could only be here at a certain time.
Exactly.
And we do work with the mayor and the mayor pro tem to
Yes,
set the agenda,
we set the agenda.
move things forward that we know the public is going
Like,
to hear.
Exactly. So, no, the staff puts the agenda items together when we have agenda review the week before an agenda. Currently, it's Mr. Bass and we go through not just for content, but for timing, and we move things around so that, like, if we know something's going to have a lot of people, we put it at a certain order in the agenda.
So are you saying, though, that the city manager has the authority, if he, or the mayor,
The mayor and the mayor pro tem.
One of the few ad hoc committees we have, if we have others, is that you could set a time certain
We can.
if you, okay, good.
We absolutely can.
I think in order to memorialize that, we would need to modify the council protocols.
fits in the, like, when we look at the council protocols, because there's probably a few other things. So it's, I think, comes back with that.
Let's not let process get in the middle of progress, okay?
Yeah.
I hear
Okay, perfect. So,
But just to reiterate also, every 2 weeks when we send the agenda to the mayor and mayor pro tem to review the agenda with us, it's us setting the agenda. And sometimes council members have a better ear to the community than staff, and they may know that 30 people are planning to come, and we'll move that up. I might not know that.
Try to adjust
but-
based on that.
And of
we've
course, you
always done
can,
that.
and of course, you could move items with, if there's no objection from the council, even if an item, if you see a lot of people on a certain item, you can
And
move
we've
it up.
done that recently,
I-
yeah.
And I was,
So
to my
absolutely.
compliment to you on
Yeah.
that.
So 100%, we try to accommodate the public.
Yes, you do, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Bass?
I have nothing.
And neither do I. We're adjourned.
I was going to second your.